Just drunk. Yeah, just drinking my boba. My milk tea. Gotta make sure I finish it. I wonder if you guys can hear it. I'll let the song play out real quick. I know you guys can hear that. I want to make sure. Here, let me get the... Why did it take a minute for it to load? Let me get it all set up. Guys, look. Viper rambles. He went on a date for the first time in forever. Let's go, dude. W... Oh, did you... I don't think you guys even saw it. There it is. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. I wonder if you guys can hear that. You guys can hear the the intense sippage. I'm down to the ice. We're almost there. Here, I'll do the thing. I'll do the thing. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right. All right. I've been needing to do this. This is going to take forever to do because you see up here, you see this, these three, 2 hours, an hour and 45 minutes. We're going to watch and react to all of these. We're going to get our opinions in. I have watched this one in full. I have not watched this one, and I've only watched a little bit of this one. So this one should be quick and easy because I've seen it. It's dog shit. It's bad. We're going to put it on faster speed because she talks really slow. I think 2 times speed is actually right. We'll start with 1.75. But we're going to talk before we get into it. Lex, if you don't know Lexupdog, if you don't know what happened or what went down last year, last year actually. Yeah, wasn't it last year? 9 months ago. 9 months ago, Lex made a video essentially calling out Dawn Durr, the guy in the title, her sexual assaulter, quote unquote, allegedly, because we don't actually know 100% if he really did essay her. And then she also basically shit on SuperMega and attempted to ruin SuperMega's career, blah, blah, blah. You guys kind of know the gist. I feel like a lot of you guys know what went down. Her and her friends attempted to basically make an entire campaign to ruin SuperMega. SuperMega responded in a good way. Video was really good. And these guys lost all credibility. Now she came back 9 months later and made this video, and it's dog shit. So we're gonna listen to it. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna listen to this thing. Let me turn it up in case you guys can. Let me make sure you guys will be able to hear this.
I hope you're doing well. It's been a while. We got some stuff to look at and some stuff to talk about, so I don't really have much to say. I think we should get into it. So for just a quick recap, just gonna go through what's been going on since I posted my last video that's on this channel. I posted my video and Rav posted his corresponding Twitter post with mine.
Oh, I guess she's just gonna explain it for you guys anyways. It doesn't matter.
On July 27th, 2023. In it, I give a little background on Dawn and I's relationships past, and then I go on to detail the assault that happened that took place by Dawn, how I tried to handle it with him offline, and I go into explaining why it took 2 years to say anything by going into detail about the events afterwards. I go into Matt and Ryan's reaction, or lack thereof, and detailing their dishonesty towards me after coming forward about the assault by Dawn, asking with help to avoid him, and the subsequent attempt to make up without my consent or knowledge at all by Matt and Ryan. I go on to detail the events that led me to realize that their actions were on purpose and manipulative, such as simply refusing to speak to me after it was known that I was unhappy with the response about Dawn, and using that against me to emotionally blackmail me due to the fact that I was
They didn't emotionally blackmail you. Here, we were told that y'all are still upset with how we handled the Dawn situation. Is this not true? If the problems you're talking about aren't that and are just an off vibe, then yeah, we caught it too. Whether it's standoffish we're getting from y'all, acting in a rude manner when invited to my birthday, or what seemed like direct negative sarcasm in a recent group chat. The night of the birthday party Ryan is referring to here happened the same day they tried to get me to talk it out with the guy who assaulted me without my consent. Okay, well, first of all, I mean, I guess I understand that to her. Is this real, March Baby? No way. Yeah, this is real. This is 100% real. We're not fooling around. We're not fooling around. This is real. This is the real deal. Exclusive March Baby content. No one else has this, by the way. No one else. Just me. Me only. But, I mean, again, nobody... here's the thing. Every time someone talks about, like, being sexually assaulted or something, like, obviously they are going to say they were sexually assaulted. But for what we know, for what everybody knows, this is all alleged because Don has stated that he didn't sexually assault her. And that if I'm not mistaken, he has apologized for making her uncomfortable, but that he is standing his ground saying he didn't sexually assault her. There's two different stories, and we don't have anything to prove anything. And I think when it came to Matt and Ryan, simply put, I think it simply comes down to they were very confused because obviously they can't just pick and choose who they think is telling the truth. Obviously, that's a little messed up. So they tried their best to handle it the best way possible by getting them to talk it out. Was that the best way of handling it? Probably not. But obviously, I don't think they should be canceled or have their entire career thrown out of the thrown out the window because they felt like this might have been the best way to handle it because they felt like it wasn't as deep as sexual assault. But I mean, I don't know. We'll listen to her.
Emotionally blackmailing me over being sad.
They were not emotionally blackmailing her, though. I don't know why she does this a lot in this video. She uses a lot of keywords like emotional blackmail or like, oh my, dude. I was worried I was going to get mad at this video. I was worried.
Ryan's birthday party, despite having seen Don, the guy who assaulted me that same very day by his own fault. And the video with speaking about how I want to move on from what happened and heal from my trauma. Don's first apology, he deleted the day after, so that's cool. I found it on Know Your Meme, so shout out to whoever did that. So Don starts off by apologizing to Lex for any trauma that she may feel regarding our past relationship, and then goes on to apologizing to the people who, quote, may feel like they were being lied to or kept in the dark. He retells the assault as, I asked her for oral sex and she said no at first because she had a cold sore. This implies I said yes. I had a cold sore and I didn't want to give him anything, and I explicitly declined oral multiple times as he was attempting to coerce me and force me to do so, despite giving clear indication that then and that morning that I didn't want to. He told me it was fine. It wasn't fine. There was a lot of splitting hairs of if I was actually forced to or not because of Don downplaying what he did, not realizing that that's
coercion. Wait, hold on. Whoa, she's
to or not because of Don downplaying what he did, not realizing that that's coercion. Asking
that's not coercion. That's not coercion. What? Coercion is like when you like force someone with like violence or like threaten somebody. All he did was ask you and you said no multiple times. That's not coercion. What do you wait, what? Hold up. Let me listen to this again.
To apologizing to the people who, quote, may feel like they were being lied to or kept in the dark. He retells the assault as, I asked her for oral sex and she said no at first because she had a cold sore. This implies I said yes. I had a cold sore and I didn't want to give him anything, and I explicitly
later
declined.
I asked again and she said yes.
Oral multiple times as he was attempting to coerce me and force me to do so, despite giving clear indication that then and that morning that I didn't want to. He told me it was fine. It wasn't fine. There was a lot of splitting hairs of if I was actually forced to or not because of Don downplaying what he did, not realizing that that's coercion.
I mean, to be fair, don't get me wrong. What the flip? Does she not know what the definition of these words? Pull up the dictionary, girly. Yeah, I mean, that's not coercion. I mean, to be fair, is he like really weird and cringe for like asking multiple fucking times over and over and over again? Yeah. Like, it's definitely awkward. It's definitely like weird that he asks multiple times, especially if she's saying like, no, I don't want to. No, I don't want to. No, I don't want to. Like, But unless he's like using force or like threatening something, then that's not coercion. That's just him asking and you rejecting. Like, you don't have to say yes to any of this, which I find really weird. Cause like I just don't understand where are we going with this? Like, this is clearly not coercion. And if you did say yes later down the line, then that's not SA. Like, listen, hear me out here. I understand. I'm not saying that what he did was fine. Okay, I think the guy's a bit of a strange little freakazoid. Okay, I think he's a bit of a strange freakazoid. But if a guy's asking you, "Hey, I want oral," and you're like, "No, dude, I don't want oral. No, dude, I don't want it. No, dude, I don't want it. I don't want to do it. No, dude." And then eventually you're like, "Yeah, you know what? Let's do it." That's not sexual assault. I mean, that's like regular. That's what regular couples do. You know what I mean? That's like a regular thing that couples do. Like, what sometimes like a dude, he wants, let's just gonna put it out there. Sometimes a dude just wants his shit jelked. He wants that shit sucked dry, okay? Sometimes dudes just want it sucked dry. All right? And then their girl is like, "No, not today, not right now." And then they might say it a couple minutes later, or maybe an hour later, or 2 hours later. Right? Like, there's nothing wrong with like a significant other, especially since these two were dating, asking for something sexual, right? Because clearly these two have been together. They have been together for a while. So to say that this is like SA is taking it a bit too far. I mean, obviously, like I said, we don't know the full details of what happened in the moment. Nobody knows, because she's telling one story, he's telling another story. My guess, and I'm just going to put this out here, is he probably made her feel extremely uncomfortable. I will give her the benefit of the doubt and say that he probably pushed way too far by asking constantly when she didn't want to do it, and then eventually she gave into it, and then when it happened, he pushed her head down, and it made her extremely uncomfortable. I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt here and saying that's probably what happened, and does that make Don a good person? Hell no. He's a fucking weirdo for it. He's an asshole for it. But that's all it really is. There's no sexual assault involved. Unless the guy used physical force when you were telling him no, or unless, you know what I mean? You have to give some sign of like, "I don't want this, or basically just telling him no. But from what we understand or from what we know, you agreed to do this, but then when he started going too far, he wanted rough sex. We'll get into it, we'll watch it, but he wanted rough sex, and essentially she didn't want rough sex. So that's where it gets into a gray area, because one side of the story is one way, one side of the story is the other way.
Asking someone multiple times over and over, I don't really understand how that's not hard to understand unless you really just like downplaying assault. Later I asked again.
Because see, that's the thing. How did you get into this situation if you're saying no over and over and over again? If you're saying no and no over and over and over again, sup grass monkey, sup buddy. If you're saying no over and over and over again, how the hell did you get in the situation? I'd understand if he was like, "No, you're gonna do it." If he was like using violence or attempting to force her to do it, that's SA. That's completely SA. But this is not. This isn't SA. This is this isn't coercion. This is nothing. He asked you. He's just saying, "Hey, I want to give me head," and you're saying no. That's not coercion. It doesn't take a lot of the human mind to say, "Hey, I don't want to suck your dick." It doesn't take a lot to say no. Like, it's not that hard.
And she said yes, but be careful not to be too rough. Hold on, let me share this. What he's describing is not assault. He's just describing like a sex act. In his first post, he says, quote, "During the intimate act, I had pushed her down on her head, after which she recoiled and told me that I was being too rough. During this time, I was under no impression that anything traumatizing had occurred. However, I realize now that this was extremely traumatizing for her." It's like, okay. He's like talking about me like a dog that like just heard thunder and like hid under the bed.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's just completely normal. Either way, he didn't go about it the right way and was kind of a freakazoid about it, and she's reaching for crumbs to make it look worse on his end. Just utter idiocracy. See, that's the thing. Her side of the story is different from his side of the story. He tells this story where it's like essentially he asked multiple times, she said no, then she said yes, and when they were doing it, he forced her head down. She pulled her head up and said, you're going too rough," and it continued the rest of the night until it ended. And essentially he's saying, I didn't realize that it was traumatizing, and now looking back on it, I can see why maybe I made her feel uncomfortable. He's basically just trying to say, I didn't sexually assault her, but like, I can see where you guys are getting at I can't speak. He's essentially just saying, like, I can see where you're coming from when you say that I made you feel uncomfortable. And I think that's what happened. Because I'm just kind of, I don't know. To me, this just doesn't make any sense. To me, this doesn't make any sense as to how it could have gone deeper. If it was SA, it would have to be, like, if he pushed her head down and she pulled it back up, or, like, he pushed her head down and kept it there and wouldn't let her back up even though she was trying or something. Like, she'd have to be fighting for her life to get back up, essentially. Or, like, if she put her head back up and said, please stop, I don't want to do this, then it's like, if he kept making her do it, then of course that's SA and whatnot. But like, I really don't see that as the story. I think that's what her side of the story is, which, like I said, it's a he said, she said. We have no fucking clue which one is right and which one is wrong, okay? We have no fucking clue. These are two separate stories. If I'm not mistaken, her entire story is literally that he, like, fucking kept forcing her when she told him to stop. But I don't know why she's trying to make arguments for the beforehand, because you said yes to it. So essentially, it's about what happened at the time, not the beforehand. I don't care if you said no multiple times. Many people say no multiple times, and then they'll say yes. You gave him the consent. You started sucking his dick. End of story. It's not sexual assault.
He says, I then profusely apologized, and we ended up watching TV and going to bed after. That's not how I recall it at all. So that's interesting, because how I recall it is consenting to sex because I was freaked out and scared after that, and then getting choked and blacking out. That's what I remember.
See, that's another thing that I wanted to bring up. Multiple people, completely off topic, but since when did YouTube play ads during live streams? I just got monetized not recently, but a while back, so that's probably why. But they've been doing ads on live streams. It just depends on if you're, like, monetized or not, or if I turn them on, which I'm sorry, but I do turn on ads for my live streams. I apologize, chat. I apologize. What can I say? I'm money hungry. I like money. But again, I don't know what to say to this, because she's saying that's not what I recall happening. So again, we don't know. Like, we have no fucking clue. So I don't know what we're supposed to do with this information, right? Like, dude, I don't know what I'm supposed to say to any of this. I don't know what to tell you. You guys' stories are two different stories, okay? Two different stories. But then she says something about, basically, they had rough sex. She's saying that she was choked till she blacked out. And the thing is that in her last statement, she did not say that she was choked till she was blacked out, which is, I expect an apology made from your blood, sweat, and tears. I'm sorry. I'll make an apology. I promise. But this is not what she said in her original statement. She never made it clear that she was blacking out from him choking her. She obviously did make the statement that they were having rough sex. So essentially, like, you know, the BDSM, the choking, you know, hands around the neck and stuff like that. And before I say anything, that's a normal thing. Some people like that, okay? Some people like doing that, okay? So we don't know for sure. I'm not trying to say that Lex here is, I'm not trying to say she's just making shit up. Obviously, I think what happened is he probably went a little too rough and he made her uncomfortable. But from the sound of this entire thing, and with Lex's reputation, I'm going to be more inclined to believe that you probably weren't sexually assaulted and you probably were just in a really uncomfortable situation, which fucking sucks, right? Okay, it sucks, I'm sure. But the thing is you can't regret it afterwards and call it sexual assault, which is what it seems like. It seems like you did it, you probably didn't like it, and then afterwards you were like, man, that wasn't that good. I didn't like it. And then you assumed it was just sexual assault from that point on, which I wouldn't call that sexual assault. Of course, like I said, it sucks that you went through it and that you had to deal with it. That sucks. But I wouldn't call it sexual assault. And the sheer fact that you're trying to make this campaign about how Dawn is like some fucking evil mastermind is ridiculous to me, but it's whatever.
So that's interesting that you don't remember such a discrepancy. Very cool. Dawn goes on to speak about our relationship after these.
Why would he? I don't understand this logic from her though. Why would he mention something that's going to make him look bad? Obviously, he's not going to do that. I mean, I understand the understanding of like, you know, oh, he didn't mention this in his statement. He probably should have, probably, if it did happen. But still, like, why would he mention that?
So explaining that our relationship seemed to have not changed. Don in his post describes going home and SuperMega not using his art anymore, then cutting contacts with him afterwards, and apologizing to me again via Discord, and for some reason includes that he got no reply. It genuinely just feels like he doesn't understand that he did something bad. Like, it just kind of feels like he's like, come on guys, it's no big deal. Like, he should just, it's a you problem. His apology was received pretty badly, considering that Don mostly corroborated my story from the POV of a guy who's trying to sidestep accountability for assaulting someone by implying it could be my fault for Don assaulting instead, I guess. Unfortunately, during the last record,
the outfit change, the first outfit change of the night. Yeah, I think Don is a goofball. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think Don is a fucking goofball. Like, here's the thing. Like I said, we don't know for sure what happened that night. Like I said, I'm assuming it's probably not SA. I'm assuming he probably did something fucked, though. He probably made her feel extremely uncomfortable, which is not okay. And since it got out to everybody and people cut ties with him, I mean, it seems as if most people are more inclined to believe that he made some poor decisions and bad moves. So I'm just going to say it here. I think Don's probably, his situation is pretty bad, but again, it brings us into the SuperMega stuff, which I just don't understand why. I wish he would pay more attention to Dawn.
I got up and forgot the third paragraph of Dawn's first apology that was deleted, so I'm filling in now for that part. In this particular paragraph, Dawn says, "At this time, I had contacted Matt and told him what had just gone down." So this implies that Matt was told first about my assault by Dawn and his side of the story. At his house, I'd explained to him and Ryan what happened and the details about the November trip and what she had told me after Creator Clash. So Dawn got to LA on May 23rd. So Dawn's side of the story was the first one to be heard. Dawn goes on to say, "After that, I was staying over at his place for the next couple of weeks. Dawn's stay at Matt's house was around May 23rd to June 14th, the day that I saw him. Dawn got to the office a couple days before the day I saw him. Later, Matt had told me that he had made some arrangements for his friends to sleep over at his place, moving me to stay at the office." Dawn goes on to say, "A couple days at the office had passed when Matt called me and said that Lex was on her way to the office. So this was June 14th. Dawn says, "I was given no prior notice that she was going to be there or moving to LA. It was at this time that I decided to leave to stay with other friends in the area." Dawn's second apology was on July 29th, 2 days after my video.
Wait, why did she add that part? She didn't even like say anything. I don't even get that. What, she didn't like add anything. She just like explained what he said. Like, yeah, I guess that's essentially what happened, is you guys were in the same area at the same time. That's another thing. I feel like she makes it out like Matt and Ryan like planned to have both of them meet up. Like, I don't know, like, who cares? It seems to me like her and Dawn were both clearly not aware that they were going to be at the same place, same time. So I mean, I don't really give a fuck about that at all. And also, I don't really care that Matt and Ryan like heard his side of the story first. They wanted to get both sides of the story. That's I can completely understand that.
Seems to have pivoted from his argument corroborating my story to extending sympathy, then implying I'm either overreacting or a straight up liar. Don apologizes to everyone he's upset first, then me. He references things that have been said rather than saying what he did or saying what was said. References his first now deleted post and saying it had poor wording. Don shifts blame.
Dude, oh my god, this shit pisses me off. I don't care. Like, I'm sorry, Lex, but like, I don't fucking care. Dude, why do we care so much? Why do we care so much about essentially something that we don't know happened or not? Only you two know. Nobody else knows. Not even the people you told the stories to. Right? Nobody fucking knows what happened. We have no proof of anything. All we have is just you two saying this happened or this happened. At that point, I don't fucking care. Like, right, at that point, I don't care. Right? I don't know what to say. Like, he could be telling the truth. She could be telling the truth. We don't know. We have no fucking clue. The only thing that's happening right now is you're getting the fucking benefit of the doubt. People are giving you the benefit of the doubt that he is probably a freak. Which begs the fucking question, why the fuck did you bring SuperMega into this?
and says I shouldn't have tried to ask her again, even if it was just twice. Don starts to talk about things unrelated to what happened between him and I.
Who cares if he asked multiple times? Chad, I'm gonna break it to you, but I ask multiple times, and I've been rejected multiple times. It's not the fucking end of the world. People ask their partners multiple times, and they will get rejected multiple times. It's not the fucking end of the world. Who cares if he asked multiple times? I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
Such as how our relationship continued afterwards, implying I didn't have a problem with him. He lists the times he's apologized, the night it happened, when I talked to him about it in person and online. Don addresses SuperMega's part in this, that he was not informed about my arrival to the SuperMega office. He mentions Matt's house, but I didn't go there during his stay. Don addresses my mentioning of Cassette Girl being based off of me and decides to imply I'm lying. He does this by saying it was based off of a SoundCloud he was listening to in 2017, following up with, the character is in no way related to Lex. Don must have not remembered telling me directly multiple times that she is based off of me.
Can she keep a screenshot up on the fucking screen longer than 2 seconds?
Multiple times that she is.
I could be your Cassette Girl ref model if you want content. Her, by the way, yes. Off you anyway. Oh, okay.
Based off of me. Don.
Well, it just based your. Wait, no, he said based her body type off of you. That doesn't mean that he based the Cassette Girl off of you. That doesn't mean anything. What? That doesn't mean he's basing it off of you. He's just saying I used your body type. That's has no correlation. He just used his girlfriend's body type as a reference to the character he was creating. That doesn't mean anything.
Don mentions the art he posted before his apology for some reason, I guess because people were commenting on it. It just seems like a really weird way of deflecting. Don then ends the post by talking about himself and his commission refunds he owes. The man who assaulted me essentially admitted that he did it, a very roundabout, terrible way. I mean, obviously somebody that would do that wouldn't admit to it, but he corroborated my story and hit it in real time. And people...
Again, we don't know which story is right and which one's wrong. You keep saying stupid shit like this, like, oh, he's changing my story. Brother, yeah, of course he is. You both are telling two different stories and there's no fucking proof to back any of it. None of you have proof of the time, and I understand that in the moment you're obviously not going to be able to take pictures or show what's happening, but like, holy shit, it's like we don't have anything to prove any side of the story. All we have is two people telling one side of the story. I can't tell you which one I believe more than the other. Like, I don't know what to say here. Like I said, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt here, Lex. I believe your story a little bit more than I believe his, right? Obviously, I'm gonna believe you a little bit more than I believe him. But like, I just can't. I don't understand this. Like, again, you can keep saying he's changing your story. You can keep saying he's a fucking fat liar. You can keep saying that. But like, at the end of the day, do you have proof to back up if he's lying? No. Then I don't know what to tell you. At least provide something, which, like I said, I feel, if I'm not mistaken, she has shown more proof than Don, at least after the incident text messages that she had with him in the last video. So that's why I'm saying I'm more inclined to believe her side of the story. But again, we still don't know what happened in the real time. Was she actually essayed? Was she not? We don't know. We have no fucking clue.
Caught on to it after he had deleted the first one that incriminated him more and began to hold him accountable for being a weirdo and a creep and lamenting his wrongdoings because they liked his art or respected him. And the replies to
basing the body type is stupid to me. I make characters and sure I use other characters for inspiration, but it's a body type. It's not like the dude is ripping the character off her exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean. All he said was that he used her body type. That's not saying directly that I'm using you as the reference. He's just saying I like your body type because that's his girlfriend at the time. So of course he's going to fucking base it off that body type. So that to me just doesn't make any sense. Like, that to me, like, he didn't admit that he's using you as the reference. He could very much be telling the truth that the reference came from a SoundCloud song. And now he just wants to use your body as a reference for the body of the character, which, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. So
to me at this time were condolences, messages of encouragement, and confusion about how this happened and why, which, yeah, me too, honestly. After this time, it gets a little weird, though. People immediately jumped onto it on YouTube, so that's the first thing that's weird. Justin sent me a DM on July 28th, which was,
Oh, is this that other dude? Oh, this one's gonna get me riled up. I'm pissed about this one. Lex, I've been struggling all day with finding the right words to say about this situation going on, and truly all I can say is that I am so incredibly sorry. I especially had no idea about how Matt had handled things behind the scenes. My trust was completely shattered, and I feel absolutely awful. I'm finding out more things he's lied about as well, and it's just so crushing to me. I made the decision to leave SuperMega. Who is this Justin guy? Is this the guy that she accused of sexual assault as well? Let's see.
28th, which was, what is it? It's the day of Don's first apology. He expressed guilt for not knowing what happened between Don and I. He expresses concern for everyone involved and went into detail about his past with Matt and about how he felt groomed by him and groomed into bad behavior from him by an early age. Kelly DMs me on Instagram on the 28th. However, I did not
see. Does that mean anything? He felt like he was groomed by SuperMega. Okay, what am I supposed to do with that information? Let me read these then. Let me go into deeper detail. Let me read these more. My trust was completely shattered and I feel absolutely awful. I'm finding out more things that he's lied about as well. This is when you made your original video, by the way. This isn't when they made the response. I made the decision to leave SuperMega once I found all of this out and not looking back. Again, he doesn't even specify what they did or said or anything, so that's cool. And once I found all this out, I'm not looking back. All of these things you've had to go through is so unfair, and I appreciate you telling your story. I would have never known without it. I started working there when I was 17 and had so much faith in the company since I basically grew up in it. For this to come out is heartbreaking. I've also reached out to Rav and apologized for how your stay at the office was last year as well. I just wish I had known what was happening. Genuinely, I wish you nothing but the best, and I hope you can heal and move on. Where in this does he say that he felt groomed by them into like bad behavior? Do you have proof of that, or is it just this message?
Which was, what is it? It's the day of Don's first apology. He expressed guilt for not knowing what happened between Don and I. He expresses concern for everyone involved and went into detail about his past with Matt and about how he felt groomed by him and groomed into bad behavior from him by an early age.
Do you
Kelly
have proof
DMs
of
me
that?
on Instagram on the 28th. However, I did not screenshot this. We weren't following each other, so it was a message request, so I forgot to open it. But now she has me blocked, so I can't go get it even if I wanted to. So there's that. Kelly's message was she basically was doing the same thing Justin was extending an apology, and she told me that she wouldn't have taken the job back had she have known what had happened. I assume being in that.
Well, she probably blocked you because you like lied about SuperMega and you attempted to ruin their career. So I don't think that apology is is working here for you.
The replacement of a guy without having known was probably very icky. Nick's first video corroborating mine would have came out on the 29th, which is the second apology that Don made the day of. Pretty much in the video, he gives us a synopsis of mine, gives commentary while he looked at the SuperMega Reddit subreddit. Not really anything not really hard-hitting journalism. I don't really know what anyone expected from this besides just like hearing a summary of a 2-hour video in hindsight, because I feel like it got blown up way more than it did just because it's like the only video that isn't like a right-winger guy that's like screaming about like OnlyFans or something. Anyway,
what? It blew up because it was him defending you, was it not? It blew up in Nick's face because he was defending you when people were skeptical of the situation to begin with and wanted Matt and Ryan to express their side of the story. It blew up in his face as well because fucking what? Didn't Nick say like a bunch of fucking like horrible things about SuperMega in that same video where it blew up because of that? It had nothing to do with the fact that, oh, he's not a right winger who talks about OnlyFans. That has nothing. What?
The next day, Jim apologizes, and he starts trauma dumping. Actually, sorry. That same day, actually, Jim apologizes in a video. I have the link for it because he is DMCAing people. Anyone who re-uploads that video that is apologizing to me, the only one that's specifically an apology to me, he's DMCAing it for anyone that posts it. So I've put it in my Dropbox, and it will go in the description. And Jim, if you do it, I will re-upload it somewhere else, and I will tell people that you did it. So it's up to you. It's just going to Streisand effect. It was sent to me. I have the file now.
This is the guy. This is the guy she accused of sexually assaulting her as well, but if I'm not mistaken, the guy was plastered drunk. Like, she openly admitted that the guy was plastered drunk and, like, he kissed her or something. And then they made out in, like, a closet. Which, at that point, it's, like, it's not sexual assault. So I don't know what... I don't know what the guy's on now. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. DMCAing, like, re-uploads of this or something. I don't fucking know. But, I don't know what to say with this.
Or whatever you're ashamed of, boosting and giving me support. I don't know. He also trauma dumped in my text messages. He sent me a text message where he just trauma dumped and gave me description of an assault he dealt with without warning, and then asked me for coffee. And I did not respond. Goes without saying.
Full of hate and malice. I'm sure you are, buddy.
I think why I wouldn't have responded to that. I don't even know what you can say to that. It was just like purely overwhelming. No, did not feel safe going with the guy that put me in a headlock and kissed me after I told him about my assault. Despite being the kind.
Yeah, because he was plastered drunk. He was plastered drunk at a party, and if I'm not mistaken, if you weren't drunk, then you're taking advantage of him. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't think anyone's sexually assaulting here. But, like, the guy was plastered drunk. Wait, what? Like, what? Like, I don't give a fuck that he put you in a headlock and kissed you. You're trauma dumping to, like, an actual, like, just not, like, fully functional drunk dude. Who, and if I'm not mistaken, during the time, he was also trauma dumping as well. Like, the guy was going through it. And like, I don't know what to say about that. Obviously, I don't think you sexually assaulted him, of course. Like, obviously, he's the one that made the move on you, but I think it's a little outlandish to claim that the guy's like a sexual assaulter when he was drunk. Craft hamster. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the
kindest and least accusatory out of all the videos addressed to me. Many clocked him immediately on trauma dumping and centering himself in the argument, or whatever you want to call it, in his apology. I say argument just because it became one, obviously. So that was pretty funny. Also, the flies were fun. All right, so Matt and Ryan's videos came out on the 31st of July.
I just want to say this. This is 45 minutes, and she spent a solid 8 minutes talking about Dawn. She spent a full 8 minutes talking about the guy who allegedly sexually assaulted her. The rest of it is talking about fucking, I don't even know. Talking about people that have and shouldn't have any correlation to this. Like, whatever.
Okay. And this is the official beginning of the invalidating, minimizing, and blame shifting. Matt and Ryan decided to ignore most of the things that they could address from my video, instead opting to spend their respective videos defending themselves, despite claims against doing.
Your video is like, hold up, chat. 12:29. Let's remember that. Your video is 2 hours long, and you're expecting them to go over all 2 hours. Matt made like a 45-minute video. He addressed practically a lot.
The next day, Jim apologized.
So yeah, I don't even know where to begin with that.
To spend their respective videos defending themselves, despite claims against doing so. They stress that they have been nothing short of supportive, with no responses to my claims of them having put me in bad situations because they neglected to be supportive or communicative, and having actually.
What bad situations did they really put her in? Is the only bad situation they put her in was that they, like, her and Dawn were at the same place at the same time and neither of them knew? Like, is that really it? You're not in fucking danger, Lex. You're not in, like, imminent danger. It's not like the guy's gonna fucking go after you and, like, murder you, okay? Like, it's awkward, sure, but, like, you're not in fucking danger, okay? They didn't purposely put you in the same room as this person to try to get him to... They're not trying to sick him on you like a dog, okay? That was, like, the only situation, if I'm not mistaken, where they might have accidentally put you in a situation where you're next to the guy who, quote unquote, allegedly sexually assaulted you, because we don't even know if you really were sexually assaulted. So
attributed them to even extending my trauma after my assault. And he goes on to imply that my version of events are so far from reality that Matt felt the need to clarify multiple times that he wasn't trying to invalidate my sexual assault. The proof he uses to imply that my recollection.
Aren't you so far from reality? I could say the same thing about you and your fucking assault. You're in a whole nother universe right now. We don't know if it happened or not. We don't know what is right and what's wrong. What?
Of events aren't true, or claims of him claiming that every quote I gave him not in writing was falsified.
And when it comes to Rav's text, Matt shows Rav's text out of order, such as implying Rav was confused as well.
Rav was also trying to figure out what had gone down.
Or using text of Rav saying it wasn't as serious to support his argument.
Here you can see some text messages between myself and Rav, where Rav is saying that he figured out a little more context on the situation at one point.
These texts were sent.
Looks like my shit's loading for people. It's running fine for me. It's running fine for me. I mean, I just don't know what to say to this information. I really don't know what to say to this information. Because, like, again, Matt and Ryan are trying to get the side of each person's story. They want to try to handle this essentially the most professional way they physically can. They've never had to deal with something on this caliber before, right? They've never had to deal with like employee situation where sexual assault was involved. So they're trying to deal with it in the most professional way possible so it doesn't turn into some... They essentially were just trying to make it so it doesn't turn into some internet drama where it makes them look bad, which is perfectly fine. That's perfectly understandable. It's like completely fine. They have a business to uphold, right? They don't want something that's happening within their business to come out into a big public thing. Not everything does, right? Just because your YouTube business, someone in the fucking, you know, workplace did something bad to another person doesn't mean it needs to turn into some public drama. They're going to try to handle it privately and try to get both sides of the story. And obviously this entire situation is a complete fucking mess to them. They don't know how to handle it. So essentially I just don't, I don't know. I just don't really get it. But we'll listen to it.
Multiple times that he wasn't trying to invalidate my sexual assault. The proof he uses to imply that my recollection of events aren't true are claims of him claiming that every quote...
What? I'm going to growl and bark and let it all out. Bark, bark, bark. Like, again, we don't know if you were sexually assaulted or not. I understand, like I said earlier, I get it, that she feels as if she was sexually assaulted, but nobody knows, right? It's like you're expecting everybody to just 100% believe that you were sexually assaulted. I don't know what to say to this information. And you're expecting Matt and Ryan to basically just assume that you were sexually assaulted when all they're trying to do is just make sure that they don't just fire a guy because someone said they were sexually assaulted. That's essentially all they're doing. That's all they're really doing here.
What I gave him, not in writing, was falsified.
And when it comes to Rav's text, Matt shows Rav's text out of order, such as implying Rav was confused as well.
Rav was also trying to figure out what had gone down.
Or using text of Rav saying it wasn't as serious to support his argument.
Here you can see some text messages.
There's more context in the situation now, by the way. Yeah, it seems less serious. I could bring you up to speed later, and it's just you and I. Before first call with Lex. Doesn't this just prove my point even further that this was a completely hard situation to understand for Matt and Ryan, and they're trying their best to fucking figure it out? Isn't this like prove the point that they were having a hard time comprehending the situation and it was confusing? And now your best buddy Rav here is saying that it's less serious. It doesn't matter. I don't care that it's before the first call with you, Lex. I don't care. Like, what?
Messages between myself and Rav, where Rav is saying that he figured out a little more context on the situation at one point.
These texts were sent when Rav had only heard Don's side of the story, which was rough sex. Matt goes on and lies and says that Rav told him first.
I don't remember exactly, but I think Rav was the one who told me initially on my balcony one night, and he told me that Don had sexually assaulted Lex.
When Rav was only told Don's side of the story by Matt and Ryan until I told Rav directly around mid-June 20.
I could just be misremembering. He literally states that.
But I think Rav was the one who told
he said
on the
I
situation
think.
at one point.
These texts were sent when Rav had only heard Don's side of the story, which was rough sex. Matt goes on and lies and says that Rav told him first.
I don't remember exactly, but I think Rav was the one who told me initially.
He literally just says, I don't remember exactly. This was 2 years ago. You're expecting this guy to, like, remember this. You're literally expecting this guy to just, like, know exactly what happened. Same goes for you, Lex. You know, there's things that you don't remember in full either. What?
On my balcony one night, and he told me that Don had sexually assaulted Lex.
When Rav was only told Don's side of the story by Matt and Ryan until I told Rav directly around mid-June 2022. Also, Matt's including Rav when it really wasn't relevant for him to know what happened to me at the time. Don was staying at Matt's house. It was only relevant for him and Ryan to know what happened, so they could keep Don away from me. The way they co-sign themselves in their own confusion and inaction is by bringing up about how they had supposedly told Ross in their own volition about what Don had done.
We also updated those who we knew that were working with him of the situation.
And we did not cover this up from other people. For example, I was the one who told Ross over the phone because Ross had a show with Dawn, and I felt like he needed to know this.
When that's just not the truth. I'm the one that told Rav to tell Ross what happened. And the only reason why Rav didn't tell him himself was because we were in the mountains still from...
I've been trying to talk to you for weeks, but you were never available before, and it just so happens that I'm vacationing in the mountains right now without much signal ever. How do you know that? Okay, that's pretty damn serious, as I suspected. I wish someone told me when I was going to start a show with him. Okay. That doesn't mean that they didn't tell him. What? You do realize that multiple people could tell this to people, right? I mean, do we have like proof from Ross saying that they never contacted him about this? Because like I don't, what does this change?
For my mom's birthday. So we ran out of internet, and Ross was worried and ended up calling Matt himself. And for that, the only reason why Ross ever figured out what happened between me and Dawn is because Ross got worried and had to call Matt himself.
Okay. What does this change? So that just proves their point even further, though, because they weren't trying to keep it a secret at that point. If he called them asking, "Hey, did this happen?" They said yes. They didn't try to say like, "Oh no, nothing happened, don't worry." Like they were honest with Ross here when he called. I don't give a fuck who told the friends and the people involved. Right? I don't give a fuck. Essentially, you're trying to say that they're covering it up because you were the one who told all these people, and then they told other people. What? What does that change? They still told people. If they were covering it up, then yeah, they'd essentially probably be telling other people the exact opposite. They'd probably be sitting there saying like, "Oh no, don't worry, everything's all good." There's a big hoax, right? If they were trying to cover it up, why would they just like admit to the people that are calling them, being like, "Hey, did this really happen?" "Oh yeah, it did happen." Like, yeah, what a great job at covering up a fucking sexual assault, just admitting that it happened to somebody when they ask you. What?
Ross says himself in his stream that he called Matt himself, but for some reason, Matt and Ryan take it upon themselves to make it sound as if they went through their own volition to tell Ross, when really, especially Ryan, has nothing to do with telling anyone. While watching this, keep in mind that this is the supposed motive of them getting us to meet and talk it out, despite the whole point of me calling to speak about my assault was to ask them to keep me away from Dawn.
To be honest, Ryan and I were scared of this whole situation. Me and Ryan organized a meeting with him at our office where we sat him down and confronted him about this. We asked him what had happened that night, and he explained it from his perspective, which was very different from Lex's perspective. We felt a little...
Wait, what do you mean, and they believed him? Do you have like proof? Do you have viable proof to show that they believed him, or what?
Confused on what had happened that night, which I now see was an absolutely, terrible move, suggesting that.
He explained away the assault,
I mean, again, that's the one thing that I said that, yeah, Matt and Ryan did wrong, is they shouldn't have, and I think everybody can collectively agree, is that they probably shouldn't have tried to get each person to tell the story together and then try to make up, right? I'm not disagreeing on that, but they admit that was a fucking stupid thing for them to do too. But are you really going to try to cancel them for trying to do that? This is the first... Okay, here's the thing. This is the first time these people have had to deal with it. This is a big situation, right? This is a situation about sexual assault. These are two guys who practically own a business, and they're just trying to do what's best for the business. I completely understand that. What are we trying to fucking figure out here? Right? I completely understand that they're trying to do what's best for their business, so not everything collapses under them, because that could mean other employees lose their jobs, they lose their jobs. Like, it's not thinking for themselves. They're trying to think what's best to make sure that this doesn't fucking blow up. And obviously, like I said, trying to get them to talk about it together is stupid. But they are well aware that was fucking stupid, and they apologize for that in their own original video, which I don't know why she keeps trying to bring it up. Like, they're very sincere in their original video about apologizing. It's not like they apologize for the shit that they fucked up. Like, they're not like insincere. They're just trying to point out the things that make them look even worse and try to disprove a lot of these things.
Using it as a miscommunication of boundaries in an intimate moment. And we told Don if he truly believed that, if he truly believed that it was a boundary miscommunication, then he should apologize to Lex directly. This was, of course, the wrong decision.
And they believed him. Yeah. Well, what do you want? Oh my God. What do you want them to do? They don't have proof of either. They don't have proof of either side of the story. Okay. What do you want them to do when he's telling his side of the story? Just like get up from the table and be like, "Dawn, I can't believe you're lying to me to my face right now." You just want them to like be like, "Dawn, you're lying to me. Come on, Don, you're lying. Not telling
having
the
a
truth,
victim and an
Don.
abuser, telling them to, maybe to talk to each other. Horrible.
I have text messages from Matt saying they talked with Don and it went well, and we had a phone call about it. So that's funny that you tell me that it's fine, and then you go on YouTube and tell the public that you were confused because Matt called me and told me as such and gave no indication.
Okay. Again, in the moment, they were probably thinking this was the best way to handle it. I just, hey, you free? Yeah, I just saw this. Feel free to talk if you want. Hey, sorry, I'll call tomorrow. Big talk with Don today, though. Just wanted to tell you about it. I figured that might have been what was up. Get some rest and we can talk tomorrow. Okay, it was a good talk. Feel free to call me whenever, by the way. I'll try later. Super busy. Let me know if you still wanted to. Hope you had a good day. I'm a little tired, but I can tomorrow. Mean to make you anxious. It was a good talk. Let me call in 1 sec. I mean, again, what does that change? It's not like, what? What does this add? Doesn't change the fact that they're confused or this situation isn't any more confusing than it is. This is them getting the story from Don's side and being like, all right, okay. And they admitted in their own video too that, hey, they assumed that this was just an accidental pushing of boundaries and that they could get them to talk about it. Okay. Cool. What?
Tell the public that you were confused because Matt called me and told me as such and gave no indication of being confused. So they either lied to me at the time or they lied to you to change whatever you would think.
And the whole time I was none the wiser on what had actually taken place between him and Lex. And if I had known, I would not have invited him out to LA to stay with me. I would not have housed him.
And then, despite going in depth about why they tried to get
I still don't understand the not being confused part. What? They're not directly saying that in the moment they were confused. They were saying they got the story from him and they felt as if it went this way and that they could just get them to talk it out and then solve the problem. Obviously, then they talked to you and it got even more confusing because now you have two different sides of the story. You have two different people telling two different stories. What?
on Night of Speak, Matt says this.
I never intended for them to come in contact with each other. As soon as I realized my mistake, I told Don he had to leave the office. And for a little more context here,
Hold up.
to stay with me.
Once Don was at his house and he did know, not only did he do nothing, he posted Don onto his Twitter. This picture is still up. Okay.
I would not have housed him.
Again, at the time, he's and if I'm okay, hold up. I want to listen to this whole thing again.
Maybe to talk to each other. Horrible.
I have text messages from Matt saying they talked with Don and it went well, and we had a phone call about it. So that's funny that you tell me that it's fine, and then you go on YouTube and tell the public that you were confused because Matt called me and told me as such and gave no indication of being confused. So they either lied to me at the time or they lied to you to change whatever you would think.
And the whole time I was none the wiser on what had actually taken place between him and Lex. And if I had known, I would not have invited him.
He's saying if he had known what actually taken place, he wouldn't have housed him. This is a picture taken when he had a conversation with Dawn. So he thought a situation went one way. The fuck do you want him to do? Read your mind? What do you want him to do? This doesn't make any fucking sense. Oh my god, this doesn't make any fucking sense. Lex, holy shit. Oh. Lex, holy shit. Are you just like purposely misconstruing this entire fucking video that he made? Trying to use like random pieces of like evidence to try to make it look like he's like malicious. This is when he was there and they were having a conversation and then he posted a picture. This was before you had a fucking conversation with him. This was before. This picture is still up. What do you want him to do? The picture is still up in 2022. What do you want him to do? Search his fucking Twitter and delete this? What? And again, he's saying he didn't want to house him if he would have known. He didn't want to house him if he would have known what was going down. But you have to understand that he's already there. And once you have a conversation with Lex, now you're in a sticky situation where it's like, okay, maybe this is worse than we thought. What are you supposed to do in that circumstance? Yeah, I'd be fucking confused too. What is... You got an entire mess in your fucking hands. You assumed that it was just simply miscommunication. Now you got two people coming over to your house and you weren't intending for them to meet up knowing that, oh, he did something pretty fucking bad. Yeah, it's a fucking mess. It's confusing. What does this disprove? Like I said, don't get me wrong, Matt and Ryan fucked up on that part, right? And everybody can collectively agree they fucked up on that part, but are you really going to try to paint them like they're these like malicious, disgusting freak people who like maliciously tried to get you to confront a creepy sexual assaulter? Like, no, this isn't some conspiracy. They were dumb. They thought they knew how to handle it, and they just didn't handle it in the best way possible. They handled it in a shitty way, and they realized that it was a stupid way of handling it. Like, what?
To stay with me. I would not have housed him.
And then, despite going in depth about why they tried to get Don and I to speak, Matt says this.
I never intended for them to come in contact with each other. As soon as I realized my mistake, I told Don he had to
Oh my
leave the
god, oh
office.
my god, oh my god. Oh my god. Actually, Matt, I'm not really mad at you, but I gotta say this. This is kind of messed up. I wish you told me at least yesterday. I didn't know until a few hours ago. I'm sorry, man. I'm trying to scramble around like 5 people right now. I'm trying my best here. What? Doesn't this not just show that like they're trying their best to get everything situated in such a sticky situation? I don't know. To me, this just reads that they're fucking stressing. Like, yeah, they're stressing because they have a fucking situation on their hands and they're trying to figure it out.
Office. And for a little more context here,
Yeah, and I've gotten enough going on. And dude, that's exactly how I feel. Oh, this is all the stuff we've already seen. Still need to talk to Lex. Haven't had a good chance yet.
here's me having a discussion with Rav where I'm realizing my mistake.
I find it funny that Matt calls this a mistake so many times, considering that I told him what day I would be in town. So it's really pretty much up to the viewer whether or not you want to believe him, which is a great excuse considering that he didn't actually have a good reason to do it besides selfish ones.
Despite our
What? Yeah, I'm gonna believe him. Sorry.
delayed action on this, I do want to state unequivocally that Ryan and I never made any attempts to cover up a sexual assault or to aid Dawn.
If Matt had admitted to knowing better, that means he would have been admitting to helping Dawn out. There's no world in which getting Dawn
What?
to talk it out with me is not helping Dawn out, especially when my call was specifically about not wanting to see or talk to Dawn. Over and over, they take matters into their hands when it really wasn't their business to do so. They did the exact opposite of what I had ever asked them to do.
Their actions
Chad, I'm gonna have a brain aneurysm. A blood vessel's gonna pop, dude. Oh my god. Chad, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. I don't know how I can handle the rest of this video. Oh, I need a second. I need to breathe. This is like genuinely pissing me off. I can't. Okay, dude. I cannot stress enough that they tried to get his side of the story. They heard his side of the story, and then they assumed, okay, maybe this is just a misunderstanding, a miscommunication. Maybe we can get them to talk. And then they heard your side of the story, and then they were like, shit, maybe this is worse than I thought. Why is that not clicking in her brain? Like, I don't understand. Why she's... What? She's... like, here's the thing. She's expecting them to basically read her mind. Like, here's the thing. Trying to get them to talk is not trying to cover up sexual assault. I don't know how that's trying to cover up sexual assault. Covering up sexual assault is like trying to pay you off to not bring it out to the public or do something like that. Obviously, they don't want this in the public because that could ultimately equal a bad look to their company, which is fine. That is completely fine, right? They're trying their best to handle it within company, right? Within the company and try to handle it between the two people who were involved. That's like, I don't know what to say to that. They're not directly saying, like, I'll pay you off to, like, not talk about this publicly, to not make us look bad or something. I don't even think once they've ever made an attempt to try to force her to not talk about it. All they're trying to do is trying to handle it professionally. And obviously they fucked up a little bit. But, like, brother, what? Okay.
follow the logic of people that don't think my assault was a big deal. Ryan doesn't mention anything about trying to emotionally blackmail me with being...
Because people don't think your assault was a big deal because there's no proof that you show. You don't have anything. There's nothing you've shown so far to make me believe that you were sexually assaulted. Yeah, believe me and only me. Well, that's essentially what I'm getting from this video, is that it's basically like, I was sexually assaulted, believe me. It's like, we don't have anything. Like, listen, dude, listen, Dawn has a story. You have a story. What the fuck are we supposed to do with this information? There's no proof. We have nothing. We don't have anything. There's no proof from either fucking side. It's a he said, she said. What the fuck do you want me to do? Believe you just instantly off the bat? Like, listen, Lex, I've already given you the benefit of the doubt, which even the people that you worked with gave you the benefit, right? Like, all these people, they gave you the benefit. They all apologized to you and, you know, were sympathetic with you and everything. They gave you the benefit. So what the fuck do you want? Like, what do you want? Even Matt and Ryan, when they heard your story, gave you the benefit. That's essentially what happened. They originally thought it was miscommunication because they tried to get his side of the story. Then they heard your story. And then they instantly switched up and were like, oh shit, this is worse than we thought. And realized they're making a fucking fat mistake. Like, they're literally giving you the benefit. I wouldn't even have been mad at Matt and Ryan if they would have essentially basically said, we don't have, like, if they would have straight up told Lex, we don't have proof from either side. We don't really know what happened. Like, brother, we don't even know if you're a sexual assault victim of this guy. We don't. We have no fucking clue. Okay, we don't know anything. None of us do. Especially since you've changed your story too, because earlier in the video, you literally said that he was choking you out till you blacked out, which you never mentioned in your original story. You said that he was choking you, but you never mentioned blacking out or any of that stuff. So not only did you change your fucking story, like I said earlier, it's like the sheer fact that you have a clear history of just maliciously lying about these people and painting them in a negative light. And then after painting them in a negative light, celebrating their downfall by watching their subscriber count with your boyfriend and cheering it on. It's like you have all these terrible things you're doing, right? All these bad things that you're doing. And yet still, I am giving you the benefit. Like, still. Like, we're still giving you the benefit that, hey, yeah, you were sexually assaulted by Dawn. Even though we don't even know. We have no fucking clue. We don't know if he sexually assaulted you. Like, oh my God.
Sad at his birthday party after seeing Dawn the same day because of the choices he made and using me being upset at their lack of communication. After that, using that to reject to speak to me because I was upset, to hold my own emotions against me. Ryan held my feelings against me for how he handled my trauma. In their videos, they imply I wanted to keep it private with no proof.
And she expressed that she did not want this to be a thing that was public.
But thankfully for them...
Isn't that something that fucking Nick expressed, that he didn't want this public? That she didn't want this public and that he had to basically... Isn't this something she expressed, that she didn't want this public? Can we beat the video he is watching right now and likes? I wish. I wish I had the thing that shows the dislikes. If I'm not mistaken, the dislike to like ratio is insane. Like, this has more dislikes than likes. I mean, 46k views and only 668 likes is not... that's not that good. Let's just say that. It's not that good. Sorry, let's listen to this again.
After seeing Dawn the same day, because of the...
What does this mean? Is this like Ryan or Matt were like, it was his birthday party or something and he was like upset, so they chose not to talk to her because of this whole situation just being a big fucking mess? I don't care. I really don't care. Lex, I'm sorry. Like, listen, brother, I'm sorry. But do you, like, this, it's his fucking birthday, okay? It's his birthday. Do you really want this guy to drop all of everything, his birthday party, everything, his happy day, so he can go to you and give you what you want? All I'm seeing is you're bitching and moaning because you didn't get what you wanted. Like, are you fucking serious? You're bitching about the fact that you didn't get what you wanted. Like, what? That's essentially what I'm getting from this. That's essentially what I'm getting from this, is that Matt and Ryan didn't give me what I wanted. So now I'm upset. Like, brother, they don't owe you anything. They literally owe you nothing. They don't owe you anything. Like, what am I supposed to say to this? First of all, Matt and Ryan they didn't sexually assault you. They have no fucking involvement. These are just two of their employees that got into a sticky situation. Like, they don't owe you shit, Lex. They don't owe you fucking shit. Okay? You went to them and they tried to handle it professionally. They fucked up a little bit. Sorry? Like, dude, oh my God. Like, you want them to handle it like your way or the highway. That's essentially what you're saying, is you wanted them to handle it the right way and they didn't do it the way you wanted it. So now you're mad and you're trying to expose them and make them out like they're this malicious group of people when that's not the fucking case. Like, Jesus.
Mention anything about trying to emotionally blackmail me with being sad at his birthday
He did not emotionally blackmail you.
party after seeing Dawn the same day because of the choices he made, and using me being upset at their lack of communication after that, using that to reject to speak to me because I was upset, to hold my own emotions against me. Ryan held my feelings against me for how he handled my trauma. In their videos, they imply I wanted to keep it private with no proof.
And she expressed that she did not want this to be a thing that was public.
But
when your own fucking friend Nick is saying that you wanted it private, I am going to be more inclined to believe that you did want this to be private. I'm going to be more inclined to believe that at the time you wanted this to be held privately. Because that seems like that's the situation, right? You wanted it to be handled the way you wanted it to. You wanted Dawn basically fired and gone forever. That's essentially what you wanted. You wanted him gone. You wanted him out of the cycle, not there. I don't want to see him ever again. Keep me away from this guy. That's essentially what you wanted. And you wanted him essentially fired for his situation. It doesn't sound at all like you wanted this to be public. Especially since it took you 2 years to even talk about this. So, yeah, I'm going to be more inclined to believe that you didn't want this to be public whatsoever.
thankfully for them, I'm very consistent. And I've specifically spoken to other friends about how they were conversations that I wanted to have in person, not in private. Those are two different words. In their videos, they lie.
That doesn't mean shit. What does that mean?
Specifically spoken to other friends about how they were conversations that I wanted to have in person.
Yeah, so when I ended up doing that, he just seemed more upset about not being with me than what he did. I have no logs because I wanted to talk to him in person. What does that matter? They're talking about how you didn't want this to be a public thing, like on the internet. What does you talking to people in person have anything to do with that? That doesn't make it into a public thing. It's still private. What does this mean? Chat, do you have any idea of what this means or what she's saying? Do you what, like, what?
Person, not in private. Those are two different words. In their videos, they lie about cutting off Don personally and professionally, and they don't say when specifically.
Again, after some tiptoeing, we ended up cutting ties with Don, both personally and professionally. We cut all contact with him.
In response to what Lex told us, we removed Don as our channel artist and we cut contact with him 100%.
In August, Ryan liked Don's art, and it was posted into the Don channel in the SuperMega server that was still there, and was there until...
This is a Discord server. I highly doubt that they're in the server monitoring it when some other people are probably monitoring it. And if he liked it, I don't give a fuck. It's art. They're liking a piece of art. They thought the art was cool. That doesn't mean that they still have contact or are still like best buddies with Don. They liked a fucking Discord art piece. Or they liked like a Twitter art piece that Don made. Okay, that doesn't mean that they're in close quarters or contact with Don. They just liked a fucking Twitter post. I mean, I guess take it how you will, but like, I don't think that equals keeping contact with him. Does it mean that they cut ties with him 100%? Probably not, I guess. I don't know. They didn't like block him on everything, but like liking a fucking piece of art on Twitter, that's your that equates to what? That equates to keeping contact with Don? And then they posted it in a Discord server with the word Donda because he still has his... Essentially, he still has his Discord tag. Again, what? He has his Discord, like, thing? This server is probably run by, like, his moderation team, which probably know nothing about the situation at the time. So, what? I highly doubt Matt and Ryan are fucking monitoring their Discord server. Highly doubt it. Highly doubt. Most people don't even moderate their Discord servers. Like, most people who create their Discord server are not monitoring it. They're not watching what goes in and out of their Discord server, and they're a big group. SuperMega is a big group, probably with a lot of fans in that server. So I highly doubt that they're watching the ins and outs of it. Just saying, okay? I don't think that when they cut ties with Dawn, they essentially were like, all right, we got to cut off everything. Like, they probably just said, hey, dude, we're cutting you off. That's it. They probably just deleted his phone number, told him he was fired, let him go. Boom. That was probably the end of it. Like, you're getting mad at them for liking a fucking Twitter post. Give me a fucking break.
It was deleted. Matt goes on to showing anonymous Discord screenshots from an anonymous Discord of, quote, anti-SuperMega people who write, quote, child sexual assault fanfiction as proof of a conspiracy against SuperMega by Leighton and Too Mad, who is dead now. And also, he immediately shit on me as soon as my video came out and blocked me, and now he's dead. So Matt doesn't know I'm a child.
What? This has nothing to do with you then. This is Leighton, right? This is about the Leighton stuff. What does this have anything to do with you? And Leighton was 100% a malicious asshole who was attempting to essentially accuse them of horrible shit. Like, what? This has nothing to do with you, Lex. What are you bringing this up for?
Now. And also, he immediately shit on me as soon as my video came
What does it, Two Men being dead have anything to do with this?
out and blocked me, and now he's dead. So Matt doesn't know I'm a child sex assault survivor, so that's strange that I would hang out in a pedophile Discord. I find that weird that I would do that. That's news.
The fuck does that... What? Why would you say... Matt doesn't know that I'm a sexual assault victim. Why would I hang out in a pedophile Discord server? If he doesn't know that, then... What? She essentially just mentioned Too Mad for, like, no fucking reason. That was, like, a Leighton thing. It had nothing to do with... What?
To me, I found that out when everybody else did, because I didn't know I did that. Matt tries very hard to make his proof look convincing by highlighting the date of the email, which was April 21st.
This has nothing to do with her. This is the Leighton stuff. Is she, like, trying to lump herself in with Leighton's stuff? Because Leighton is, like, the Leighton stuff is completely separate from her.
Mind you, that day, I had gauze in my nose from surgery, and I was in Tennessee. So I don't really know what that's supposed to mean. Anyway, it completely ignores the fact that nobody knows where it's from, who it's from, if it's real or fabricated, and Matt makes no comment about how most of it is blurred with no reason given. I cannot...
The blurring could be because there's information on it that they're not allowed to show. Like, personal information. So, I mean, that's probably why.
Understate how blurred this email is. Anyway, flimsy evidence aside, you can't blindside someone with information they already knew about. One of the things I find that's interesting that Matt decides to do...
Flimsy evidence aside, you have provided nothing. You have provided nothing. You have done nothing. All you have done is told fucking stories. You've told us fairy tales with no proof. At least Matt and Ryan provided something. You have provided nothing. You essentially just bring up these random fucking talking points and then just say, that's not what happened. This is actually what happened. But you don't show anything. Oh my God. Chat, I told you. I was going to get angry. You have, oh my. Yeah, Too Mad immediately talked shit on me and then he died. So yeah, anyways, like what the I don't care. Oh my. I don't get it. You have, like, again, it's like, dude, I don't get it. Lex has done nothing. She has shown nothing. She essentially is just, like, bringing up these random points and then says, that's not what happened. Like, okay, you gonna give me a fucking reason to believe you? No, then I'm not gonna believe you. What? Flimsy evidence aside, like, brother, you haven't showed me anything.
He shows our second to last text message exchange and words it as if it's our last time we spoke, when in reality, he showed the last text messages before Leighton got fired to support his argument.
That communication ceased around the time that we fired Leighton, who was a close friend of hers.
Because I spoke to him 10 days before Creator Clash, before I saw him in person. That was April 5th of last year, 2023. I did not respond to his last message because I didn't feel like talking, because I was crowdfunding.
Really? Is this... What? Didn't Matt show this in the fucking video? I could be mistaken, but didn't Matt show that this was the last time they talked when he said that they tried to contact her during the what was the thing? Fuck, I forgot what that one event, and this was the last time they talked? Or not talked, because clearly this isn't a fucking conversation, so I don't think they're wrong. Like, this isn't like a conversation. This is like he attempted to say something and then you just didn't respond.
Before I saw him in person. That was April 5th of last year, 2023. I did not respond to his last message because I didn't feel like talking, because I was crowdfunding a sinus surgery that I would get done immediately after Creator Clash, which the surgery was on. Creator Clash is April 15th, and
also, they probably did stop talking to her after the firing of Leighton, and then randomly when that happened, when they were in town, they were like, hey, we're in town. I wouldn't really say that's like proof to show that like, hey, we didn't stop talking till this point. I don't, like, what? Like on a consistent talking basis, you know what I mean? Like that's probably when the last time they talked. This is just like, hey, we're in town for this event. And then it went as far as you just saying, yeah, sure. And then that was the last thing you said. Okay. The fuck am I supposed to go about that information?
My sinus surgery was on the 20th. So I was drawing art to crowdfund for that surgery. Matt ends his video with pretty much calling everything a personal vendetta. And despite like brushing off that like, oh, well, I'm not trying to validate Lex, like no one hears that, obviously. So this fuels a bunch of stuff. Matt's video implies that I did not speak up for my own empowerment.
What is that? How does that, what? This implies harassment? What are you? Dude, she's living in like a delusion. She needs a therapist. I can sympathize with not going to authorities because that process is scary and exhausting. But dude, this way of getting this out and clear is just seeking professional help. I'm going to get into that later because she does say that at the end of the video, which again, I understand the whole, like, I don't want to go to the authorities because half the time it never works. It's like, okay, cool. Then why did you think the best way of handling it was bringing it to YouTube? And instead of talking about the guy that apparently sexually assaulted you, you spend most of the fucking time talking about the guys who you worked for. You spent most of the time attempting to ruin their career and lives. Then you attempted to ruin Dawn's life. Like, what? Twitter and YouTube is like the worst place for this. I don't understand why this method is so common. Dude, I don't know. It's ridiculous. Like, essentially, here's the thing. I don't think she's going to add anything fresh and new in this entire thing. Here's the thing. Did did Matt and Ryan, fuck up handling it? Of course. They handled it stupidly. They already admitted that. They already admitted in their own video that, hey, the way we handled it was fucking stupid. And we're well aware of that. But, like, are they trying to cover up sexual assault? Are they trying to, like, essentially just, like, silence Lex? No. No, from this entire situation, all I've gotten is that they're not trying to silence Lex or make her feel, like, invalidated or anything. They were just trying their best to get this situation handled properly. And she's trying to spin it like they're these malicious evildoers who are, like, fucking trying to ruin her life, or, like... Like, now she's saying, like, harassment. They're implying harassment towards her. Like, what are you on about? Pizza Lord! Woo! Pizza Lord! Pizza Lord! That's my boy right there.
For a personal vendetta, implying that sexual assault and a cover-up by people who I thought were helping me somehow wasn't enough.
I'm in no way saying that her coming forward with the Dawn situation is a ploy by Leighton to get us canceled. However, there's a lot of other stuff that I think the dots can be connected.
The messaging in their videos had people walking away thinking that either I was exaggerating about at least some parts of my story, or that I was simply lying about everything. Nick's follow-up video, August 2nd, Nick decided to make a follow-up video where Nick followed up. And
we're going to talk about the Nick shit.
Gave a summary of what had happened since my video, or his last video, I guess. He didn't ask me about anything or tell me that he was making it. If he had asked me about it, he would have found out that I hadn't even watched Matt Ryan's videos, or Jim's, I couldn't think of his name, or Jim's video to that point. So I didn't even know what was being said till Ryan's Twitter post in October. So that was what made me actually watch their videos. So up until this point, I had no idea what was going on.
He did, however, bring up the text not mentioned by Matt, which I appreciate. Although I think by the time Nick's video came out, people had already been encouraged to connect the dots by Matt, so I'm not sure how well received it even was. Nick ends the video by talking about himself a little bit too much, and he says it's the last time he's making a video about my assault. Unfortunately, that was not the truth.
After this, Matt, Ryan, Justin, and redacted content creator, I won't say, went to Disney, and I never heard.
Why is he redacted? Wait, why is Meat Canyon redacted? What? What? Why? What does she have against Meat Canyon? What did he do? Chat, do you guys know what Meat Canyon did to her? Why is Meat Canyon redacted? Why is Meat Canyon so evil? What the fuck? Bro, what did Meat Canyon do? Or is she keeping his name out because she's saying like, oh, this guy's a good guy and the rest are evil? Is that what she's implying? What did Meat Canyon do?
Redacted content creator, I won't say, went to Disney, and I never heard from Justin again. On the 26th.
I also love that she said redacted YouTuber, but barely blurs the name. You can clearly tell it says Meat Canyon, and you could also just see him on the right fucking side. It's like, what a great job of covering up the guy that you're trying to redact. It's not a good job.
August is when I unlisted my video. Now, this is about a month, almost exactly a month after I posted my video. Basically, anybody that was supportive filtered themselves out, and the reactionary people that were there to just like make content out of it started flooding in and documenting drama. And it fueled a lot of very victim-blaming comments that I at the time was not prepared to handle. I started to get harassed more and more by right-wing commentary, reactionary bastards.
Dude, oh my God. What is with these creators? Like, what is with people like, you know, Katie Bugs, and all these other people who come out about this like essay stuff? What is with these people in saying like, I'm receiving hate? Yeah, so was Matt and Ryan. Like, do you just like step over that fact? Do you just like not realize that like it's not just you receiving hate from people? Like, do you not realize that? Do you not see that? Do you just like live in your own fucking bubble where you don't realize that the person you called out is essentially getting hit with like probably loads of death threats, loads of like threats in general? Like, yeah, so are they. It's not a talking point. I hate it when these people are like, guys, I'm receiving hate. Okay, so is the fucking person you called out. Like, what? That doesn't mean anything. What? I don't care. I really don't care. Like, what? I don't even know.
Anyway, getting off.
Not the right-wingers. Heaven forbid someone with their own beliefs have their opinion about me. This is where she like complains about YouTube, the commentary YouTubers. She calls us all right-wingers. So this will be, what the fucking dog in the, you guys hear that? That's evil, dude. That dog is evil.
Posted my video. Basically, anybody that was supportive filtered themselves out, and the reactionary people that were there to just like make content out of it started flooding in and documenting drama. And it fueled a lot of very victim-blaming comments that I at the time was not.
Yes, all of us commentary YouTubers talking about how you basically fabricated and lied about SuperMega and shared their opinion. We're the ones that created this. Yeah. Okay.
Not prepared to handle. I started to get harassed more and more by right-wing commentary, reactionary bastards. Anyway, getting awful comments when I was just not in the mental space to be able to handle them. And without having watched Matt and Ryan's videos until October, I was ignorant to the fact that they had pretty much spent the whole video defending themselves instead of saying anything supportive. And
fuck, are you saying anything supportive? What does that mean? You were attempting to ruin their career. You and your friends. Oh my God. Oh. Chat, it's happening again, man. It's happening again. Oh my God. I'm gonna fucking lose it. I'm actually gonna lose my fucking mind. I'm gonna lose it. You and your friends spread a massive hate campaign, spreading false information about Matt and Ryan. And you wanted them to what? Address it and say, I'm sorry? you are right. Your friends made up a bunch of lies about Matt and Ryan. They made shit up. They tried to make them look like literal horrible people. And you're sitting here going, I never realized that this video was just them basically defending themselves. Yeah, fucking of course they were defending themselves. Are you, like, retarded? Are you stupid? You made an entire video saying they covered up sexual assault, and their friends basically painted them like they were racist, fucking homophobic assholes. Like, yes, of course, cheaters as well. They tried to paint them like they were massive cheaters who cheat on their girlfriends and shit. They literally were painted as, like, the literal worst of the worst. They were painted as, like, actual horrible human beings. The fuck do you want them to do? Yeah, of course they're gonna fucking defend themselves. Are you, like, retarded? And even in their video, they literally sit there and apologize to you, Lex, for not handling it the best way possible. So, like, what? I'm just, like, again, like I said earlier, all this screams is that you wanted it handled a specific way and you didn't get that. So now you're mad because they didn't handle it the way you wanted it. You want everything handed to you on a fucking silver platter where everything's done your way or the highway. Holy fucking shit. Oh my God. This is terrible. This video is fucking god awful. I can't, dude. It's fucking ridiculous. What the fuck am I watching?
Pretty much saying I lied about almost everything except for the assault and fueling pretty much all the talking points that came.
You did. You lied about a few things. You lied about a good amount of things that you accused them of.
To the comment.
And even in this video, you have yet to even prove those quote-unquote lies. You were just saying, hey guys, they lied about me. Believe me. Like, oh my God.
Community. It became pretty overwhelming for me in the mental state I was in that I was still trying to heal from. So about a month later, I felt that the video had at least served its purpose within, like, the people that would have wanted to see it. And so I privated it. I was ready to heal. As I had stated in my previous video, that was how I ended it. I was ready to heal and I wanted to move on. And so I took initiative.
Sure. Yeah, totally. You didn't just private it because you were getting called out because you essentially lied. Yeah, sure.
On what I had stated before. On the 26th, the same day I privated my video, Kelly messaged me on Twitter, and this one I do have a screenshot of, but she was checking in on me, let me know that I could talk to her, whatever. Kelly acknowledges that I must have been having a hard time, presumably in reference to the harassment I was getting, and offered reassurance and asked how I was doing. I updated her and told her that I was traveling and I was seeing friends and that I would have liked talking, and I asked to make a call, and she declined and said she wanted to keep texting, and I didn't really know what to think of that, so I didn't respond, and she later...
Oh my God. Does this not prove my point further? That she wants things to be handled her way. Like, she's an actual, like, diva. Like, she thinks she's a fucking princess or something. Like, I'm 100% convinced this bitch thinks she's like a fucking princess. Who, like, deserves whatever she wants. You're seriously getting upset because she didn't want to go on a call? She just wanted to keep texting? You're genuinely upset over that? And you're skeptical of it? The fuck does that mean?
Unfollowed me. I don't have a date for that, but if I get one because I have a screenshot of when I noticed.
Since then,
Don's blocked me. Kelly blocked me around the same time. Don changed his username twice. Anyway, Ryan's Twitter post came on October 14th of last year. So 3 months after I posted my video and a month and a half after it had been unlisted. Despite claims of not trying to diminish my assault, Ryan goes on to make a post tagging everyone who he perceives as having wronged him except for Don, the guy who assaulted me. He calls me a liar, everyone else a liar that spoke out on claims that we spoke on Daniel's suicide.
You did lie. Like... Again, you're not, like, can you give me something? Can you show us something to say, hey, maybe they're lying. Maybe you were telling the truth the whole time. Can you give us something? Please? You're just saying shit. You're just sitting here saying, they're saying I'm a liar, but I'm not a liar. Okay. Do you have anything? You did lie. That's essentially that. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's essentially what went down. You lied. Boo-hoo. Suck it up. You lied. You got caught. The fuck is this? Give us something, please? What was the point of this video, dude? What was the point of this? What was the fucking point of this? What?
suicide. Ryan uses angry, passive-aggressive language to guilt and shame everyone involved that merely mentioned Daniel's name, liking it to having spoken bad.
Oh, I wonder why. His best friend who killed himself, that's being brought up again. Something that he walked into, by the way. Oh, I wonder why Ryan is getting upset and pissed about this. His best friend, the guy he worked with when making these videos originally, the guy that he walked into his fucking bedroom and saw him hanging from the fucking ceiling. I wonder why. Are you fucking retarded? Yeah, he's upset. Yeah, fuck. Oh, wow. Big fucking, that's crazy, huh? Huh? He's being passive-aggressive and rude because people are bringing up Daniel. Yeah, because he didn't need to be brought up. Lex, you brought up Daniel. You brought up Daniel. You did this. You are the one who brought up Daniel for no reason. You made it out like they were horrible friends for making fun of Daniel. Again, the guy that Ryan, who is best friends with, who walked in his room and saw him hanging to death. He died. His best friend that he made his channel with died in front of him. An extremely traumatizing situation. Extremely traumatizing. And you're confused on why he's like passive aggressive and upset that he has to talk about Daniel. Fuck you, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Oh my God. I was sexually assaulted, and this is really just rude that you're being passive aggressive when I talk about your best friend Daniel killed himself. Entitled. Oh my God, it's insane.
On Daniel himself, using quotes and references to my post and video that isn't about Daniel, but another suicide attempt close to me that I mentioned several times in my 2-hour video.
Also, the specific event is mentioned in the text post that summarizes my video on Twitter as well. Just making it like pretty clear what I'm talking about.
In this post, Ryan does not clarify any of the assumptions that he was making about my video description, whatever, saying whatever that means, assuming everything he didn't know about was about Daniel. For some reason, Ryan's retelling of events and quotes attributed to me
Hello, sweet pea.
are spaced out throughout the post, and in doing so, makes it seem as if I went on a tirade about how his friend committed suicide and not a part of my 2-hour video that is less than 15 seconds long. He passive-aggressively ignored.
You genuinely have an entire part where you bring up Daniel for zero reasoning. You have an entire part where you used Daniel, Ryan's best friend, as a talking point and evidence to paint him as a bad person because he made a joke about Daniel. When you don't know if that's his coping mechanism or if that's his way of handling it or dealing with it or anything. You brought up randomly. You brought up Daniel randomly. He had nothing to do with your entire essay. He has nothing to do with anything. Nothing. He has nothing. Nothing to do with it. You just randomly brought it up as a talking point to make them look even worse. What?
Acknowledges that he did not want to talk about it, which I had no idea about aside from the fact that he rejected talking about things over a year ago. So I'm not sure how I would have known unless I could read your mind, Ryan. And despite that...
Oh, big shocker. Big shocker that you probably shouldn't have talked about the guy that... his best friend that killed himself. Big shocker. Can't you just say you're sorry for bringing up Daniel? Why do you have to be like, you're expecting me to read your mind? That's ridiculous. No, you attempted to make him look like a bad person for coping with his friend's suicide. That's pretty fucked up. Like, what?
My quote is attributed to Matt, to which you both had the same justification, to which I say, that's fine, but if you're going around being a douchebag and then you start telling people that didn't know your friend that killed himself that he was a coward, it's going to be kind of hard not to take it as a...
okay, here we go. Oh, gonna keep doubling down on the fucking Daniel shit.
Actual insult. My only ever way of having found out that Ryan was uncomfortable was when I read it when the rest of me and his 300,000 followers did. Rather than having the chance to have spoken to him in private before going public, an offer I've extended multiple times when apparently I shouldn't have. In this
Proof? Do you...
post, Ryan passive-aggressively demands I seek accountability.
Do you have, like, wait, she just made a fucking claim and she doesn't show anything. What? I like how she doubled down on the Daniel stuff too. Oh my God. Dude, I can't. I love how she doubles down on the Daniel stuff. It pains me. It pains me. Why would you double down on the Daniel stuff? Why are you even bringing him up again? Why? There is no reason to bring up the Daniel stuff. There's not a single reason. Why are you so confused as to why Ryan is upset? Why? Why are you so confused that Ryan is like passive aggressive and upset because you keep bringing up Daniel? I don't know why I have to explain this fucking 5 million times over. Daniel, Ryan's best friend who started the channel with him, killed himself. And when Ryan walked into the room, Ryan was the one who saw his dead, hanging body in the room. An extremely traumatizing thing to see. Especially when that's your best friend who you started this entire successful channel with. Your literal best friend for life type of friendship. Like, this is somebody that he like loved to death. And you're confused. You're just, oh, I'm just oblivious as to why he's like fucking upset and angry. Why is he being passive aggressive? I don't know. Maybe because you're bringing up the fact that you're bringing up the fact that you think Ryan is like a malicious person for, you know, essentially saying something about Daniel that might be a cope. Like, Jesus.
Naming out the amount of views a video stream had, which doesn't really work for Ryan when he has more followers on every platform than anyone involved. You know, it really makes sense coming from the guy that was sexting fans that he doesn't understand power dynamics, though. Not very surprising that you didn't learn much in 3 months if you were just throwing blame the whole time, because that's not indicative of a man who's trying to change. Ryan
Proof? Do you have proof?
doesn't mind going directly to Twitter about an unlisted video of mine to demand apology for mean comments that some freaks, probably Destiny's audience, made on Daniel's memorial. Ryan to demand apology.
Hold up.
3 months if you were just throwing blame the whole time, because that's not indicative of a man who's trying to change. Ryan doesn't mind going directly to Twitter about an unlisted video of mine to demand apology for mean comments that some freaks, probably Destiny's audience, made on Daniel's memorial. Ryan makes it clear that he doesn't understand what accountability means. By passive aggressively,
He's mad because you accused him of essentially being a horrible friend to Daniel. Again, the guy who killed himself and he saw his dead body hanging. He's mad at you. Why are you trying to shift blame onto like Destiny fans? Because they made a comment about like what, Daniel?
stating that he's taken his, now I need to take mine. Like, okay, for what? He doesn't even say for what. And so any idiot from a third person is going to be like, oh, she lied then. This was the second time he's held my feelings against
Chad, I don't even know what the fuck she's saying at this point. This is such a nothing burger. The Daniel shit shouldn't have been brought up. I don't know why she brought up the Daniel stuff, and I don't know why she is spending like I nearly like I think actually like unironically 5 minutes talking about this.
My feelings about him against me to guilt me to try and gain control over a situation. And I should have known that if Ryan was willing to hold my own feelings about my assault against me in private, that he would have no qualms with claiming everyone's a liar and using a trauma against me. Ryan's interpretation of me...
Oh my God.
Leaves no little room for other interpretations, despite claiming not knowing, for example, why I took
I've already explained it like multiple times. I'm not going to explain it again. We're just going to keep going.
Video down, or not knowing if I have a history of the trauma of death at all, to assume that I would criticize someone's suicide in that way. To assume that I was speaking on Daniel is disgusting. Did you even watch my video?
Yeah, oh my God. To think I would talk about Daniel in that way. Chat. Papa's getting angry. You use Daniel's suicide as a talking point. Yeah, I'd be pretty fucking upset too. What you said about Daniel was fucking disgusting. It was terrible. I don't give a, like, Lex, I don't give a fuck if you have a history of like friends killing themselves. I don't fucking care if you have trauma. What you did to use Daniel's suicide as a fucking talking point against Ryan is disgusting. It was a fucked up thing to do. Can't you just admit that? Why can't you admit that? Like, oh my God. Like, holy shit.
Because there's no other way to take how you speak in your post besides that I was talking about Daniel, when I was talking about how he was being spoken about by y'all who are still alive, speaking in a disgusting...
You weren't. You were using Daniel as a way to make Matt and Ryan look shitty. You were using his suicide as a way to make Matt and Ryan look like horrible friends. Like...
way, which I didn't even accuse Ryan of. I've only accused Matt of because I heard him say it twice, and I will stand by that. From how passive-aggressively Ryan words his post, I don't know if Ryan understands why victims speak out at all. They speak out on what happened as if I'm only bringing it up because I'm mad, a personal vendetta. They phrase everything as if
this is a personal vendetta. This entire thing has been a personal vendetta. It is like so easy to read this. It is so fucking easy to read this. So easy. You got mad that all of this didn't go your way, so you tried to spread a campaign to essentially try to ruin Matt and Ryan's life and career. You lied multiple times. There fucking proof. That we have proof of that. You have not shown anything. You and your friends went out of their way to spread false information about Matt and Ryan. And then when your video did successful and a bunch of people started unfollowing them, you went on a stream with your boyfriend and celebrated their downfall. Lex, you're a fucking disgusting, horrible person. You're a fucking asshole. You're a terrible person. Like, oh my God. I don't even know what I'm supposed to say to this.
This event happened in a vacuum rather than this being the eventual outcome of pledging support.
Like, again, there's no vendetta from Matt and Ryan. They explained it pretty simply and easily, and the situation is pretty easy to understand. They weren't covering up sexual assault. You have showed no proof to show that they were covering up sexual assault. You've showed nothing. You have basically sat here, told us a fucking tall tale, a fucking fairy tale story, and are expecting us to just essentially believe it. When Matt and Ryan essentially showed proof, had an entire video where they just basically laid out, hey, we didn't try to cover up sexual assault. It was just a big situation that went fucking crazy and wrong, and we admit that we should have handled it better, and we're sorry for that. But we were not trying to cover up sexual assault. That's it. That's the entire situation. You attempted to make them look horrible. You have a personal vendetta against these people because they didn't handle it the way you wanted it to be handled. There was no reason to bring this out into the public. There was no reason for you to talk about this publicly.
To someone, then ignoring and gaslighting them when they want to talk, making the choice to say that everything I said except for the assault was a lie and putting it into question, and also claiming that everything that wasn't written explicitly in writing was a lie, while also claiming to support me, have supported me right
You did lie. As of right now, in this video, you have showed nothing for us to not believe that you didn't lie about like majority of what you said and spoke about. Like
out the gate, before shifting negative focus onto me rather than having any words to say about the guy who assaulted me. Nick made 5 different apologies.
Why would they talk about Dawn? Why? What is she on about? Oh my God. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry, dude. I'm gonna cry. Chad, I'm gonna cry. I'm tearing up. I'm getting sad. My mind is being blown right now. Why would they talk about Dawn? This has nothing to do with Dawn for them. For you, this has everything to do with Dawn. For them, this has nothing to do with Dawn. You accuse them of horrible things. They're going to talk about the things that are relevant. They're not going to fucking sit and make a video saying Dawn is a fucking abuser and a shitty person. Why would they do that? This has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with it. You accuse them of being horrible people who covered up sexual assault. Why would they spend most of their video talking about Dawn being a sexual assaulter? They're trying to clear their name. That's essentially what they're trying to do. The fuck does that mean? I don't... Chad, I'm gonna cry.
Apologized for pretty much any involvement, says he shouldn't have involved himself, invalidating. Nick was just basically apologizing for whatever he was getting harassed for in the moment, and then said he was gonna stop posting about it and then cut me off. I sent Nick our first text since March 22, 2022.
Oh my God. Chat, this woman is delusional. How long is this? Oh my God. What am I looking at? Now, chat, I've watched this video already. Nick is a guy who made multiple videos defending you. He was the only person essentially defending you. And you're throwing him under the bus. Which, don't get me wrong, okay? Don't get me wrong. Nick deserved to be shit on. Okay, Nick deserved it. He fucked up. He's a fucking idiot. But this guy defended you. This guy fucking defended you. And you sent him a almost essay. And you expected him to read all of this? Let's just read this. I'm sorry, Chad. I'm going to read this. I know. It's a lot, but we're going to read this, okay? Nick, I think you need to realize that you have not communicated with us in this at all. Our last text messages are from March of last year. How can blame others for videos that you agreed to make? Oh, okay, good grammar. Agreed to make or the outcome of them. You haven't spoken to me about this since you made the first video. After this, you went on to make multiple response videos without saying anything to us, making the situation even worse each time. I had to find out through hate comments that you had made new videos each time it happened, rather than us giving an open line of communication as things happened. Why? Were you upset at us and didn't want to speak? If that's the case, how can we do something about something you haven't spoken about? Waiting until a situation is this bad is not how I wanted to find out that you have a problem with us. It makes me feel like you didn't have a good intention making the video, especially when I'm reminded so often of Instagram stories you've made roasting SuperMega because it is being used to invalidate my sexual assault. I made a video talking about how they covered it up and I still didn't make any posts like that, Nick. Okay, to be fair, Nick is a fucking idiot. Nick is a fucking idiot. I do agree that Nick is, like, genuinely retarded. What an amazing friendship. Yeah, with friends like her. Hey, man. With friends like her. She's a great friend. She's a great friend. The guy who spent, like, multiple times defending her ruined his entire career for the sake of, like, trying to defend her in her sexual assault. Yeah, throwing him under the bus. Let's throw him under the bus. Don't fucking care anymore. I mean, like I said, to be fair, Nick is a fucking idiot. The way he handled it was really dumb. He spent most of his videos basically just like roasting and like making fun of SuperMega and saying they deserve to be like, you know, that video of like Ryan being like, or not Ryan, Matt being punched in the face, like sitting there playing it over and over again and saying like, oh, look at this guy. He deserves it. Like, yeah, Nick is a fucking loser. He's an idiot. The way he handled it was terrible. There was a lot of things you fucked up on and you avoided responsibility by saying you pressured me into making a video and this is stressful for me to us and in a video and walked away when this was my whole life and I don't get to do that. You did, didn't you? If I'm not mistaken with this entire thing, didn't Lex and Ethan, didn't Lex and Ethan essentially want their friends to defend them? No matter what, and then if they didn't, they basically just like cut ties with them completely. Like, didn't they want their friends to essentially defend them? I'm assuming they would too. I'm assuming that's what they wanted, right? Because these are the type of people where it's like, if you don't agree with them or if you're like skeptical, they're gonna be like, so you're defending, you're basically saying my sexual assault means nothing to you. That's essentially what she's doing here. Like, this comes off as like over here, like saying like invalidating my sexual assault. Again, we don't know if you were actually sexually assaulted. So like, what if one of your friends is like, I don't know, I haven't seen everything yet. Are you going to get like fucking mad at them? They're skeptical. Like, what? You need to realize how performative that is, Nick. You need to take ownership for the mistake of speaking on a situation you didn't know rather than blaming others. The moment you stopped communicating with us about this very serious topic and went on your own about it is the moment you started making videos about things you had no idea about. I was the one assaulted, and it feels like you played around with my life until things got too hot for you, instead of actually trying to support me as a victim or even just as a friend. Again, you were allegedly a victim, but okay. There's so many things you could have found out sooner if you had just spoken whenever you had a question. Also, I don't think getting his information from you is going to change a single thing. Him getting information from you is not going to change anything. He's not going to get inside juicy information. You have not provided barely any proof. So even if he contacted you about the situation, made videos with you and contacted you about it, I don't think those videos would have been good anyways. But what do I know, right? Just spoken whatever. We had a question. Biggest of all is simply even just how we feel personally or our intentions without having to assume. I have Google Docs of the script I'm making. I could have gladly showed you if you wanted to communicate with me directly as well. The video is taking so long because there's so much shit they lied about in both Matt and Ryan's videos that it's taken me weeks to write and gather everything for the video. Yeah, they lied. They totally lied. And so far, 32 minutes in, we have not seen anything to disprove that. I'm still healing from trauma, and it's been really mentally taxing to have to go through this and relieve everything to condense it into a video. I haven't worked on it I haven't worked on it every day because the other days I've just been resting to work on it more. It's been consuming my life. Then don't fucking make it. Shit, I gotta find it. For the past 2 weeks. I bought Final Cut, if not just to make this. I'm not fast at this because I'm not a YouTuber. If you had asked me, I would have told you this sooner. If we had spoken sooner, your original response video could have had all this in it. I need you to tell me directly if you're going to speak to me or not. I want you to put effort to communication or to communicate because I can't even defend you at all if you don't want to speak about any of this after everything that's happened. And of course he didn't respond because one thing, Nick probably shouldn't fucking associate with you because you're a fucking lying, degenerate, freak loser. Okay? You're a liar. Essentially, you tried to ruin another person's career and you got Nick involved and now Nick's career is essentially gone. Now, don't get me wrong. That's Nick's fault. That is 100% Nick's fault, but he is your friend that you wanted him to get involved. He got involved. And then, because clearly the first video was you and him collaborating. So you did get involved. You got him involved. And then you basically essentially ruined his career. And now you're making a fucking paragraph essay saying, you ruined my life, Nick. You ruined everything. What kind of friend does that? You didn't even communicate with me. What a great friend.
And he doesn't respond and then goes on to
He didn't respond because he probably doesn't want to associate with you guys anymore because you essentially ruined his fucking career. And he doesn't want to associate with terrible people.
make a fifth apology. Crazy, right? And his fifth apology is still up. That's the I make harmful content one. And the goalposts have been moved so much, he's basically apologizing for like his whole career, which that just has nothing to do with me at that point. But Nick was being hella performative by only standing up for me when it was convenient for him. So that's pretty like dirty move. He needs to get better value.
Have you ever considered that he stood up for you because he was your friend? Have you ever thought that maybe he stood up for you because he believed you because you're his friend and he wanted to defend his friend? And then when people made videos about him, he essentially realized that maybe I'm making a mistake. And then when he made his last apology video, he essentially looked back at his career and realized, holy shit, I'm making a mistake by being friends with these people and I'm being very hurtful and I'm making harmful content. Have you ever thought that maybe he's just came to a realization that he didn't just switch up because it's not benefiting him anymore? Brother, I don't know what to tell this person. I don't know what to tell Lex at this point. I don't know what to say here. She's making up conspiracies, essentially. She's making up conspiracies. Like, have you ever just thought to yourself that maybe Nick did this because he cares about his friend and he wanted to defend his friend? Of course, the way he did it was terrible. But he did it because he wanted to defend his friend and he felt bad for his friend and he was angered by it. And then when people made videos about him essentially calling him out and showing that he's a fucking idiot, that he essentially realized, fuck. And all of his apology videos basically just sitting there not apologizing for anything. And then his last one is essentially him being like, damn it. You know what? I'm a fucking idiot. I'm a loser. And I make terrible content. Yeah, because he realized that maybe, think of it this way, maybe Nick has a brain. And Nick used that brain and was like, wow, These guys have good points. And maybe I'm the problem. Like, is that really hard to believe?
values for real. I just kind of feel bad for him that he betrayed himself too. I mean, shit. Accountability is not punishment. The difference between accountability and blame is that accountability is established.
Accountability is not punishment. He lost a lot. He lost a lot. He doesn't get as many views on anything anymore. He used to get like 500,000. Now he doesn't even scratch 100K. He definitely was punished. He was fucking punished for it.
Established before and blame is established after. Now, keeping that in mind, to make an apology would not be genuine, as the circumstances in which they were demanded were to humiliate rather than to mend any relationship that doesn't exist between Ryan and I, and therefore would be...
What? Making an apology is... What? Then what are you supposed to do?
Merely for public gesture. It's not a situation that can be repeated again, and this leaves a fundamental gap in the structure of an apology, which is the promise to not repeat the mistake. Using Nick's apology as an example, not only do I think Nick didn't know what he was apologizing for, which fed into it feeling fake, but I have no reason to not believe that giving into such public humiliation and apologizing for other people's actions would further Daniel's memory being used as a bargaining chip for onlookers who care much more about internet drama from their favorite YouTube grifter and not giving respect to sexual assault victims, much less victims of suicide.
Dad, I'm a freak. I'm losing it. Chad, I'm gonna fucking freak out, dude. I'm gonna freak out. Oh my god. Is my stream going well? I keep seeing it load a little bit. I want to make sure it's doing all right. I hit my desk and I broke it. Giving in to, what did she say? Giving in to, his apology's not sincere because all he's doing is giving into the hate. He's giving into the hate. Okay. Yeah, okay. We'll go with that.
She would be incredibly dishonest, and considering the original context of this topic was a video of me talking about my assault and how it got covered up, I find it incredibly inappropriate.
I want to make a few things clear before we go.
It's
Outfit
clear that what I have to
change.
say in regards to Dawn's behavior, their behavior, didn't matter considering they tried to control the situation long before it was ever public. There's a clear power imbalance that was used against me once it was
Oh my god. I'm getting genuine brain rot. I'm actually getting depressed. I'm like depressed now. Power imbalance. Oh, there's a power imbalance. Like, fuck, dude. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Power imbalance. A sexual assault happened in the confines of their company. If I'm not mistaken, this happened at their own fucking building. What fucking power imbalance? They wanted to handle the situation and try to solve it. You went to them. You went to them. You went to them for this. You went to them to try to solve it. Like, they didn't try to take it into their own fucking hands. I mean, well, technically they tried because you asked them to. They tried. And yeah, did they fuck up? Sure. They didn't do the best, but like, fuck, dude, are you really going to try to ruin their career and say they're covering up sexual assault? Oh my God. Oh, I'm getting like brain rot.
perceived that I could possibly have a story that could ruin SuperMega. This couldn't have happened if they did the right thing. Despite this, Matt and Ryan still chose to react the way they did. Why? It's because they weren't confused. Matt and Ryan immediately became defensive and secretive over word of my assault before any expression to go public had ever
They didn't. You have no proof to show this. You have showed nothing to prove this. You are making up a fucking fallacy. Jesus.
been expressed. Matt's attempt to sweep it under the rug failed after I denied an offer to an apartment while he was intoxicated. He had apologized right before. Matt gave conditions with the gift offer of paying for a place for me, which would have been me living alone in a city with no car, a city I was new to, an apartment of which wouldn't have been paid by me or been in my name.
This part genuinely pisses me off.
Accepting this would have been giving someone direct authority and financial control over me while I lived alone. During my stay at their office,
Chad, I'm gonna lose it. Chad, I can't do this anymore. I'm retiring from YouTube. Hey, Dwink. We're not having a good day, Dwink. We're not having a good night. It's not a good night. Oh my God, dude. I'm gonna fucking lose it. Okay. So Matt offered for free. He offered to let you stay at the office for free, which you did. You stayed at the office for free. He gave you free housing. Free housing. This bitch gonna make me burst a blood vessel. Matt offered you free fucking housing. So you can get back on your feet and you can figure your shit out. And then when it was time to go, he still offered you free housing by paying for your apartment. And you are complaining that you're in a city I've never been in before with no car. Chad, I don't. And you're equating it. Okay. So you're equating it to them controlling you. Brother, he's offering. He's not demanding it. He's not forcing you. He is offering to help you. And in a completely shitty situation, he is literally offering to give you a place to stay to help you. Yeah, we can look at the comments. I don't, like, God. Dude, this bitch is a literal, okay, I'm sorry for my wording, okay? But this bitch is a genuine, like, she thinks she's a fucking princess. I'd shit myself if someone offered to pay for my fucking housing. Probably, and I'm assuming they probably offered to pay for a fucking nice apartment. Not apartment, but probably a nice ass, like, fucking hotel or something. I'd shit my pants if I was given that. You can fucking rent a car. Lex, you're not poor. They gave you time with free housing. Free housing. This is, dude, oh my God. Like, dude, the entitlement here is, like, genuinely, it's bursting. It's bursting a blood vessel. I'm getting fucking pissed. You got to stay in their office for free. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't know the length of how long she was staying here for, but if I'm not mistaken, she probably stayed there for quite some time. She probably stayed there with enough time to probably make money, you know, get situated so she could leave and handle things on her own for free. Brother, none of us live for free. None of us do. All of us, we pay for our own fucking housing. I'd love to live in a place for free where I can make my money and get my fucking bag up and everything. And you're complaining because they fucking offered to give you free housing. But they didn't give you a car. Oh my God. Dude, I need to, sorry, I'm repeating myself. I know I'm repeating myself, but it's I'm just getting I'm getting heated. Because they didn't give you a car, money. They didn't give you money, car, food. They didn't give you, you know, they made you stay in a place. Oh, I didn't know where I was. I've never been to the city before. I have no clue what I'm doing here. That's like what happens when you're traveling to somewhere. That happens everywhere you go when you travel. You don't know where you're at. What? Whatever.
Matt and Ryan used the same motive for protecting themselves to monitor me and had their employees do that.
And you're equating it to them having control over you. They offered it. They didn't demand it. They didn't force it on you. They said, hey, we'll offer you free housing. They're just paying for the fucking place you're staying. That's it. They're not controlling you in any way.
The same. Once it was clear I wasn't simply letting my sexual assault go, their smear campaign began amongst people that I thought were my friends. This ultimately led to Matt and Ryan hearing through an employee.
What? March Baby has a wonderful effeminate. What? I'm sorry, I'm retarded. I can't read that.
That I was displeased about their response to Don before I could tell them personally, in which Ryan's response to this was to attempt to guilt me into silence over bringing it up. Don is an admitted compulsive liar. He's a manipulator.
You're an admitted compulsive liar.
He hides behind fictional personas and his artistic talents. He does not care about consent. There are 2 known instances in which he has ignored a woman telling him no, then going on to apologize.
He didn't ignore you telling him no. He asked you. You said no. He asked again. You said no. Then eventually you said yes. Happens all the time. Happens all the time. Good. That was a good stop too. Again, he didn't ignore your no and then forced you to fuck him. That is not what happened. You didn't say no and then he grabbed you by the arm or something and forced you to suck his dick or something. He asked you no, he took that, and then he asked later again. Okay.
Only after coercing them and assaulting them. This is a pattern of behavior that will not
He did not coerce you. He asked you, then you said yes.
stop if others around him are constantly aiding and enabling and making excuses for him. Most likely, Don will get away from this fine.
Here's the thing. Don't get me wrong. He's a weirdo. He's a weirdo. He's a freak. He's a bit of a freak. He's a bit of a freak. Okay? I don't think Don is a good guy. I'm sure he probably is an asshole. Okay? I'm sure he is. Okay? I'm sure he is a douchebag. He's a bit of a loser. Like, don't get me wrong, he's weird for, like, constantly asking for it over and over and over again until you say yes. He is a fucking weirdo for that. I am not trying to argue that. He probably is, okay? He's definitely a weirdo.
Behavior that will not stop if others around him are constantly aiding and enabling and making excuses for him. Most likely, Don will get away from this fine, and many have wondered how.
Because of you. Because of you. You spent... Chat. I can't with this. I can't. Because of you. You are the reason why. You are the reason why he is going to get away with this. Because you spend an entire... This is a 45-minute video where you spent most of the time talking about fucking Matt and Ryan instead of talking about Don. Yes, people are going to ignore... people are going to ignore Don because you are bringing up SuperMega, a much bigger creator, and throwing them under the rug. Yes, they're going to fucking ignore Don. You were talking about a much massive creator. If you care about your fucking sexual assault, if you sit here and claim that I care more about my sexual assault, why are people not caring about my sexual assault? Then talk about Dawn. Don't talk about SuperMega. Stop trying to talk about SuperMega like they're like some evil masterminds. Maybe spend more time talking about the guy who sexually assaulted you instead of spending more time talking about about fucking Matt and Ryan.
Don, generally speaking, does not have a parasocial fan base in the same manner as Matt and Ryan. My condemnation of Don only influences people so far as people with morality, as I don't have parasocial fans. The true lack of accountability stems from a lack of condemnation from Matt and Ryan to Don. How? Well, they decide to focus on publicly shaming me for speaking out about what happened rather than simply
They didn't publicly shame you. You attempted to ruin their career. You attempted to ruin their career. They were losing everything. They were losing everything. And they made a video disproving multiple things you pointed out because they needed to save their career. And this is why people are caring more about Matt and Ryan Matt and Ryan instead of Dawn, because you made this into a SuperMega drama. You literally put SuperMega in the fucking title. People are going to pay more attention to the fact that SuperMega is right here than Donder. People know SuperMega more than they know Donder. Nobody fucking knows who Donder is. Okay? He's just a regular artist that worked for SuperMega. You are using SuperMega's name to heighten your story to get it out even farther. So, yeah, no shit. People are going to fucking ignore Donder because you're bringing up a fucking YouTube group that has millions of subs.
condemn what took place. They knowingly use their social influence to shift the audience focus from Don and their actions to questioning my motives and shifting the blame onto me. To this day, I've hidden from posting publicly for around as long as the man who assaulted me has, because the fans of the friends I trusted telling my assault about wouldn't stop harassing me daily. Despite this, many wonder why Don doesn't get as much flack and blame my timeline of my original video.
Because of you.
Nobody realizes that Matt and Ryan don't focus on what Don did to me was wrong.
Because it's not their job to focus on it. It's not their job. Why would their response videos be about that? Why would... Like, dude, I can't. Like, it's insane to me. It's genuinely insane to me. Like, why? I said this earlier. I've already said this. Why would they put their focus on what Dawn did to you? That's not their story to tell. You're sitting here complaining about people telling your story for you. Why the fuck would they tell your story, right? That's not their fucking story to tell. They're talking about them. They want to talk about them because they're being accused of horrible things. This is their situation where they have to basically debunk things that are being, that are being rumored about them. Why? You essentially, this is what, again, I will reiterate this for like the 5th time now. You wanted them to respond how you wanted them to. You wanted them to take the situation how you wanted them to. You want this whole thing to be treated the way you wanted it. And when you didn't get it that way, you're now bitching and moaning because they didn't handle it the way you wanted it. Sorry that they tried to revive their career by essentially making a good response video, debunking all of the lies that were presented about them. The fuck is... What are you on about?
how what they think I did was wrong to them. Matt and Ryan decided to get themselves involved further than what was ever asked, of which I had asked them to keep me away from Dawn in person. I was assaulted, and people who I thought were my friends covered it up to protect their YouTube channel. Those same friends then hid behind...
Like they should. Like, oh Jesus, like they should. You made a bunch of lies. They need to protect their channel. This is their livelihood. This is their job. This is how they make money. This is how they provide for themselves. Of course, they're going to try to protect their job and their brand and their name and everything. I do not blame them. I don't blame them for doing that. That's what you want to do. When you're being called out for something heinous, you're going to want to protect your career, your future. That's essentially what you want to do.
And problems they have with other people to make it look like I had ill intentions by speaking out about getting assaulted and their actions afterwards.
You had ill intentions. You literally
They use their own agendas of prioritizing their YouTube channel and having a good reputation.
Because they're supposed to
Attempt to gaslight and manipulate me into silence. With their actions, Matt and Ryan...
Chat, let's breathe. Let's have a breathe. Let's breathe for a second. Let's just breathe. Breathe in and out. We gotta calm down. We gotta calm down. We gotta calm down. We gotta calm down.
Have shown everyone from their videos the lengths they're willing to go to lie, manipulate, triangulate, gaslight, to cover for their own bad behavior, to have you, the viewer, feel bad for them. Unfortunately, I allowed Matt and...
Chat, I can't take it anymore. Chat, I can't take it anymore. Chat, the amount of anger I have kept inside of me and just not let out so I don't freak out is insane. It's crazy. Oh my God. it's raw. This is terrible.
Trying to manipulate me by my projection onto them of who they were, or rather who I thought they were, or rather who they portray themselves as. I consistently gave them the benefit of the doubt even when it went against my own wisdom.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You didn't give them any benefit. You didn't benefit anything. You essentially just attempted to ruin their entire fucking livelihood, which you did. You and your friends went on a fucking hate campaign to spread lies about them when the situation had nothing to do with them. It had to do with you and Dawn. You and Dawn. This has nothing to do with SuperMega. Your essay was Dawn and you. And you and your friends turned this into a giant SuperMega fault where it now is their fault. If this was really about getting your, story out there, if you really cared about getting your story out there because you're a sexual assault victim, like if you really cared about your story, about your sexual assault with Dawn, you would have not brought up SuperMega this much. You wouldn't even have tried or attempted to make them look bad. At best, at most, if you cared about your story with Dawn, you would have brought up maybe once in the story that you felt the way SuperMega, Matt and Ryan handled it. You would have said, I didn't like the way they handled it, and it very much hurt me the way they handled it. End of story. That's what you would have said in your original statement. But no, you spent half of the entire 2-hour-long fucking video essentially attempting to make them look like horrible people that are trying to cover up your sexual assault with Dawn. You are living in a fucking delusion. Oh my God. And this entire video you have spent not even showing anything to back these claims when you're saying they're lying. You have showed nothing. The story hasn't changed.
To do so simply because we were friends. It wasn't until after watching their videos and how I saw that they had manipulated the story to their own benefit when I truly realized what was taking place. The same self-serving motivations to further their...
They haven't manipulated the story. They made a video defending themselves. defending themselves from all the people, you and your friends, who made videos and attempted to paint lies about them. So that they made a video to defend themselves because they have to, because now their channel is at risk of dying because you and your friends painted them as evil, manipulative liars and evil, manipulative assholes. Get it through your head. They have a career to protect. They have reputations to protect. They have a lot of things that they need to protect because they're now being painted as horrible people when in reality, they're not horrible people. They're just everyday guys who tried their best at handling a situation. Especially your buddy Leighton. Your buddy Leighton essentially, unironically, just told lies. It was blatant lies, and they disproved those lies. Like, you and your friends... Oh my God.
Career that was given from the very beginning. What I thought was internet gossip ended up being a direct cover-up, using an audience willing to reject reality for their version of it. Instead of making
what I thought was internet gossip, I thought this was a fucking essay story. Internet gossip?
an actual response, it's simply just easier to make a last-minute video lying. There's no need to defend yourself.
Last-minute video. It's a 45-minute video where fucking Matt details everything with proof. It's not a last-minute fucking video. When your parasocial audience sees you as the reason why their favorite YouTubers stop posting. Matt and Ryan downplaying their actions and even their own knowledge leads people to... Okay, yeah, let's take it down the blame their parasocial audience for why they're getting away with it.
Be sympathetic to them through their own pre-established parasocial relationships. They lie to their fans who would have believed them and stuck around even if they had told the truth. And they use their audience's attachment to them.
Do you have proof? Do you have proof to show they lied? You have anything? We're 40 minutes in, Lex. Time's ticking. You got plenty of time. You got 5 minutes. Present the proof. Do you got it? Is there any proof to show they're lying?
Against people who threaten them. Believing that, despite overwhelming evidence of intent, their favorite content creators are just simply ignorant.
Overwhelming evidence, chat. Overwhelming evidence. There's overwhelming evidence to show it.
Little boys. Their audience enables and infantilizes 30-year-old men they wish to protect from their own actions. Matt and Ryan's act of feigning ignorance and convenient forgetfulness enables them to self-victimize themselves as a response to someone speaking out on being sexually assaulted, an actual crime. This upload falls on April, which is
there's no fucking proof.
Sexual Assault Awareness Month. For many, the internet is often the only choice in speaking out. The justice system is new.
Okay, so we're bringing up sexual assault awareness month. For what reason? I don't know.
Notorious for not helping sexual assault victims. In North America, 1 in 4 women will experience sexual assault, rape, or attempted rape in their lifetime.
I want to drop a disclaimer that there's a lot of discrepancies between this particular statistic. I got this one that I said in my video originally from this one, and I'll link it because I got it because it's from 2020. So it seems like the most recent one out of all of them that I'd looked at. And here is where I got that.
I think she just goes down
However,
like a
there's
study
this
or
statistic that is 1 in 5 women. This particular website is the National Sexual Violence Resource Center, and it says 1 in 5 women experienced attempted or completed rape during their lifetime. And it says 1 in 3 women between age 11 and 17. So it varies based off of your age as well. Funny enough, one that I actually was not looking for was between 2 and 10% are false reports. Yeah, of course it's low. People barely report it to begin with. The 1 in 6 statistic comes from the Rape Abuse Incest National Network. A lot of very awful words together in one thing. It took a second. And that's where I have the third one, the third statistic that varies. But I can't find a date on this one. So that's
Chad, what is this supposed to prove?
why I didn't include it in the video. And I regardless, I'll be putting these.
I like how 42 minutes in, this is the most research she's done, where she goes out of her way to like provide research on like 1 in this amount of people get raped or are a victim of sexual assault or something. Okay.
It's in the description so you can look at all the resources that I have shown to you so far.
Despite this, less than 5% report these to the police. Shame and fear being one of the largest reasons why. 310 out of 1,000 women go to the police. When they do go to the police, will experience sexual assault, rape, or attempted rape in their
What
lifetime.
happened to the fucking mic?
25 out of 1,000 are convicted of a crime.
Yeah. Sexual assault's really hard to prove. Like, and here's the thing. That sucks. That really sucks. But again, I don't see the issue with this. Like, listen, it fucking sucks. I know. Okay? It sucks. Sexual assault is terrible. Rape is terrible. It's all terrible. But you can't just convict somebody off of a story someone told. Right? Like, why would you arrest somebody when someone just like got up and said, pointed a finger at a guy and said, this guy raped me, and you just were just supposed to arrest them? Like, again, it sucks. It does, because essentially there's not a really good way of getting justice for your sexual assault or rape or whatever it is. But if you can't provide something to show to police, then they're not gonna get convicted. And the thing is that you also need to have witness testimonies and stuff like that, or like people that'll vouch for you, right? If you can't get people to vouch for you, then essentially you're probably not going to get them convicted. If you can get people to vouch for you that, hey, this happened, or I was there, I knew what happened, you might get them arrested. You might get them put behind bars. You might get the justice you deserve. It sucks. Like, don't get me wrong, this fucking sucks. I don't know what this fucking proves. I don't know what she's trying to like provide here.
I hope this can shed some light on why women don't go to the police immediately. Beyond
Oh, she's just. I should have gotten that from the things. I should have gotten that already. That she was trying to use this as a way to prove that she didn't go to the police because, well, police just don't believe us. So, oh yeah, I said this earlier at the beginning when Rice Milk talked. So you think the right way to handle it is to go to YouTube and Twitter and basically go on a fucking 2-hour rant about how SuperMega covered it up. What a way to handle it, Lex. This was the correct way. Not going to the police, correct way to handle it. But going to YouTube, now that's the way to handle it. Going to YouTube and blaming other people, now that's the way to go about it. Big brain, Lex. Big brain.
on that,
Lex
it
here.
extends the trauma of having to retell a story over and over in court. Whether to the cops or anyone else, this rings true for victims. People don't
Retelling a story in court? Wouldn't you? Like, if you want to get justice, you're gonna have to fucking retell your story, buddy. I don't know what the fuck to tell you.
speak out when they feel scared. When someone says that I'm making it harder for victims to speak out, I know that isn't true because others have
You very much are. You took your sexual assault and spun it into this thing where it wasn't even about Dawn. So Dawn is not getting he is essentially barely getting anything from this. So yes, you're making it harder. The way, actually, you know what? I'll actually give her the benefit here. You're making it easier because now real victims are going to look at this and say, write that down, and know not to do this. They know not to do this. Hopefully.
felt empowered enough to tell me their stories privately and publicly in response to my story, some for the first time. What scares people is the reaction from others. When we expect perfection out of victims, it shifts the attention off of the person that made them a victim in the first place. It should be okay to speak out about assault.
No one is expecting perfection. It's the fact that you make a claim publicly on the internet about another person with no viable evidence or proof to back it, and you're expecting people to just essentially believe you. Your argument here is believe all victims. That is a fucking terrible thing to... That is a terrible thing to present. Listen, I'm sorry, but believe all victims is a fucking horrible thing to present. Because you're essentially expecting people to believe someone when they say this guy is a rapist or a sexual assaulter. This guy raped me. Or like if someone's a pedophile, this guy's a pedophile. He went after me when I was a little kid. You're essentially telling people to believe that person without a second of a doubt. Without a second of a doubt, nothing. You just want them to believe it off the bat. First thing, no evidence, no proof, no nothing. Brother, I could get up right now. I could get up right now and say, Mrao, he came to my house and he had sex with me and I told him no. I can make it the most convincing thing the world's ever seen. I can make it sound the most convincing thing the world's ever seen. I can make an entire video saying I invited him to my house. He came here and just like that, he turns off the lights. Next thing I know, I have a dick in my ass. I can make it the most convincing thing ever. But if I don't show proof, you're basically saying it doesn't matter. Mrao is evil. there's, you know what? That's the proof. That's the evidence. I just said it, and that means it's real. Like I said earlier, I understand that there are real life victims. There are real life victims who can't prove their assault, and it fucking sucks. Okay? It sucks. Because you want justice for what somebody did to you, right? I understand that completely. I completely understand that. But the thing is expecting people to just believe people without a second of a doubt, especially people on the internet, is ridiculous. It's extremely ridiculous, given the fact that we have no proof, we have no evidence, we have nothing to back it. And when it comes to Dawn, if you went to the police about Dawn, that would have been a much better way of handling it. Especially, even, let's just say, even if Dawn gets away with it. Let's just say Dawn gets away with it. At least you tried. At least you put in the effort. You could have asked all of your friends. You could have asked people from SuperMega. You could have asked people to come in and be a testimony for you, and basically put their, say, yep, I 100% believe what she says. I'm on her side of things. You can get at least testimonies or something to try to help your case. But no, you decided to go to YouTube, and instead of talk about your sexual assault with Dawn, you decided to make it into a SuperMega is covering it up for him, and they're at fault for this. Like, dude.
Online. If you've held something in like this before, you know how it can be life-altering to finally let it go, to speak on it and move past it. Nobody deserves to stay silent, and I'm not going to be silent.
You spoke on it, now move past it. You made a video 9 months after you made your original. You are not moved past it.
I'll be leaving links in the description that go into detail of cycles of manipulation and abuse in case anyone would like to read further into the topic. Spotting the behavior is the first step to enable yourself to protect yourself, to create better boundaries against people who can benefit to manipulate you. As I move forward,
you seem like a manipulator yourself, so ironic.
I would appreciate any support or any words of encouragement. It would mean so much. Also, if you're...
Wow.
As I move forward, I would appreciate any support or any words of encouragement. It would mean so much.
What a smile there.
Also, if you're comfortable, I would like to encourage a space where anyone can feel safe.
Guys, you should leave really nice comments about me and give me encouragement.
To share any stories or advice in the comments. Anything that you'd be willing to share about your experiences with abuse. Someone might really benefit from hearing your story. This experience made me realize that the courage it takes to speak out and the empowerment that comes from it is contagious. I hope that telling my story can maybe help someone learn that what they've dealt with in their own lives could be abuse, so they can start to find support. If I could at least help one person, then this was all worth it. I hope you have a good day.
Too bad she helped nobody, and she genuinely, just hurt a lot of people. All right, Kilroy, we're going to look through the comments. Worst double down in the history of double downs. Me when I can't live rent-free at my friend's office forever. I didn't want to keep things private. I just only wanted to talk about them in person. Your brain is rotted through the ground. Exactly, that's what I was pointing out earlier. I didn't want to, that didn't make any fucking sense. I didn't want to keep things private. I just only wanted to talk about them in person. Didn't you bring up Ryan and Matt's deceased friend into this when this whole situation started? Yes. Oh my God, I can't read. Their actions were on purpose because you told them to stay silent and not say anything publicly. Yeah, see, the comments are, why bring Justin into this? She's bringing everybody into this. She doesn't care. She only cares about, again, I will say this till the end of time. She only fucking cares about how she wants it to be portrayed. She completely ignores the fact that Matt and Ryan disproved many things. She barely talks about the 45-minute video that was made. She barely talks about it. She only brings up 2 fucking parts of it. Lex, let's not forget about how when I originally talked to you and posted about Don grooming me, you backed him up and continued being his friend. I was foolish to make tweets about this situation back in summer before I realized the full situation. In my experience talking to you directly in the past, you acted like a snake. Yes, you agree that Don fucked up, but you also said you supported me and didn't hold him accountable with me at all. Now you know how it feels to be me when I felt all alone and afraid when people didn't believe me. When my account got mass reported by Dawn's followers and suspended. You're so pissed about people not supporting you, but where were you in the past for me? Deleted top comment? What does that mean? I wonder what that is. Lex, in your original video, one of your accusations you made against SuperMega was that they made you homeless. But in this video, you say Matt and Ryan offered to pay. Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention that. I completely forgot to mention that. I completely forgot. Oh, my God. Dude, I completely forgot to mention that. That in her original statement, she basically essentially pointed out and said that, no, they tried to make me homeless. Which was a lie. They didn't try to make her homeless. They offered. And now, of course, she leaves that out in this video. Big shocker. Big fucking shocker. She leaves it out here. Wow, I wonder why she leaves that out in crucial detail. Matt and Ryan offered to pay for... Oh, okay. Was made homeless, but in this video, you say Matt and Ryan offered to pay for an apartment for you and you refused this offer. I was made homeless at the age of 18 and spent 12 months living on the streets, relying on public facilities to shower, being fed by soup kitchens, and scrounging other people's leftovers from mall food courts. I slept in parks, condemned buildings, at risk of my own safety, and even a graveyard a few times. As a young woman, I was at risk of SA or worse, and was often propositioned by pimps to work for them. I don't know about the rest of your claims, but to say that you were homeless is insulting to anyone who has experienced actual homelessness. Your situation may be inconvenient and stressful, absolutely, but you were never actually homeless. Please stop making that claim. Like I said, man, she's an entitled fucking asshole who expects this, and that. OnlyFans girls, dude. It's OnlyFans girls. They expect entitlement. They expect to be hand-fed everything. She's expecting to be given free housing, which is ridiculous to me. I don't even know why she'd bring up that in the first place. They offer to pay for your housing. They offer to pay so you can live freely. Remember, after her first video, she went on stream with Ethan, got high, and celebrated SuperMega's downfall, despite her claiming that she's just sharing her story on Dawn, who essayed her. Weird how she barely focused on that. Exactly. Barely focused. Even in this own fucking video, she barely focused on the Dawn situation. She focused more about Matt and Ryan and still trying to paint them like fucking manipulative liars. Necro Clancy's comment about how Lex supported Dawn when they were getting groomed got deleted. Wonder why. Oh, is that what that big comment was about? Oh, that is pretty bad. If that's true. Obviously, that's alleged, but that is pretty bad. What the fuck was your point here? You owned Too Mad because he died, lol? You're such a freak. Exactly. What was the point of bringing up that he was dead? Yeah. Like, that's what I mean is, like, why did she bring up Too Mad? It makes fucking zero sense. Justin's age isn't public knowledge. Current like to dislike ratio. Oh, we have it. 2 days ago, 485 likes to 1,600 dislikes. I guess rent is coming up. Jamie, pull up the like to dislike ratio. First Daniel, now Justin and Kelly. You really like bringing people who have no involvement into this, your world of problems, huh, Lex? Get help. Yeah, again, she brings up random people into this drama. No correlation, no nothing. This is about your essay with Dawn. If this was really, I said this already, if this was really about your essay with Dawn and you genuinely wanted to share your story about you and Dawn and you being essayed by Dawn, then you would have spent this entire video, the last video and this video, talking about your sexual assault with Dawn. You would have done everything in your power to compile all the evidence that you could physically compile about Dawn and present it to the public, essentially. That's what you would have done. But instead, you drag a bunch of randoms that have nothing to do with this and make it into talking points that have... You're essentially being petty and bringing a bunch of people into this who didn't do you right, who essentially didn't agree with you and do everything by the book, by how you wanted it done. You wanted it a specific way, so you handled it the way you thought. You handled it by basically calling them out and saying, you didn't do what I wanted. Fucking loser, dude. Oh my God. All right. You know what? We need to move on. We're gonna watch this. Oh my God. Now, hopefully this video is actually decent. Hopefully Noah actually brings some actual talking points, so I'm not stuck here, you know, shitting my pants over fucking stupid shit. I wanted to move on into this. The other part, I can't believe I spent almost like 3 hours, I think, talking about this. So we're going to get into this one. This is an hour long. I might not be able to get to the King of Nothing video. If not, I'll talk about it maybe tomorrow or the next day. I'll talk about it either tomorrow or what is today? Why am I forgetting? It's Tuesday. Thursday. Either I'll talk about it tomorrow or Thursday. We'll see how long this one takes because I just don't want to spend too much time. I didn't realize it was going to take this long. But that's just me. I get caught up in a bunch of shit. But let's get started.
You may notice a random child throughout the video. That's me. That's me as a boy. It's my new little voiceover avatar thing. I'm trying that out. Hope it's not terrible. Okay. On December 21st of last year, the Storytime animation YouTuber Illymation released a video called Perks of Being the Fat Kid. 2 months later, the anti-woke YouTube channel Think Before You Sleep, hereafter referred to as Sean, hi Sean, responded to Illy's video in a video titled Fat Acceptance Cartoon. Right after Sean posted this response, the comment section on Illy's video went through some changes. It was flooded with hate comments, threats, insults, inflammatory accusations. Also,
Oh, Noah doesn't try to blame the doxing situation entirely on TBYS. Oh, well, you're in for a treat, buddy. You're in for a treat.
a lot of anti-Semitism, so that's kind of weird. When one of her followers reached out on Tumblr to ask if she'd seen the video, Illy replied, and after expressing frustration about the harassment she was receiving, she ended the post by asking her followers to report the video. In response to this one Tumblr post, Sean made a whole new video. Woke YouTuber is trying to
Wasn't just one, right? It wasn't just one. It was like 2 or 3 posts basically saying like, this guy made a video about me, and it's like, how did the post go again? She, I wish I could bring it up. I wish I had the actual post. Since this video went live, I've been getting hate comment bombed on my fat kid video, on other vids on my channel, as well as on Twitter and Insta. I submitted reports, but it takes a while for a human review at YouTube. I chatted with the help desk person today and in a live chat help section, and she was very helpful. Unfortunately, I have to sit tight. However, if you or anyone else reading this comes across this video, please report it for cyberbullying. There's another post. I don't know why he didn't mention that. It should have been mentioned. But she also says in another post that she didn't watch the video, and she encouraged her audience to also not watch the video and to flag it. I don't know why Noah just like completely just doesn't mention that. That was also another post that was mentioned. So, okay. Also, when it comes to the hate comments, I know everybody has a different like opinion about these things, but essentially I'm blaming that on, if he's going to sit here and try to blame it on Think Before You Sleep, I don't care. Listen, he was getting hate comments on his video from her fans, most likely. Listen, when I made my video about this stuff, I was getting countless amounts of hate comments from her fans. I was getting countless amounts of hate comments from her fans. Who cares? If she's really hurt by these comments, then just delete comments or turn off comments. It doesn't hurt to do that. There's nothing wrong with doing that. There's nothing wrong with it. Okay? There's nothing wrong with just turning off the comments on your video or just ignoring them. Okay? There's nothing wrong with it. Is it wrong? Yeah. I agree that I think that his audience doing that is wrong. And I'm pretty sure Think Before You Sleep probably agrees that his audience shouldn't be going out of their way to send hate comments into her comment section. Did he directly say to do that? No. So I just hope that he's not trying to blame it on him.
Post by asking her followers to report the video. In response to this one Tumblr post, Sean made a whole new video.
Not one,
Woke
but
YouTuber
okay.
is trying to deplatform me, in which he accused Illy of leading a campaign of targeted harassment
campaign
and mass flag.
It is. It is essentially, right? It is a targeted harassment campaign. It is. If you're going on a post saying don't watch his video and flag it, you're telling this to your audience. Keep in mind, your audience is very young. That is a targeted harassment campaign. You are attempting to flag his channel, which could lead to more flags on different videos, which could lead to the end of his channel. It could lead to the whole thing getting taken down. We have an unspoken rule on YouTube, right? We all have an unspoken rule. We all agree with this unspoken rule that targeting somebody, that sending hate, targeting somebody, and targeting to, send your audience to flag someone's channel or false flagging another person, doesn't matter if it's targeted by your audience or not. We all collectively agree that that's a bad thing, especially if the video doesn't break any, guidelines or anything. So yes, it's a targeted harassment. It is targeted harassment.
Mass flagging campaign against me. Mass flagging campaign. Mass flag his channel. Mass flagging
Against him and his smaller channel.
Deplatform a smaller creator. Harass a much smaller creator.
In order to deplatform him.
Deplatform me. To try and get me deplatformed.
I mean, do I think Before You Sleep maybe went a little too far by saying deplatform me? Yeah, I don't think she never directly said that, hey, that is a good point. I will say that is a good point because she never directly said, let's get this guy deplatformed. So I think he obviously used a lot of buzzwords, but essentially, like I said, she has a very young audience, a bigger audience, and she's basically essentially telling them to, hey, go flag this guy's channel.
Take away his source of income.
Take away my source of income.
The only evidence he has provided for any of these accusations is that one Tumblr post. This new video from Sean brought Illy even more
targeted harassment,
which culminated in her
only evidence? Wait, is he serious? His only evidence is a post where she tells her audience to flag it. It's good enough evidence for me.
Receiving death threats, rape threats, and being doxxed. For her safety, she was forced to leave her home state, breaking the lease on her apartment, which cost her over $10,000 in legal fees. John, meanwhile, made out with a slightly better deal. 3 videos, 2.3 million views, 40,000 new subscribers, and a big stack of Google AdSense money. There's so much that I want to talk about from
Okay. Maybe don't tell your audience to... Chat. I thought maybe we'd have like a good civil conversation about this, but no, it's just the first fucking 2 minutes of the video is essentially just saying, hey, look, his audience harassed her and now she's the one she's paying the price. Yeah, because she's the one who started this in the fucking first place. She's the one who made a post saying, hey, go flag this guy's channel for me. Yeah, she did this to herself. Now, listen, I've said this in my own video. I've made my own video about it. Does she deserve to be doxxed? Does she deserve hate comments? Of course not. She doesn't deserve any of this stuff. Any of it. She doesn't deserve any of this. But are you going to show any evidence or proof that Think Before You Sleep essentially said directly to do this? Are you going to show us anything? Do you have anything to show that Think Before You Sleep said to do all of this? Because he never once did. Okay? Like, at the end of the day, he's making out with a bag from this, and she's losing a lot because she did something bad. She did a bad thing. So he's getting support for it. And I've said this already. Last time we watched the Lex video, I've said this before. I am tired of these creators ignoring the fact that these people do get hate as well. You're treating it like Think Before You Sleep didn't get any threats. He probably did. Brother, he probably did. I got a bunch of hate comments on my own videos. I still get them to this day on my videos about Illumation. I get them. Are we going to ignore that a bunch of us get a bunch of hate comments and people saying horrible things to us? Or does that not matter? Because we're defending Think Before You Sleep, we're defending him and we're on his side. Or that doesn't matter because we're a bunch of right-wingers, guys. We're just a bunch of right-wingers. That's why.
in this situation. I want to talk about how Sean spends a good amount of his video insulting Illy's appearance under the guise of giving her tips on how to be more attractive.
She could easily be considered a...
What? He doesn't spend a good amount of it. Chat. What?
attractive by most people if she just stopped wearing those grandma glasses, picked better clothes, learned how to style her hair instead of always leaving it flat to her head with maximum forehead showing, and watched some makeup tutorials.
I want to talk about how he spent what must have been hours digging around her social media accounts to find photos of her eating junk food and of her body at a time when she weighed...
Chat. This can't be real. No. The video isn't even... Chat, give me a second. Chat, give me a fucking second. I could just disprove this claim like within fucking a literal millisecond. Not a millisecond, obviously. Okay. I don't know why I put this on. Why did I put the funny on?
I'm I'm a therapist who goes to therapy, and some people.
Dude,
think
BetterHelp
that's
is
strange.
terrible.
The thing is, though, therapists are human beings.
Hi, my name is Alyssa, and for as long as I
here
can
it is.
remember, I have never legs were when I posed.
Okay.
I hated that squishy part under my chin that stuck out when I smiled. But most of all,
And it's over.
kidding.
2 minutes. 36-minute video. He spent majority. Guys, he spent majority of his video insulting her appearance. 2 minutes. 2 minutes of a 36-minute video. Guys, he spent majority of the video searching up pictures of her online and showing off her body.
less in order to accuse her of lying about her diet.
So now I have to do some investigating to find out what Alyssa's eating habits are. After scrolling down through her community tab, the only thing I was able to see her eating was ice cream. Strike one.
I want to talk about how he had to lie for a lot of these insults.
Okay. Dude, I don't want to keep pausing, but like what? What does that mean? Yeah, he wanted to get evidence to see what her dietary this is an hour long. He wanted to get evidence to see if there's something to show for it. He made wow. Hard to believe, huh? He wanted to maybe do his research. He wanted to do his research. That's a problem? Damn, Noah. Okay.
Like how the very next post on her community tab after the milkshake thing showed her holding a bag of wheat bread, or how the photo he used to insult her fashion sense by saying she dresses like a homeless person.
Holy shit, that is bad. This girl has millions of followers, yet if you saw her out in public, you'd be afraid that she's about to pester you for spare change.
Was taken while she was hiking, and Sean knew that, but cropped out the identifying information so that his audience wouldn't. The less perceptive ones anyway, given that she's, sitting on a log in dirt. I want to talk about all that, but I have to shelve those points for now.
Chad, I don't care. Again, I don't care about this segment of the video. Plain and simple, I don't care what you have to say. I don't care what your opinion is. He did not insult her appearance. He fucking compliments her. He literally says, "You're pretty." He essentially sits there and says, "You're very pretty, but the way you dress might be the reason why you feel insecure." Sorry that he worded it differently. Like, oh, are you really gonna get mad because he worded it a fucking different way? Oh my. Okay. He did own him twice. Dude, he's... I'm so tired of the people who keep talking about the fucking this part of the video. I'm so tired of it. It's a 2-minute segment where he says she dresses like a fucking retard. Oh my god, big fucking whoop. He thinks her fashion sense is ugly. Deal with it. Holy shit. Why do we care so much about this 2-fucking-minute segment? 2! It's so stupid. It's so stupid. All he said was that her fashion is bad. She agrees. Her entire video is her saying she doesn't like how she looks in her fucking dress. So he's saying, yeah, you don't look in your dress good in your dress because of these reasons. Maybe this is why. And he also equates the reason why she's insecure about her looks to the fact that maybe the way you dress isn't great and the fact that you have your hair dressed this way. He's just pointing out. He's not directly saying this is a fucking opinion. It's not fact. It's an opinion. He's just voicing an opinion. He's saying maybe the reason why you're insecure is because of this. Chat, I'm gonna fucking lose it. I've had enough, man.
Because there's a more pressing issue at hand, which is that Sean's videos caused a doxing.
Kilroy, I'm done. I can't. Kilroy, I'm done. I know you're here. I know you're seeing this. I'm done. His videos caused a doxing. Yeah, this video is already bad. This video is already really bad. You know what? I have proof and evidence right here. I'm going to debunk this entire video. 3 minutes in, I'm going to debunk it. Did Think Before You Sleep directly say in his videos to dox Illymation? No? Then he didn't do it. End of story. He is not responsible He is not the one who did it. So stop making it about him. The fucking, dude, the thing that pisses me off is that these people act like they fucking care. That's what pisses me off. These people act like they care. These people think they care about Illumation. They care about her safety. They care about all this shit. They don't fucking care about this. He made an hour-long video called Think Before You Dox, insinuating he's the doxer. You did this for fucking monetary gain, you dumbass. You don't give a fuck about Illumation. You don't give a fuck about the truth. You don't give a fuck about pointing out what's real and what isn't real. You care about making fucking money. You don't give a shit. If you actually cared about Illumation and the fact that she was doxxed, you would be making an entire piece about how the guy who doxed her, and you would be pointing out that this guy's an evil person and we should be talking about him. But all of these fucking idiots, these retards, all they do is fucking shift the blame onto Think Before You Sleep, making it out like he's the malicious asshole who's hiding behind this. He's the one who's done all this. He's the mastermind behind it all. No, he's not. You people are paying. It's just, oh my God, dude. It's just like fucking Lex, where she, instead of talking about Dawn, right, the guy who she should be talking about, she's making it about SuperMega. She's making it about Matt and Ryan. You're doing the same thing. Instead of talking about the doxer, the guy who's behind the doxing, the guy who thought it was okay to dox her, instead of talking about him or her or whoever it was, right? Instead of talking about that person in particular and saying this person is a bad person and holding that person accountable, you're not holding the doxer accountable. You're holding Think Before You Sleep accountable for simply having an opinion. You're holding him accountable for just simply having an opinion. Need I remind you, Illy is the one who escalated this. She didn't have to escalate this. All she had to do was fucking ignore it. But she's the one who chose to tell her fans to send hate. And now it's Think Before You Sleep's fault because he addressed that? He's allowed to address it, you dumb fuck. Oh my. Whatever.
On the internet, things like doxing and harassment are often treated as natural law. Mean comments are inevitable. Even if you ask people not to, they'll still leave them. If people are going to take things too far, like doxing, then there's not much you can really do to stop it. This seems to be Sean's perspective on the matter.
This comment brigading behavior appears to just be a fact of nature that creators can't control. So really, it's on YouTube to make an interface.
We can't. We physically cannot control it. There is no way of controlling it.
Change that addresses this problem.
The only real exemption from this excuse seems to be when a creator directly asks their audience to harass or dox someone. If that doesn't happen, though...
It's not an excuse. There's no... You know what's funny, Noah? You know what's real fucking funny? I got hate comments from people from you, your fans. I got hate comments from your fans on my Illumation video. It's inevitable, right? It is inevitable. You can sit here for hours on end and tell your fans not to send hate. You can sit here for hours on end and say, hey guys, don't send hate. You're still going to have fucking fans who do it. There's still going to be a plethora of people who are still going to get up and think it's okay to do it. Man.
Then sorry, it's the internet. Now, while that may be the case in some situations, this is not one of them. Sean didn't ask anyone to dox or harass Illy. What he did do, though, is misrepresent and deceptively edit her video in order to conjure
What did he misrepresent?
ideas which directly motivated the people who did. And when I say directly, I mean directly. We doxed Illy because she tried to get another popular content creator, Think Before You Sleep, taken down by YouTube, all because he made a video rightfully criticizing her. She is also promoting fat culture and how being fit and working out your body is useless and fatphobic. She also promotes the
leftist breadtubers try not to be biased and blatant liars challenge impossible. It is, dude, Kilroy, I can't, like, it is insane to me how he has this mindset. Like, nothing that I've seen so far is telling me that he's speaking facts. Like, don't get me wrong, okay? Like, don't get me wrong. He's essentially right that, like, I do agree that you are technically responsible for your audience in a sense that if you are telling your audience to send hate or if you're making out, like, massive hate brigades, right, you should be held accountable. But the thing is with Think Before You Sleep is that not once did he ever say to do anything. Like, not once. He made a video criticizing her fucking animated video. That's it. If she got hate comments on it, so what? she could either turn off the comments, ignore them, and move on. And about maybe like a week in, they would go away. They'd be gone. And they can move about their day and they'll be fine. None of this would have escalated. Like, again, I can't emphasize enough, unless you're telling your audience to directly send hate, then you're not responsible for random people who are doing random shit to this other creator. This doxer should be held accountable. Why are you holding Think Before You Sleep accountable? Because his motives were because Think Before You Sleep's video was getting flagged. That doesn't make any sense.
That's an anti-trans slur, and woke culture. That was posted on the website that hosted Illy's doxing information. The actual doxing took place on a different website, and the very first post of the original doxing thread shared these same motivations. We need to dox her because she promotes fat culture, she believes in woke bullshit, and when a based YouTuber like Think Before You Sleep called her out, she threw a fit and asked her fans to mass flag his channel to get it deleted. The people harassing her in the comments are motivated by these same ideas. Illy is woke, Illy wants to deplatform Sean, and Illy promotes obesity. These accusations are being repeated across the internet.
Accusations? Mr. Sen? Paused on Mr. Sen. Accusations is just, okay, it's not an accusation, it's a fact. She did attempt. Hey, wait, actually, chat, is my video on this? Hold up, chat.
Illy is woke, Illy wants to deplatform Sean, and Illy promotes obesity. These accusations are being...
Sleepy, okay, we got Sleepy in there. We got Peep. Peep is awesome. I know about Peep.
Illy promotes obesity. These accusations are being repeated across the internet in videos with millions of collective
Wet bread? Wait, they got wet bread before me?
views. They pervade.
Chat. What the fuck, man? What the hell, man? I know I'm in this video, by the way, chat. I'm in this video. I'm in it, which is awesome. It's crazy. But you didn't even include mine. Whatever. Also, back into the actual conversation. God, Noah's gay. I'm the guy that doxed Illy. Give me credit. Oh my god. They showed everyone but you. Yeah, I know. What the hell? Man, come on. My video almost has 10K views on it. You didn't think to put that on there? Come on, man. Ah, oh, shit. Man, fuck. It's whatever. I don't care. It's not a big deal anyways. It's whatever. Ah. But I don't understand what this is meant to prove. Like, again, I understand that the guy who doxed her, the reason why he doxed her was because of the fact that this entire situation happened, right? He's doing it out of the fact that essentially, right, sorry. Gotta collect my train of thought. I lost it for a second. He's doing it out of the fact that she did this to Think Before You Sleep, and Think Before You Sleep, you know, commented on it. This doesn't prove anything. It doesn't mean that he is the mastermind behind it. This isn't, like, I can't, I'm not gonna guilt Think Before You Sleep for an action of a random person. Sorry. Sorry if that hurts your feelings, Noah. Okay.
The doxing threads sprinkled between a sea of death threats, rape threats, and depictions of Illy committing suicide. These ideas are the reason they hate her, and all of them, every single one, was fabricated by Sean. How he did this is the...
Also, listen, don't get me wrong. It sucks, okay? I don't think Illy deserves this, okay? She doesn't deserve rape threats. She doesn't deserve doxes. She doesn't deserve anything, okay? She doesn't deserve threats. If you think threatening her and doing anything to her is like the right way to handle it, it's not. But again, all Think Before You Sleep does is criticize her. Simply put. That's all he does. Like, come on, man. That's all he does. Are we really going to try to make it out like Think Before You Sleep targeted like a harassment campaign? Are you serious? He didn't tell anybody to harass anyone. He expressed his opinion on something. Grow the fuck up. Jesus.
The topic of today's video, so let's check it out. All right, so the first one of these narratives that I want to look at today is the idea that Illy promotes obesity. One of the main concluding points of Sean's video is that Illy's advice is going to kill people by causing them to eat themselves into an early grave.
You know what's great about this advice? Because you conflated being overweight with extreme obesity, so you could say that both are healthy, what's going to happen is that people who watch this video that are 300 pounds are going to say, see, Alyssa is fine with being overweight, I don't have to change either. And then they'll eat themselves into an early grave.
Note that it's not just...
Yes, they will. Not... What are you going to say here that disproves that? Just looked on Doxman. Hers is there. Damn. Like I said, I don't agree with any of it. Doxing her is not the correct answer. Like it's a stupid way to handle this situation. I think the guy who doxed her is a loser. Like it's not the correct way to handle it. You should not be doxing people just because she did this, or that, right? It doesn't make you look any better of a person. It doesn't. It doesn't make you look any better of a person. It's just lame to dox people. It's extremely lame. It's bad. But like, why are you holding him accountable? Why are you holding think before you sleep accountable for something another person did? It's beyond me. It's beyond me. I don't know what he's going to try to say here that disproves this. I agree with think before you sleep. If you're presenting a message essentially stating that like, hey, you can eat whatever you want, it's okay. And if someone who's like 300 pounds sees that video and says, oh, if Illy says that, then maybe it's okay for me, they are going to eat themselves to an early grave. Like, that is just factually correct. It is extremely unhealthy to be 300 pounds overweight. Like, if you're 300 pounds overweight and you're, obese and, obviously you need like, you need to lose weight, like, yeah, you're going to die much earlier than most people.
It might happen. He said that it's going to happen. So it's sort of a direct...
It's not might. It will. Now, obviously, there are exceptions. Don't get me wrong. He is kind of right here. Not every 300-pound person is going to take that message from the video. So, okay. Actually, essentially, you know what? Noah, you're right. You're right. Not all. So not all are going to die from it, because not everybody is going to take that message from the video, and not everybody is going to die essentially early from being 300 pounds. But the message still stands that it's a bad message. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, people who are overweight might see that and think that what they're doing is fine, and they might eat themselves to death, which is bad. Plain and simple.
Accusation there, just so we're clear about that. Now, that's a pretty serious accusation, right? So how does he justify it? Well, right before it, he presents what he calls Illy's final piece of advice and uses that as evidence to argue that she is promoting obesity.
All right, let's see Alyssa's final piece of advice.
A carrot isn't an inherent good food, while chocolate is an inherent bad food. Food is just food. No matter how many calories, carbs, sugars, you should feel free to eat whatever food you want to without beating yourself up about it.
I'm done. That was such terrible advice. I don't know how this video could be considered as anything other than enabling food addicts to not fix their health.
So Illy's quotes here, that food is just food and you should eat whatever you want, were the most important pieces of evidence to Sean's conclusion. Accordingly, they were represented in a few other places. In the thumbnail of his video, for example, Illy is holding a sign that reads, "Eat what you want," to an audience of children, while her avatar holds a milkshake and is depicted as being unstable. These quotes seem to be the real sticking point for other creators that covered his video.
Food is just food.
That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Clearly, there's a couple of dumbass arguments that are open to be criticized.
Well, actually, all food is the same. No, you fucking idiot. Of course, all food's not the same.
Or she basically says there's no difference between eating a carrot and a cookie or whatever, pure gold. Did she actually say that? That's really funny. Yeah, I mean, the fat acceptance stuff is just going way too far, I think.
You give up on yourself, your goals, and that food is food.
What you are proposing is very unhealthy and dangerous. What is your problem, you evil, life-destroying monster? You just ruined a bunch of young people's, especially girls.
What is he going to say here that's going to change anything? Do we have any guesses? What is he going to say here that is going to convince me or change my opinion on what she said? She is telling people that she's essentially equating a carrot to chocolate, saying it doesn't matter what you eat, it's fine. My assumption, because I got comments from this, is he's going to say something about how he cut her out of context because she talks about unless you have a dietary restriction. That still doesn't take away from the fact that she is telling you that it doesn't matter whatever you eat, you could eat whatever you want. What does saying having a dietary restriction mean anything? There's plenty of people who don't have dietary restrictions who will see this video. He's going to say, I'm 300 pounds overweight. Perry Juice, man. It's good to have you. It's good to have you in the chat. Like, essentially, it's like, I know that's what he's going to say here. We'll let him say it. We'll let him say it.
Lives. So did she really say this? Is she really going to get people killed? Let's take a closer look at the evidence and find out. So one thing I noticed in Sean's video is that there's a funny cut when he shows this clip. Right after the line, no matter how many calories, carbs, and sugars, the video skips just a bit. The s'more changes hands. The boy's blood sugar monitor, that's what this is, it just sort of appears on the chair. There's a break in continuity. So I went back to Illy's actual video and see if you can spot what he decided to cut from this sequence.
No matter how many
Yeah,
calories,
he's gonna bring that
carbs,
up.
sugars, whatever is in it. Unless you have life-threatening allergies or dietary restrictions to follow, you should feel free to eat whatever food you want to without beating yourself up about it.
So immediately before she says that faded line, eat whatever you want, she added a caveat. She said, unless you have life-threatening allergies or dietary restrictions to follow. While this line is being delivered, you...
Again, what does that change? What, like, what does that change? What does that add? What does that change? What does that mean? What can anybody like actually make a good solid argument for this? Like, I want to actually understand if this actually changes the fact that her message is still a negative message. You do realize, right, that this message of eat whatever you want can be basically given to people who don't have dietary restrictions. And that person who doesn't have a dietary restriction is going to be like, oh, all right, sweet. I can eat as much chocolate as I want. And then all of a sudden, fucking weeks later, who's going in the cheese grater this time? Noah Samsen, buddy. Noah's going in. But again, essentially, people who don't have a dietary restriction might see this and say, fuck yeah, I can eat as much chocolate as I want. And then they're going to fucking eventually get a dietary restriction because they're putting too much fucking junk food in their system. It doesn't change anything. I don't think it changes anything, but I'm just a freak, so I don't know. Go home, Noah. You're cringe. Like, again, I just don't understand the essential, like, point here. Like, why does it matter that he takes that clip out? Why does it matter? Sure, let's just say, yeah, why did he take it out? It doesn't matter. You shouldn't have taken that out. It was a terrible thing to take out. I remember watching the video. I remember hearing the dietary restriction part. Didn't change my opinion. I don't give a fuck if she's sitting here saying, unless you have dietary restrictions restricting you from eating those said foods. Again, you have a child audience, and the epidemic in America, if you don't know, we have a lot of fat kids in America. We have a lot of obese children in America. She has a very large child audience, extremely large child audience. It's very bad to make a video where you basically say, hey kids, you know, being fat is fine. So just eat whatever you want. That's not a good thing. You probably shouldn't do that. Noah, you probably shouldn't do that, given the fact that there are plenty of children in America who are struggling with obesity. Obesity is not a good thing. Obesity is not a good thing. Obesity is bad. It's a bad thing. You shouldn't be obese. You shouldn't be 300 pounds overweight. You shouldn't even be in the 200s when you're a fucking teenager or a little kid. So yeah, maybe telling your young audience that eating whatever you want is fine is probably a bad fucking thing. Like, again, I don't care that she says unless you have dietary restrictions. Oh, Jesus, she just fucking sneezed. Bless you. Like, listen, the person who's watching this video that has a dietary restriction, they're not gonna... Another thing that you might hear from this video is someone with a dietary restriction might see this and be like, I'm gonna go against my dietary restriction. But let's just think of it this way. If someone with a dietary restriction sees this video, they weren't gonna fucking eat this shit in the first place because they have that restriction. They're already overweight and dealing with obesity problems. Like, this message is only harming people. This message is essentially only harming people who don't have that dietary restriction, which is his entire point. So putting this into context, it doesn't change a single fucking thing. Because someone with a dietary restriction is going to watch this video and they weren't going to take the advice anyways because they can't eat these said things. So what's the point in leaving it in? What's the point in leaving in that information? It doesn't mean anything. It's not adding anything. You're not getting anything new from it. Like, what's the point? What is the argument? What does this add? Doesn't change anything.
You can also see on the screen that the boy who has diabetes is taking a reading of his blood sugar and then gets the green light, so he's good to go for having a s'more with his friends without throwing his blood sugar out of whack. This line, as well as the depiction on...
What? Yeah, we all saw that part. We all acknowledge that part. It doesn't change the message of the video, essentially telling people to just, hey, you can eat whatever you want. Like, a good example is like, if that boy shouldn't be eating chocolate, right? You probably shouldn't be eating chocolate. Probably a bad idea for him to eat chocolate. Even if he has the dietary restriction, but he's within his rights to eat the chocolate. He is within his rights to eat the chocolate, but should he? Probably not. Probably not. He probably shouldn't do it. If he wants to essentially live a healthier life, right? That's what Think Before You Sleep is saying, is essentially, if you want to live a healthy, happy life, you probably shouldn't give in and eat a bunch of junk food. Wait, so basically she said, unless you're on a dietary restriction, you can eat as much garbage that you want. Is that based? Yeah, it's very based. I mean, yeah, again, essentially that's what she's saying, is that unless you have a dietary restriction, go fucking nuts. Which again, can internally lead you to having a dietary restriction, which is why the message of the video fucking sucks. Because, like, it's like these people, like, forget that these foods can lead, that's what led these people to having the dietary restriction. How else do you think that boy in the video got his dietary restriction? How else do you think he got it? Where do you think he got it from? You think he got it straight out of the fucking womb? You think this kid just was born fresh out the womb with a dietary restriction? Like, dude, these people, man, it is insane how they use their bias against these other people. It's just pure bias. Like, did this guy not listen to himself? He made an hour-long video. You would think he maybe would, like, look over this video and listen to himself before he makes this fucking video. Like, how else do you think this boy got this dietary restriction? Probably from eating too much junk food like chocolate and candy that can raise your blood pressure, that can make it worse for you. That gives you that dietary restriction. We don't want dietary restrictions. You guys don't want dietary restrictions. You guys don't want to be diabetic. That's the whole point. We don't want to be diabetic. So why promote a message essentially saying, hey, if you don't have a dietary restriction, go nuts. Eat as much chocolate as you want. Instead of it's a boy, they were hit with it's a dietary restriction. That's really good. That's fucking hilarious.
Screen is an acknowledgement that there are some exceptions to her statement, which would include, for example, a diabetic person's blood sugar imbalances, or most importantly for Sean's conclusion, the dietary restrictions recommended to morbidly obese people. He just cut that line right out. And this is important, right?
It doesn't matter.
Because this line directly refutes Sean's narrative that Illy is promoting obesity. This phrase, dietary...
She is promoting obesity. What? That doesn't, like, again, I don't understand that, like, term or logic. So this one part of the video means she's not promoting obesity. No, it doesn't. This one fucking part does not change the fact that she is essentially telling people, especially her child audience, that, hey, go nuts, eat whatever you want. Because eat whatever you want can essentially mean saying, it doesn't matter if you're overweight, you can, it doesn't matter. That's the message of her video. She literally sits there and basically essentially says, who cares if you're overweight? Like, what? Yes, that's promoting obesity. She also got her information from an obese 300-pound woman.
Restrictions rules out the more extreme situations that Sean is referring to when he says that this will cause viewers to eat themselves into an early grave. There's another equally important misrepresentation of what Illy says here, which has to do with context and framing. If you notice, Sean introduces the clip from Illy's video by calling it her advice.
Let's see Alyssa's final piece of advice.
Now, what does he mean by advice? Just general advice or something more specific? Well, seeing as his conclusion from this advice is that Illy might kill fat people by enabling them to overeat, it's safe to assume, I think, that when he says advice, what he actually means is nutritional advice. You know, advice for dieting and weight loss. That's what the conclusion implies. And so, when these lines, food is just food and carrots aren't good and chocolate isn't bad, are being presented as dieting advice, and yeah, you already know people were going to have something to say about that, and say about that they did.
S'mores are a diet food. Got it.
So 27 bars of chocolate is equal to a meal of broccoli, grilled tomato, mashed potatoes, and chicken. Nice to know.
That's a good one. That's so funny. Diabetes.
I have diabetes type 3. Time to eat 4 trillion Oreos.
It's really funny, that last one.
I mean, yes, that message can very much be misconstrued into that, especially since she has a child audience. That, I mean, again, he does make a fair point, I guess, here, that yes, I don't think the direct message of her video is essentially saying, like, it doesn't matter if you're 300 pounds overweight, eat whatever you want. Obviously, that's not what she's saying. But again, she has a child audience. They're obviously going to look into that and essentially say it's okay to be fat and it's okay to eat unhealthy foods while you're fat, which is bad, right? That's essentially a bad thing. That's a net negative. We don't want that, because you hate to be the bearer of fucking bad news and break it to everybody here, but being fat is not a good thing. And if you're fat, I'm not saying you're a bad person for being fat. It's okay if you're fat, okay? No one here, I'm not here trying to say that you're an evil witch for being fat. Plenty of people deal with obesity. Plenty of people have issues with obesity and are trying to get over it. But normalizing it and essentially accepting it is bad. You're essentially giving people excuses for being overweight. You're essentially giving people excuses for their obesity. And that's what it's done. A lot of this whole campaign and movement of fat phobia and fat phobia is bad has enabled a lot of overweight people to essentially say, it's okay that I'm 300 pounds overweight, which is bad. And the message of Think Before You Sleep's video is essentially just saying, hey, we shouldn't be teaching people to be okay with obesity. We should be teaching people to be healthy and how to overcome obesity, which is a good message. That is essentially a very good message. We should be teaching people how to overcome obesity. Being obese is a negative thing. There is more negativity than there is positivity. If the world could be a better place and be healthy, that'd be awesome. If we could all be, relatively, here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with being a little bit overweight. It's not going to kill you, okay? If you got a little bit of rolls, don't shit your pants over and act like you're a fucking fat ass, okay? You're fine, okay? If you have a couple of rolls or you're a little chubby, you're not gonna fucking die and hit an early grave, okay? It's fine. You don't have to be some muscular fucking buff man or woman. You don't need to go to the gym 24/7 and fucking work out every single fucking day, okay? And that's not the message of his video. His video is not sitting there saying, you guys all need to be buff jocks like me. That is not what he's saying in his video, which you can clearly tell from the message of his video. The message of his video is quite clear and obvious. He's essentially just saying we need to be teaching people how to be healthy and how to take care of themselves so they don't kill themselves, so they don't essentially give themselves these said dietary restrictions. Because at the end of the day, Noah, that kid in the video, this kid right here who has the dietary restriction, he is at risk of losing his life early because he now has a dietary restriction. You can die much earlier from just simply having diabetes. You don't even have to be fat to have diabetes. You could be a skinny person, have diabetes, and you could die really early. The fact that you're essentially equating carrots, a natural food, to a processed piece of chocolate that can give you dietary restrictions and cause death, and complaining about one segment that he cut out is ridiculous to me. Because it still stands that her message at the end of the day saying eat whatever you want it still stands pretty tall. It still stands really tall and true. That her saying eat whatever you want is a bad fucking message, because it can lead people to having those said dietary restrictions, which can ultimately lead people to an early grave and killing them, which is something that we don't want as people, right? We don't want people to die early. We want people to live happy, healthy lives.
Given that Illy specifically accounted for diabetic people, but John just didn't show it, so then there was a bunch of comments about diabetes, really, really good. The other alleged creators covering this video did the same thing.
Carrots are definitely healthier for you.
Not to mention you could be born with diabetes. That is a fact. That is a fact. You can be born with diabetes. I know I said earlier that, about how, oh yeah, the kid, was he born with diabetes? He most likely got it from eating sugar. You can be born with diabetes, but you can be born with diabetes because your fucking parents decided to do stupid shit and are now diabetic. That's terrible. That's terrible. So essentially promoting this idea that if you don't have these dietary restrictions, well, go ahead and eat whatever you want. And then what happens when they eat whatever they want and they get those dietary restrictions? Fuck. That advice didn't work out, did it?
Than a chocolate bar, so telling kids something otherwise is actually harmful.
What has more calories? 1 pound of broccoli or half a cup of olive oil? Half a cup of olive oil.
Did one of your professional doctors tell you this? Was the nutritionist the one that told you that carrots and chocolates are the same? I can't believe a full-grown adult actually believes this dumb shit. Here's a fact. Chocolate is high in sugar and saturated fat.
Yeah, they just go on like that for 10 minutes. They sound like they're having a blast, honestly. There must be a floor to critical thinking that when you blow past it, everything just starts feeling like pure euphoria. This response here
What are they saying that's wrong? She is making a comparison between carrots and chocolate and saying it doesn't matter what you eat whatever you want. And we are saying that that's a fucking terrible form of advice. Are we not allowed to have that essential opinion? What are we saying that's wrong here, Noah?
From both audiences and creators relies on Sean's framing of Illy's words that they were intended as dieting advice.
Oh, so he's blaming it on the framing of words. Okay, so what? That doesn't mean anything. The framing of words. Okay, what does that change? That doesn't fucking mean anything. That doesn't say anything. I'm sorry that I have repeated myself. I apologize for repeating myself. But again, it doesn't change the fact that her message at the end of the video saying chocolate and carrots are essentially the same thing, eat whatever you want, is a terrible message because there's obvious like dietary like reasons and there's obvious like facts and reasoning for why both of the foods are essentially way different. Like I said, chocolate can lead you down the route of getting that dietary restriction, and carrots will not. They will not lead you down the route of getting diabetes.
But the thing is, they weren't. Illy's video has some fairly straightforward themes. She talks about dealing with negative body image, about getting bullied, starting unhealthy eating habits, and frustrations over weight loss. Her video is a direct critique of diet culture and its morality-based food logic.
Diet culture is an entire belief system that associates food with morality and thinness with goodness.
She relates her own experiences to the common occurrence of teenagers dieting, despite already being at a healthy weight. Immediately before the good and bad foods clip, Illy introduces a concept called body neutrality, which advocates for removing the moral element from how we view our bodies. She then states that she is about to apply that concept to food. So given the actual content of her video, and the direct link she'd just drawn from moral neutrality to food, when she finally actually says these lines, her intent could not be more clear. She's talking about morality. She's saying that eating carrots doesn't make you a good person, just like eating chocolate doesn't make you a bad person. By presenting only the tail end of
Chat. I can't tell if Noah's just fucking mentally retarded or like what it is. Noah, you do realize her audience is essentially filled to the brim with like 10-year-old kids, like 10 to 12-year-olds. Not a single one of them is going to get that message. That is such a deep fucking message. That is not the message of the video. She spent an entire, like, I forgot how long the video is. Let's see. Like, don't get me wrong. I agree with the body neutrality. Spent 60 minutes talking about her message, right? And don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong. There is nothing wrong with having body neutrality. I am 100% on the side of accepting people for their looks and their bodies, right? If you have rolls or if you're a little chubby, fucking live a little, okay? If you're complaining, if you're going to complain about someone who has a couple of rolls on their body, I think you're a loser, okay? It's okay to be a little overweight. And there is an issue with that in schools. Of course there is. You know, when kids go to school and they might be a little chubby, you have other kids that might sit there and bully them. And in her video, she talks about that stuff. I essentially agree. I think that there should be something taught or something, you know, at least to children, that you shouldn't bully other kids for essentially just being a little chubby. Right? You shouldn't just sit there and bully people, especially fat people, people who are extremely overweight. The way to handle people who are obese is not to just sit there and insult them and say, look at you, fatty, lose some weight, fatty. Like, that's not the way to handle it. Insulting a person for being overweight is not the way to handle it. It's not. Okay? You're not going to fix someone's obesity problem by making fun of them. If anything, it might push them down an even deeper route. And I do essentially like the topic of basically tackling diet culture, because I think a lot of diet culture is just essentially just negative. Like, right, like fatness is not good, thinness is not goodness and whatnot, and fatness is not like negative. Like just because somebody is skinny doesn't make them good, and just because they're eating like an apple doesn't mean that they're a good person, and then just because one person's eating like ice cream doesn't make them a bad person. But again, the takeaway at the end of the video is literally just straight up her saying, eat whatever you want. Go crazy. Eat what you want. That's essentially what she's saying. I don't know where he's getting this idea that the end of the video is her saying that eating chocolate doesn't make you a bad person. If she was saying that, she would have fucking straight up said, eating chocolate doesn't make you a bad person. It's okay to eat chocolate. She would have said that. No, she's equating carrots to chocolate and saying, eat whatever you want. That is a bad message. Should she have worded it differently? Probably. If she was trying to go for the message you're saying, she probably should have worded it differently. Like, again, I don't disagree with you, Noah. Like, I don't disagree. I like that message because I think that promoting this idea that, ice cream, boo, ice cream, boo, you're a bad person if you eat ice cream. Like, of course not. Like, you can eat ice cream, you can enjoy what you want. There's nothing wrong with enjoying a few things like junk food once in a while, okay? Go nuts. If you like junk food once in a while, go ahead. But essentially what Think Before You Sleep is trying to say is that you need to restrict yourself. You need to hold yourself back. What Illy is saying is that go nuts. If you like eating these foods, it's not a bad thing. No, I wouldn't inherently agree with that. There is a negative, right? If all you do is eat chips every day, that's a bad thing. That is bad. That is extremely unhealthy for you. That is extremely unhealthy. You're obviously going to be rewarded with eating like veggies and fruits every day, right? If you're getting up and you're eating like really healthy foods every day, you're cooking yourself good meals every day, you're going to get rewarded with positiveness, like positivity, like, oh, wow, your body looks great because you take care of yourself and stuff like that, right? You're going to be rewarded with that. But if you're like somebody who sits on the couch every day and you're eating like junk food constantly, right? Or you're stuffing your face full of like fucking junk food and ice cream and whatnot, that is a bad thing, right? You shouldn't do that. You essentially just shouldn't do that. No one's going to reward you and say like, oh, good job. Because you're not taking care of yourself. You're not taking care of yourself at all. But obviously, like once in a while, if you want to have a few bags of chips, you might want to, reach into the bag of chip and have a few chips. You might want to maybe eat a donut or have a dessert. It's like no one's like, Think Before You Sleep is not sitting here saying like, oh, you can't do that. That's a terrible thing. Like that's not even the message of his video. He's essentially just saying we should be teaching people to have better eating habits. And this is a video that's essentially teaching people to not have good eating habits. What?
Of the sequence and neglecting to accurately portray the central themes of her entire video, Sean has removed it from all context. The result is that he's framed her as both an idiot that can't do basic math about calories, and more seriously, a dangerous person whose dieting advice will end up with people dead. Along with Sean's conclusion that Illy's advice is going to kill people, he also claims that because of this sequence, the message of her video is that she endorses drug abuse.
Stop writing criticism off as malicious concern trolling when the ending message of your video was effectively, if you can't stop doing drugs, then drugs aren't bad, and you should take whatever drugs you want and as many drugs as you want.
This was yet
that I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna say it. I don't think that's a bad take at all. Food is dangerous. Food can kill you. Like essentially, it can drive you to an early grave. It's very similar to drug abuse. It's an addiction, right? People have addiction to food. People have a serious addiction and unhealthy relationships with food. It's not that far-fetched to equate it to drug abuse. Because if you are a person who eats junk food all day and you can't stop yourself, you're addicted to junk food. It's the same thing with someone who can't stop taking, methamphetamines or something, right? If someone's like constantly snorting coke every single day, they can't stop themselves. They're addicted. Same thing goes for food. Now, obviously, there's a big difference between food and drugs. You're going to kill yourself a lot faster if you're snorting fucking cocaine every day instead, like between like, oh, if someone's like eating like ice cream every single day and that's the only thing they eat, right? Like, obviously, there's a huge difference between the two. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, there's a huge difference between the two, right? Drugs are essentially way worse. Drug abuse is way worse than food abuse and food addiction. But again, it's not a terrible message. You can use that analogy. It's, again, let me re-listen to this.
Up with people dead. Along with Sean's conclusion that Illy's advice is going to kill people, he also claims that because of this sequence, the message of her video is that she endorses drug abuse.
Stop writing criticism.
Also, what? Wait a minute. No, that's not his message of his video. He's using an example. Hold up. He's essentially... What? So, let me get this straight. You're making a video saying that Think Before You Sleep has painted her video as this malicious video, taking her out of context. But here you are, Noah, taking his message out of context. You're doing the same thing. He is not saying that she's endorsing drug abuse. He's just using it as an example.
Off as malicious concern trolling when the ending message of your video was effectively, if you can't stop doing drugs, then drugs aren't bad, and you should take whatever drugs you want and as many drugs as you want.
This was yet another
You're taking his, what? You're essentially doing the same thing as him. He's using an analogy. He's using an example. What? What? He's not saying that. Chad, I can't tonight, man. I can't tonight. I was excited to, well, to be fair, I wasn't excited to talk about these because I knew damn well these were going to be bad. I didn't think they were going to be this bad. Listen, Chad, I didn't know they were going to be this bad. Like, this is awful. This is terrible. You're making an hour-long video essentially saying that, hey, he's taking Illumation out of context and he's painting it in a different light than it actually is. But then here you are doing the exact same thing, painting Think Before You Sleep's message in a different light than what he actually is saying. You're doing the fucking same thing.
Inflammatory statement that was mainlined into the beautiful working brains of the people harassing her.
Why did you just sell me drugs?
Next video, the perks of popping pills.
Should I be celebrated for my lifestyle choices? Gather round and cheer me on while I drink heavily 5 days a week. I'm an alcoholic. Accept me.
Here's a comment saying she compared coffee with fentanyl. And then here's another comment.
All drugs are drugs, so there is no difference between coffee drinking people having sleep deficiency and fentanyl zombies roaming the streets in search of their next fix. Bro, straight up lying for clout. Yes, I do agree with this. This is actually a good take from him. That analogy did cause a lot of these retards. Yes, can you warm up pizza for me, please? I'd like a pizza. I will say he does have a good point here that it is essentially it told people that like drugs and whatnot, but the same thing can be said for her video, right? We can say the same thing about her video. You're essentially saying that the message of her video, right? Which again, this is something that Think Before You Sleep says in his video. You're essentially saying that her video's message is different and he's taking it out of context. Yeah, so does many people who are watching her video, right? Many people who are watching Illumation's video about it are taking what she's saying out of context, essentially saying, hey, I can eat whatever I want. Her audience is going to take it as, hey, I can eat whatever I want. It doesn't matter. I can do whatever I want. And if that's not the message of her video, well, fucking retards are taking it that way. The same thing goes for his audience. Don't get me wrong. Think Before You Sleep has a lot of dumbasses in his audience. A lot of fucking idiots. Okay? These people are fucking idiots. Like, obviously, she's not telling you to take drugs. So if you're essentially equating it to like, oh, she's telling me to take drugs, guys. She's telling me to take drugs, guys. That's what she's saying. She said it, not me. It's like, okay, dude, you're fucking retarded. Obviously, she's not telling you to take drugs. But again, he's using this as an analogy. Oh my God. Dude, the amount of brain power I have to use for this, because it's just like back and forth like idiocracy, right? It's just back and forth idiocracy.
He compared coffee with fentanyl. And then here's another comment saying that she actually said that. The severity of these accusations is then compounded by his immediate reminder to viewers that her audience is probably full of children.
Keep in mind that Alyssa's videos are clearly targeted at children based on the style of animation and the references.
They are targeted towards children. That's not like that is a fact. I can 100% guarantee that. Again, in my fucking comment section, dude, when I made my video, it was filled to the brim with like literal snot-nosed retards who like essentially just couldn't think. Like half of their comments were filled with just grammar errors, spelling errors, and just genuine like idiocracy. A lot of them just like, if you went onto their channel, it was just filled with videos of like, of course, it's just kids. It's like her audience is filled to the rim with kids.
And jokes she makes.
The implication here is that Illy's video may end up directly harming or possibly killing children. If we hold him to all the assertions he's made here, that's what the video is telling us. And then we remember his inclusion of children in the thumbnail and his later speculations about her child audience.
Considering that in this post you stated that your market is children, do you really think this is being a good role model?
And the results are that his viewers have heard his message loud and clear. She should not be telling children that it's okay to be unhealthy. 4,000 likes. Illy, you're feeding 4.
Yeah. Chat, I can't. Like, my brain cannot comprehend the stupidity that I'm listening to right now. My brain can't handle the stupidity. I don't even know what he's trying to express. Her audience is children. Her audience is children. Like, what? She's aware of that too. She's very well aware of that. And she's essentially promoting a message that, again, if you're trying to say that her video has a deeper meaning, it doesn't matter because her audience is filled with a bunch of dumbass kids who are not going to understand the deeper meaning of it. And they're going to take it as, oh, so you're saying I can eat whatever I want. That is bad. His message is correct in his video. She is essentially teaching her young audience that eat whatever you want, and that essentially can be harmful to the child audience that she has. What?
14-year-old insecure children lies about health. As a soon-to-be doctor, yeah, I'm sure that's true. As a soon-to-be doctor,
she does lie about health. She has multiple times in her video where she uses evidence. Her evidence is essentially a 300-pound podcast girl who knows nothing about this information.
you are making everything worse for the next generation. Little content warning here for some bad stuff. I hate this lying Jewish blank with all my heart. She needs to die. The new video she made is promoting childhood obesity. She is a cancer to this world and needs to be rotting 6 feet under the ground. This comment is from the doxing thread. They stated
why are people like this?
We're going to visit her in California. They said they wanted her dead, and at that point, they knew where she lived. Thankfully, Illy was able to move.
Man, why are... Dude, people are fucking retarded. It pisses me off so much. Like, dude, that's the thing. I do agree with, like, the fact that she did not deserve those comments and people saying shit like that about her. Like, essentially, yes, what she did was bad, but, like, does she deserve to have, like, her life threatened? Oh my god, man. Some people... Dude, some people are fucking stupid. It actually pains me how fucking retarded some people are. Is it really that hard to just carry an opinion and just disagree with somebody without having to be like essentially like a malicious person and try to hurt somebody or ruin someone's livelihood or attempt to actually like physically hurt them? Like, is it really that hard? Can we just stop watching and reading the comments Noah's making? I don't know why he keeps reading the comments as essentially like his proof and evidence against Think Before You Sleep. Like, listen, his audience, yeah, everyone's audience is retarded. I have people in my audience who are retarded. Like, there are people who take terrible, equate basically the message of my video and take it into a completely different light than it needs to be. Like, that doesn't mean that his message of the video is essentially what they're saying in her comment section. Like, what they're saying in her comment section is what they took away from his video. That's not the fucking message of his video. Like, what these people are saying in this comment section, that's not what he's saying. So why are you equating that to what he's saying? What? It baffles me. It blows my fucking mind. You're essentially saying these collective couple of people in the comment section represent his entire message. Oh, okay, it's the anger center of the brain, by the way.
Before anything violent happened, but if this person, for example, had taken action, Sean's video very well could have been what pushed them over the edge. Before we move on to the next section, I just...
Ooh-wee. Chad, I'm not even going to begin. I'm not even going to start. Oh my god. This is like, oh my god. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of that entire situation with H Bomber guy and that one dude who took his life. Remember that entire situation where people basically said that H Bomber guy's kill count was like 1 and equated the guy's suicide to his video? Noah, you can't be this fucking stupid, right? Oh my goodness. Oh my god. That is the exact same thing. You're basically saying that, like, if she were to die, he is responsible for it. The exact same way a bunch of fucking retards on the internet basically said the H Bomber guy was responsible for the death of that one dude, when he literally isn't. All H Bomber guy did was essentially call out this guy's his plagiarism problems, right? He essentially said this guy has a problem with plagiarism. He has a massive problem with plagiarism. And sure, that video might have pushed the guy over the edge. The guy might have saw that video and was like, fuck. But that video didn't do anything negative. He essentially put out something, a positive message, right? Shitting on plagiarism. And shitting on this guy's bad behavior with plagiarism. It's not a video where H Bomber guy is saying, you should kill yourself. You should kill yourself now. I hope this guy kills himself. I hope this guy fucking ends his own life. That's not what he says in the video. He points out facts and evidence, and now when he kills himself, people are just like, oh, so you're responsible for his death because you called him out for bad behavior. Like, fuck off. If Illumation, and again, it would suck if that happened. If Illumation did die, let's just say someone really did show up to her house and essentially killed her. If you genuinely think holding Think Before You Sleep accountable for that is the correct way to handle it, I think you're genuinely one of the most retarded people, one of the most dumbest people I've essentially ever seen. I am not going to take you seriously. I refuse to take you seriously. I'm sorry. I can't. I cannot take you seriously if you think that holding Think Before You Sleep accountable for an action of someone else is the right way to handle it. I don't care if he's the one that made the video. The video was made for criticism. You should not be held accountable for a random person's actions. He is allowed to have criticism. He is allowed to voice his criticism against Illumation. Simply put, he is allowed.
Just want to play the part of Illy's video that comes right after the sequence we just watched, but that Sean decided to just leave out.
Oh, great. Now she's glorifying obesity. I'm not glorifying anything. My point is simple. Don't be a dick to fat people. And don't use, oh, I just care about their health, as an excuse. Being fat doesn't automatically mean someone is less healthy or too lazy to look like you or however you think they should look. You don't know these people.
Those are the devil's advocate.
That's a factually incorrect statement. I don't think he needs to add that into his video because he already made that statement essentially earlier in the video. So why would he need to add this when he already talks about this in the earlier parts of the video? That is a factually correct argument. Don't be a dick to fat people. I agree. The reason why he left it out is probably because he agrees that you shouldn't be a dick to fat people. Okay? Like, what does this change? What am I supposed to hear here? What am I supposed to see here? Like, yeah. Okay. But that is a factually incorrect
Simple.
statement.
Don't be a dick to fat people. And don't use, oh, I just care about their health, as an excuse.
That's a very solid excuse. You're not, again, me saying right now that I care about the health of other individuals, so I'd rather people take better care of their health, is not being a dick to fat people. That is essentially trying to help people be a lot healthier and take a healthier route with their life. That is a good message to spread. Spreading a message saying, let fat people be fat is a very bad message.
Being fat doesn't automatically mean someone is less healthy or too lazy to look like you or...
Yes, it does. If we're talking about people who are like 300 pounds overweight, if we're talking about people who are essentially, you know, obviously overweight and unhealthy, especially with dietary restrictions, then yes, you are unhealthy compared to the person who probably lifts weights, goes to the gym, has abs, you know, like, you know what I mean? You are a lot less healthier than the person who genuinely takes better care of their health and eats healthy foods and whatnot. What the fuck does that mean? Yes, you are less healthier.
However you think they should look. You don't know these people.
Those are the devil's advocate characters there, advocating for the
Chat, I'm gonna end it tonight.
Thing Sean believes and says. It's an interesting little detail. All right, so before we continue, I need to pause real quick to talk about the sponsor of today's video, which is Ground News. So critical thinking is important. One aspect of being a critical thinking enjoyer is being willing to engage with the actual source material. Allows you to compare the headlines from each source that covers the same stories. As far as the news goes, with my link, Ground News Vantage plan comes out at just $5 a month, which costs less than many of today's cups of coffee in this world. All right, now let's get back to the video. Okay, so the second idea that Sean fabricates in his videos is that Illy tried to deplatform him.
Deplatform me,
Fabricates, okay.
Platform me to try and get me deplatform a smaller creator.
This idea drove the second, more serious wave of harassment, which is what led to Illy's doxing. It was also another one of the explicitly cited motivations of
which led to Illumation's doxing. Chat, I'm my brain is melting. I'm actually like starting to I'm starting to foam at the mouth. I'm breaking apart. Let's go, pizza! Pizza! Woo! Pizza! We'll get brain power from the pizza. We'll get brain power, chat, from the pizza. Pizza! Woo! Let me take a swig of water. Let me take a swig. Keep in mind, chat, she is the one who escalated the drama. Like, I can't emphasize enough that she is literally the one who escalated this drama. Am I saying that she is responsible for her own doxing? No. I'm not holding her accountable for her own doxing. I'm holding the person who doxed her accountable for her doxing. The guy who doxed her is a horrible person. Illy shouldn't be held accountable. Think Before You Sleep should not be held accountable. Neither of them should be held accountable. But again, she is the one who escalated the situation. You know what I mean? The cringe is corroding away in your mind. It is, dude. I'm genuinely like, my brain is rotting.
Of the doxers. Other creators covering the story were very vocally opposed to this idea.
They tried to deplatform Think Before You Sleep.
Getting deplatformed when you're an influencer is essentially like being fired.
I am never for deplatforming. People sometimes just don't get it and they want to deplatform people no matter what.
Don't send hate to him, by the way. Just make sure you harass.
Chat, I'm sorry. The pizza's not... I gotta take a bite of the pizza. It's hot. Fuck. It's hot. God damn it. It's hot. It's hot, chat. The water, the pizza, it's not reviving my brain. I'm still getting the rot. I'm still getting the rot. It's... Oh, come on, dude. It's crazy. Oh, my God. Noah, my sweet, succulent, mustache child. My Pookie Bear, my love. Noah, come on, man. Asking your audience to false flag a video can lead to the deplatforming of a person's channel. She is attempting to deplatform him. That is essentially what she is doing. Whatever, let's hear him out. Let's hear him out.
And deplatform him. 14,000 likes. Just take away his income by completely taking away his channel. 2,000 likes.
That is what she's doing.
Is this the channel that's trying to get other channels deplatformed? 5.7 thousand likes. So is this what actually happened? Well, why don't we take a look at the evidence? As I mentioned in the intro, there's only one piece of evidence that Sean has presented for every accusation he's made here, and that's Illy's Tumblr post. Specifically, its last line, which reads, if you were...
Oh, what other drama is there? I was originally going to talk about this H3H3 video that King of Nothing made because it's really bad. But this video is 2 hours, so I'm going to save it for the next stream because we've been on this for a minute. Sensitive second appearance in the video. Dude, the bread tubers, they fucking hate him. They hate him with a passion, brother. Oh my God. Like, and listen. Oh, you guys are going to hear the crinkle. It's like ASMR. Oh, yes. Okay, pizza time. Dude, these people hate sensitive. With like a burning passion. And like, here's the thing. It's fine. I understand that a lot of people don't like sensitive or like his opinions. That's fine. I don't care if you like him or not. I like sensitive. I think he is a solid YouTuber. Does he have a few bad takes once in a while? Of course he does. You know, we're not all perfect. We're all gonna make some bad takes once in a while. But like, holy fuck, dude, these people. If there's one YouTuber these people essentially just hate, it is sensitive. It is sensitive. And I have a conspiracy theory for it, but I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it. Because I'd sound like a fucking loser. You know what, Chad? I'll say it, Chad. I think essentially the reason why they don't like sensitive is mostly because he's Hispanic. Because again, a lot of these other YouTubers like Turkey Tom or like Achito, they're all white guys. So, you know, when they see, you know, another white guy saying this like stuff, they're like, oh, typical. But when they see this like Mexican guy, right? They see this like Mexican saying the same thing as them, reiterating the same thing that isn't like some leftist bullshit. They get mad because it's a minority essentially agreeing with them. So they get fucking pissed about it. Because, dude, the amount of people that genuinely like, just the amount of leftist like bread tubers who get mad at sensitive and essentially only sensitive, it's baffling. It's insane to me.
If anyone else comes across this video, please report it for cyberbullying. Now, viewers that are paying attention right now may notice that this post doesn't say anything about deplatforming. This post asks her followers to report the video. Reporting and deplatforming are not a different thing. What? They are not different. Chat, eat the pizza. Reporting a channel can lead to the deplatforming of a channel. Especially when you're telling your child audience to essentially report a channel
that can promote a deplatform. You can essentially take away someone's income from that. It can lead to him losing income. You know what I love about this, chat? Sorry for taking bites of the pizza. I need brain power. You know what I love about this, chat? Is he is essentially, right? He's got this argument where he's sitting here saying deplatforming and reporting are not the same thing. They don't equal the same thing. Okay? But you're making the claim that Think Before You Sleep is the person that's at fault for doxing when he never said to dox. So if Illumation never said to deplatform him, right? If Illumation never said that, then wouldn't you agree that since he never said to dox her, that you would apply that same logic? Wouldn't you apply that same logic since he never said to dox her? You would apply that, right? You would. Essentially, what I'm getting here, Noah, is that you're biased and you're retarded.
Platforming are not the same thing. Just because a report can lead to a deplatforming does not make these terms interchangeable. To understand why that is, let's take a minute to walk through how the deplatforming process actually works. This part will be a bit dry, so
If you have 2 million subs and you're telling your audience, especially since it's filled to the brim with kids, all right, then I'm going to go report your channel then, Noah. We've seen it before. We saw it with the Crash Bandicoot stuff, dude. Like, reporting a channel does equal deplatforming. Like, if I'm not mistaken, Crash Bandicoot, I don't even think he once said that he wanted that one person's channel deplatformed. He was essentially saying he wanted them, you know, to report them. Because he didn't like them. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Or if we want to use that logic, right? Let's talk about the Act Man and his situation, right? Quantum Mania, whatever that guy was, Quantum TV or something. I don't think Quantum TV ever said that he wanted Act Man deplatformed, but he went on a tirade attempting to false flag his channel, telling people to false flag it. He wanted him deplatformed. Like, saying deplatforming and reporting aren't the same thing is genuinely one of the dumbest fucking things I've ever heard. Like, it's unironically just so fucking god-awful. It's such a terrible take to have. Because, again, deplatforming is the act of someone reporting and flagging your channel. Getting someone deplatformed is essentially when someone reports your channel and flags your channel for whatever it is. And she is falsely doing that. She's false flagging. I don't think I ever said the words deplatforming. I use the words false flag. But I don't blame people for using the words deplatforming. I don't blame them. I mean, with Crash, I think it was a false copyright claims that did him in. Well, yeah, that's what I mean is Crash Bandicoot, he was essentially telling people to copyright claim this person's video, and he or I don't think he was telling people, he himself was copyright claiming people, and then going on like tirades about how like how he's like invincible or some shit. The guy was a fucking insane person, but he wasn't telling people to deplatform the person he was copyright claiming, but he was deplatforming them. You don't have to say that you're deplatforming somebody or tell someone to deplatform someone to essentially deplatform them. She's telling you to mass report his video, which can lead to a strike on his channel. And if that happens, what happens if a bunch of other fans essentially say, let's try to get this guy gone? Let's take away his income. Right? What I'm mad about is that Noah here isn't just essentially admitting that she shouldn't have said that. Like, brother, why can't you just admit that she just shouldn't have said it? She shouldn't have done it. I just don't get it.
So I'll throw some visuals up on the screen now to keep things interesting for you guys. Enjoy. In order for a YouTube channel to be terminated, it has to receive 3 channel strikes. Channel strikes are usually issued when a video is reported. That report is reviewed, and the reviewers determine that the video has violated the YouTube community guidelines. I say
What is your argument going to be, that his video didn't get taken down, so she didn't try to deplatform him? Are you fucking retarded? Or that she didn't say to do it to 3 different videos?
Usually because there's quite a few other things that can happen. If, for example, it's your channel's first time violating the guidelines, you'll most likely get let off with a warning. This warning can be dismissed after 90 days by taking a policy training. If a warning is issued, it can be appealed. An appeal is when you argue your case that the video has been flagged by mistake. If the appeal is granted, then the warning is removed and your eligibility for receiving a warning on your next violation will be reset. Sean has alluded to having his finger on the pulse of YouTube's—
Oh my god, dude. Noah is so fun at parties, I bet. I bet you this guy is so fun at parties. Noah, you are taking it so literal. It's insane. You're breaking it bare bones down to the definition. Noah, it doesn't matter if it's his first time getting flagged and it might be a warning or something. The indication is that you're attempting to give him a strike. It could literally lead to his channel being taken down. It could lead to that. Even if you get put on YouTube's watch list, because YouTube does have a watch list, you could have your channel and videos just essentially smacked without even people reporting it. If you're on a watch list, sending mass reports to his channel is negative. It can ultimately lead to a negative outcome simply because he criticized her. Why? Oh, why, Noah? Are you trying to be so bare bones down to the T? Why are you trying to break this down to the T? You're essentially, Noah, let me get this straight. You're essentially saying, oh, sup, Epic Hentai Gaming. Have a good night. Have a good night, brother. What's up, brother? Have a good night, brother. But let me break this down for you, Noah. You're essentially sitting here telling everybody that she wouldn't be deplatforming him unless she attempted to strike him 3 times and went about this in the most... okay, dude. So he essentially... he essentially is basically saying it's okay if she did it 1 time, 2 times, maybe even 3 times, but as long as he doesn't get that strike, I don't care if she says to do so. Like, fuck you, dude. Oh my god. You're advocating for the behavior because of what? You're advocating for his behavior, for her behavior because what? She didn't do it multiple times, so that's... She never once apologized for doing it. Her friends still think it's a justified thing. Her audience thinks it's justified. I have people in my comment section saying he deserves to be deplatformed. I have people coming into my comment section saying he deserves to have a strike on his channel for a fucking like. But whatever, dude, whatever.
Community guidelines.
Speaking of YouTube rules, and as someone who regularly reads them,
So I wouldn't be surprised if he had a clean record and a warning available to him. I haven't seen him state otherwise. However, if he has violated the guidelines before, then receiving a guilty report would remove his video and give his channel a strike. There's a few other things to go over here, though. Just like the warnings, channel strikes can also be appealed. Were he to receive a strike, Sean would again have the opportunity to argue his case for why he thinks the reviewers got it wrong. If the appeal he submitted were to be granted, his video would go back up and the strike would be removed from his channel. The important thing here, though, is that even if he had been issued a warning, appealed the warning, lost the appeal, then received a strike, then appealed that strike and lost that appeal, finally actually getting a strike, that's still not deplatforming. That's step...
Oh my god. He's justifying it. Oh my god, he's justifying it. By essentially saying that this one video getting a strike on his channel is not deplatforming. Noah, you're actually like, you're actually retarded. You're basically equating it to, well, your video didn't get taken down, buddy, so who cares? I don't give a fuck if it wasn't taken down or not, you dumbass. It doesn't matter. The intent was to strike him, which could have led to more videos getting striked, which could have led to his entire channel to getting taken down. Do you not understand the severity of telling your audience to attack someone's channel? No, Marchie, he's advocating for her because TBYS is involved. Yeah, I was gonna say, that's probably why. He fucking hates his guts. He's essentially letting bias. He's essentially letting bias kind of control this, which, don't get me wrong, I don't disagree with some of these points that he's making, essentially with the message of her video. I don't disagree with some of the messages of her video and what he's trying to say here, but he's just using such unworthy terms. Like, it's like, dude, do you not understand that her using her young audience and saying, go strike or go not deplatform, sorry, go attack this guy's channel is an essential bad thing. I guarantee if it were any other commentary YouTuber, he wouldn't be saying a damn thing. Yeah, I know. I know. I'm aware. I'm aware. I know he wouldn't. I know that if this was somebody else, he wouldn't give a fucking shit. He wouldn't talk about it. He's only doing it because it's Think Before You Sleep. So it's depressing. This point is just so weird. You're justifying someone telling their audience to report your channel by saying, well, it didn't happen, now did it? So who cares? Brother, that's not the point. The point is that her intent was to get his channel, not his channel, sorry, his video striked, which could essentially lead to his channel being taken down, given the fact that her friends are constantly spreading a message about him in general on Twitter as well. Like, her friends, the guy who watched the video for her, and basically spread this negative message about Think Before You Sleep to her that led to her not watching the video, has constantly led a bunch of hate towards Think Before You Sleep. Are you going to ignore that? Are you going to ignore the fact that there's a friend of hers that is essentially painting a negative picture of him, spreading lies about him to this audience that probably are actively sending him threats, actively striking his channel, attempting to strike his channel? Right? Do you not understand that this is a chain reaction, that her telling her audience to report it could essentially lead to this video getting striked, then maybe the next video getting striked, and then maybe another one getting striked, and then poof, his money's gone and his channel's gone. We should not be condoning this behavior just because it didn't happen. I don't give a fuck if it didn't happen. I don't care if it didn't happen. That's like, dude, that's like me saying, well, she didn't die. She was doxxed, but chat, she didn't die, so who really cares? Like, that's like me saying that. Like, the fuck? Why would I say that? It doesn't matter that she essentially didn't, no one came to her house, right? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, no one actually went to her house. Why would I sit up here and say, well, chat, she was doxxed, but like, no one actually showed up to her house, so is it really that big of a deal? Like, are you fucking retarded? These same arguments can be used against him. It's...
One, to deplatforming. As I said before, deplatforming requires 3 channel strikes. What I neglected to mention, though, is that these strikes expire after 90 days. And in order to actually have your channel terminated, you need to get all 3 of them within that same 90-day...
You don't think that... Sorry. Pizza time. You don't think that these strikes could 100% come in within the first 30... Or 30, sorry. Not even the first... Probably the first month. Even within the first... not first, sorry. 3 months. Like, yeah, it very much could, especially when you have an entire audience who's convinced this guy is spreading false information about her, so they're reporting his channel. Yeah, the strikes will probably come within those days. You're making it out like, oh, no. One video will get striked probably, and then, 3 months will pass by and it'll go away, and like, what?
Period. This means that Sean would have to go through this whole process 3 separate times in a period of 3 months or less. This is what YouTube officials refer to as being a very naughty boy. The only possible way he could call Illy's post an attempted deplatforming in good faith is if all those prerequisites had been met. Since there's no evidence that even a single one of them has, Sean calling Illy's report an attempted deplatforming is at best a very uninformed interpretation of the situation.
Okay, Noah, by that same standard, her doxing wasn't real. Yeah, that's like 3 months. That's a long fucking time. That's a long time. Noah, let's use your same logic here. If that's the case, her doxing wasn't real. Doesn't matter. Her doxing was... It didn't matter. Doesn't matter if she was doxed. No one actually showed up to the house, so... Okay. Then it's okay that she was doxed. Let's use your same logic. Come on, Noah. Let's use your same logic, all right? Let's use your same logic. Since it didn't happen, since his channel wasn't striked, since there was no strike on the channel, let's use your same logic. Who cares if she was doxxed? Hey, chat, don't get mad at me. He said it. Children aren't exactly known for being patient. Hey, chat, he said it, right? We're using his logic here. Essentially, since the situation didn't happen, then the doxing is pointless because no one actually showed up to the house, right? No one actually showed up. Her life wasn't exactly at risk because it didn't happen. Nobody attempted to murder her. Nobody went to her house and attempted to murder her. So the death threats, they're pointless because it's not actually happening. Death didn't actually happen. So yeah, she wasn't actually doxxed. All that stuff doesn't matter. Just saying, Noah, you just use your own fucking logic.
And at worst, dishonest. Either way, it's a crybaby Olympics gold medal winning complaint. Even if her report had resulted in Sean's channel being terminated, that still doesn't make her report an attempted deplatforming. There's a few reasons for that.
Huh? What? Wait, what? Did I hear what I just heard? Did he just say that if it did happen to get his shit taken down, it's not her attempting to deplatform him? Yes, it is. What? If he got his channel terminated from the fact that she told her audience to... Chat. 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 Chat, I had a bunch of people, right? Not a bunch of people, but I saw a couple people saying he had good points in this video. Chat. I saw people saying that the video was bad, but he had a few good points. 20 minutes in, and I haven't heard a single fucking good point. Chat.
And I want to go over them now. I know this is a blast going over the rules. We're having fun, but try to contain your excitement because this information is very serious and very important, I think. Learning time, learning time. So one of the other claims being made to justify this deplatforming accusation is that Illy asked Sean's channel to be mass flagged. She asked for millions of followers to report the video, and this is an especially serious threat to Sean's livelihood.
I told people in her massive 2.5 million person following, my channel is on the line because Alyssa has millions of followers.
But this too is false. In terms of YouTube's review process, mass flagging doesn't actually do anything. The amount of flags that a video receives has no bearing on the reviewer's decisions. Here is YouTube's global head of trust and safety, Matt Halprin, explaining that.
It doesn't matter whether there's one flag, 1,000 flags, 10,000 flags. It literally makes no difference into how the evaluation works or whether content should stay up or stay.
That doesn't, what? That doesn't matter. What is the argument here? That doesn't matter. The intent, right? Her intent is to get his video under review, so it gets taken down. That is her intent. Right? Like, you're banking on the fact that she knows this information too. You're banking on the fact that she knows this. She wants multiple people to report the video so it gets reviewed and it gets taken down. Why are you bringing in fucking stupid logic like, actually, only, it doesn't matter if it's one flag or multiple flags. The fuck does that change? It doesn't change anything.
Here's this guy from YouTube's Creator Insider channel saying the same thing.
Sometimes a video with lots of flags is a result of what the team calls brigading, meaning a large group of people have tried to gang up on the video in an attempt to take it down, even though it doesn't violate a policy. Can they take it down? No. Again, all videos are evaluated under the same policies, no matter how many flags they have.
This term, mass flagging, makes it sound like really scary, you know? Mass flagging, oh, it's a massive, huge flag, but it's not.
Okay, so now he's justifying mass flagging. You're essentially justifying creators who tell their Chad, the fact that this guy is so blinded by bias, it's insane. It is insane to me how biased this guy is. Chad, dude. Noah, come on, man. You really? It doesn't matter if it's mass flagging or not. It's still negative. Mass flagging is a bad thing. Like, mass flagging a creator, right? It doesn't, like, it's worse. I'd argue it's worse than one creator only sending one flag. If you're telling an entire audience to flag a channel, that's mass flagging, and that's essentially a bad thing. It doesn't matter if it's one flag or multiple flags. It doesn't matter if they only review one and it doesn't change anything. The intent is to essentially flag the channel with multiple, like, what am I listening to? What am I listening to? What does this change?
Doesn't affect the review decision. The other point here, though, on mass flagging is that even if it did affect the review system, it wouldn't actually matter in this case because this wasn't mass flagging. The figure being thrown around, her 2.5 million subscribers, is just, it's false. It's literally not true. Illy made this post on Tumblr. At the time of posting, her
Oh my god, dude. I'm actually getting, like, annoyed. Like, I'm actually just annoyed at this point. It's just like downright like fucking depressing listening to this shit. It's so annoying. So because she posted it on Tumblr, that means it's false. No, that doesn't make it false because she posted it on fucking Tumblr. She posted it on Tumblr because you can get in trouble for posting it on YouTube. And if you post it on Tumblr, that means there's a lesser chance that people will acknowledge it or see it. Now, did she outright obviously send this, you know, post out to 2 million people so 2 million people saw it? No, obviously not. But you're still trying to get a good chunk of people to report a fucking channel in a video.
Tumblr account had 2,400 followers. She didn't post about it anywhere on YouTube. This number, 2,400, is less than 0.1% of her YouTube subscribers. Sean must have known this too because, I mean, firstly, even though Tumblr doesn't display followers publicly, followers never transfer evenly between platforms. But mainly because in the screenshot he shows in his video, Illy's post had 97 notes. 97. That's 0.01%.
It doesn't matter. What are these like talking points? What are these points essentially supposed to prove? What are these trying to prove? That because she posted it on another platform, that means that the number of people she told to do it was less? Who fucking cares? I don't give a fuck if 2 million people reported a channel or if 97 people reported a channel. You're still mass reporting a channel. It doesn't matter how many people you get involved to actually do it. If you are telling a group of people to mass report a channel, that is mass flagging. It doesn't matter how many people it's done by. It doesn't matter if it's 90 people or if it's 2 million. I don't care what number it is. That is still mass flagging. There is a massive difference between you doing it behind closed doors and you telling even the slightest, smallest group of people to do it. Right? If she would have flagged it behind closed doors and it didn't go through, who cares? She wouldn't have gotten away with it. It wouldn't have mattered. No one would have known. End of story. But the difference is that she took this to another platform. Give me a second, chat. I'm going to cough. Oh, fuck. She took it to another platform, which, by the way, if you do this on YouTube, if you tell somebody to report a channel on YouTube, you can and will get in trouble for it on YouTube. That is a thing that you can get in trouble for. On top of that, why would she post that on YouTube? Probably because she would know full well that she would get in trouble for saying that. So she took it to an irrelevant platform, aka Tumblr, and set it there so she can possibly get away with saying, report this guy's channel. She took it to a smaller platform so she could most likely get away with it because no one will see it because it's fucking Tumblr and no one goes on Tumblr.
Of this supposed army of 2.5 million woke warks, I don't know, that actually even interacted with what she said. The sheer scale at which this number has been exaggerated here is just, it's awe-inspiring. It also makes his repeated whinging about a larger channel bullying him just kind of funny to watch.
Obviously, she doesn't care about bullying because she'll openly call her followers to harass a much smaller creator that has 1/3 of her following. By trying to deplatform a smaller creator,
he's maxing out his Amex Platinum victim card. He's pulling up to the Oppression Olympic.
Oh my god, chat. Chat, I'm losing brain cells. I can't with this, dude. It doesn't matter the amount of people who flagged the video. It doesn't matter the amount of people she chose to use. It doesn't matter. She still told a group of people to flag a video. That's mass flagging. That's what it is. Mass flagging is not the definition of like 2 million people reporting a video. It doesn't matter the amount. If you are telling your audience, even if it's just a small audience on a different platform, to flag a video, it does not change the severity. It doesn't.
In a Michael Phelps morph suit. We can see you, man. It's not subtle.
This is evil, dude. Why am I getting this ad, bro?
Third and final element to this deplatforming accusation is the implication that Illy was false flagging.
By rallying her audience to falsely
Chad!
Before you sleep's video.
Send your fans and friends
Chad!
to false flag another individual.
She was false flagging his channel, being malicious and trying to get the video taken down for whatever you can.
People make fun of the Leafy style gaming background footage, but
yeah. Every single gaming commentary channel is a Leafy clone.
I like it, to be honest. I think it's fun. A lot of shapes and colors and bright lights on the screen. It's engaging. All right, so Illy was at...
Yeah, no, I like you putting fucking random pictures on the screen is innovative and creative. Wow. Okay. Dude, I'm so tired of people equating gameplay commentary to Leafy clone. Like, it is actually just baffling to me how people still have that mindset. It is insane to me. Like, have you ever just thought to yourself, Noah, that maybe people don't want to show their face and they essentially like putting gameplay in the background because it's fun? Have you ever maybe just thought to yourself that maybe, just maybe, that we put background gameplay because we think it might add a little bit of extra, to the video, instead of just doing this where you just put fucking baby pictures up on the fucking screen? Like, I can't emphasize enough that this takes like essentially 10 times more effort. Gameplay commentary takes 10 times more effort than just essentially putting a fucking picture up on the screen. Like, listen, I love diesel patches. But him putting a fucking PNG image on the screen is 10 times easier than putting, like, gameplay on a screen. Video game footage, leftist. Is that Leafy? I don't know. He probably isn't, but I mean, he's... I'm a
flag another individual.
She was false flagging his channel, being malicious and trying to get the video taken down for whatever you can.
People make fun of the Leafy style gaming background footage.
Like him saying, like, people are making fun of the Leafy style video game footage in the background, but I like it. It's colorful and shapes and shit. It's like, okay, who cares?
But I like it, to be honest. I think it's fun. A lot of shapes and colors and bright lights on the screen. It's engaging. All right, so Illy was asking people to report his...
I think it comes off as like, yeah, he's like making fun of it, which, I mean, again, it's like, I don't really care, who cares? I just don't really understand like the essential hate. If he's being serious, then yeah, I agree with him. I essentially don't understand the hatred that people have for like gameplay commentary. It literally makes zero sense why people hate on it. And I'll repeat it over and over and over again. Gameplay commentary takes more effort. Now, some people take their gameplay from someone else. I don't. I play the game. So that's why I say it takes more effort, because I'm taking more time out of my day, like 30 minutes, hour, 2 hours to sit down and play a video game to get a bunch of footage so that I can have it for the next video and whatnot. I don't take gameplay. I know that I could, and it probably would make the process a lot faster, but I don't like doing that. I essentially just like getting my own gameplay, and I think that's better when you get just your own gameplay to put in the background. But I mean, if he's being genuine and sincere, yeah, I agree with him. I essentially don't understand the hatred for it, but I don't understand why people just continuously equate it to, oh, this is like Leafy clone. It's like, it's not. Like, just because it's gameplay commentary does not make it fucking Leafy cloned. Like, dude, come on, man.
Video while knowing that it wasn't reportable. That's the claim. Now, let's first establish that there's no...
Wait. I have to...
And colors and bright lights on the screen. It's engaging. All right, so Illy was asking people to report his video while knowing that it wasn't reportable. That's the claim. Now, let's first establish that there's no...
Wait, do you have proof for that claim? She asked people to report it knowing it wasn't reportable? Do you have proof to provide to say that she knew that it wasn't reportable? If she knew it wasn't reportable, why the fuck would she ask multiple people to report it? What is the logic there?
Actual evidence for this argument. All of Illy's posts pretty clearly indicate...
Also, is he gonna prove what, like, the false flagging allegation?
...that her intent in flagging the video...
It's false flagging. It is.
...was to stop the harassment it was and still is causing. None of these posts show her to be knowingly asking for a false flag. Regardless, though, let's tame this argument. 2 points are being raised for this claim. Number one, Sean's video wasn't actually cyberbullying, so reporting it is malicious.
I know that my video doesn't break any of them in the hate speech policy or the harassment and cyberbullying policy.
The video you're trying to flag does not qualify as harassment.
In no way is the video cyberbullying.
So firstly, whether or not Sean's video actually broke the rules is not your call. It's not my call. It's not your mom's call. You should call your mom, though. It's YouTube's call. YouTube's reviewers decide that. Their opinion is the only opinion that actually matters. And if what you're saying is true...
That is just, like, that is just inherently wrong. There are plenty of channels that get hit with the hammer, right? That aren't going against any of their rules. There's plenty of people who get hit with the fucking what is it called? The gavel. There's plenty of people who get hit with this video goes against YouTube guidelines when it doesn't. When it essentially just doesn't go against guidelines, right? Whether that be because somebody flagged it or somebody like essentially just like took it down. Like I had a video, right, that was taken down a long time ago. It did really well. I made a video basically like it was called like I found the best YouTube channel on YouTube. And the original creator commented under the video, said this was an awesome video, and then later took it down. I was pissed. I was angry because of that. And the reason why he took it down was because all I did was uploaded a TikTok clip. So he had a TikTok. And it was a viral TikTok. That was essentially what it was. It was the, what the hell? Oh my God. You know, it was that guy. And essentially, I uploaded that clip onto the video. I didn't steal his content. It's like a 30 to a minute clip that is all over the internet. Okay? It's free of use. I think it's fair use. I think most people will collectively agree that that's fair use, essentially because the video is not just the video. It is me talking about it and just essentially just having fun with it, right? That is fair use. It is not YouTube's call. I hate how these people essentially bring it up to like, it's on YouTube. YouTube makes a lot of false takedowns. YouTube essentially takes down a lot of videos that aren't going against the guidelines and the rules, right? His video does not go against those guidelines and rules. It's not, again, like you said, it's not your call. It's not Illy's call. It's not anyone's call, right? But what we collectively agree, everybody collectively agrees, that this video is not cyberbullying or harassment. And just because other fans went out of their way to, you know, possibly harass you or something, does not mean that this video goes against the guidelines. So does that make it a false flag? Yes, it does. Because you're attempting to flag a channel for not breaking the rules. That's a false flag. I already just debunked your entire fucking argument.
Then why are we whining about it? John has nothing to worry about. The review will come up negative. If it doesn't, then he can appeal. And if he didn't break the rules, then he'll win that appeal. A review coming up negative.
It's just not true. Lots of people don't break the rules. They apply for an appeal and it doesn't go through. Happens all the time.
Doesn't prove ill intent. If that were the case, then every negative review ever made would be a false flag. And that's silly.
Again, this is just justifying her actions, which I think is insane to me. The fact that you are this biased against Think Before You Sleep, the sheer fact that you're this biased, that you're justifying someone essentially asking their fan base to false flag somebody is insane to me.
You know, these things happen all the time. Despite its silliness, though, that didn't stop some of these guys from essentially making this same claim.
Do you know what's actually in violation of YouTube's bullying and harassment rules? This Tumblr post.
What she's doing with this post right here does actually break YouTube's terms of service.
Interestingly, Sean doesn't cite the rule that she allegedly broke here, which is why no one else cited it either. They get all of their information from each other's videos and nothing more. Drama YouTube is an epistemological human centipede. I can't find the rule that Sean is...
This does go against YouTube guidelines. We saw it with Crash Bandicoot. That's how Crash Bandicoot lost his channel. He was going on YouTube telling people to mass report, what's his face, Toonshi's channel. That's what got his channel taken down, because he was false flagging other channels and he was telling other people to do so. If I'm not mistaken, is his name Omni Media? Axeman versus Quantum TV. Quantum TV. Oh, he's still up. He's still doing his thing. Oh, wow. Rip Quantum TV, brother. If I'm not mistaken, remember hearing that he got a strike on his channel or a warning for doing what he did. I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. But again, we saw it with Crash Bandicoot. That's a prime example of somebody who was saying on his YouTube community tab, that he's going to false flag another channel, essentially. He was essentially just saying, I'm going to false flag him. Guys, go false flag this channel. That's what essentially got his channel taken down. That does go against YouTube guidelines. YouTube guidelines, right, are... what's the best way to explain this? Like, you can't direct targeted hate campaigns, essentially, right? You can't direct hatred towards another person. And the best way to explain that is, like, let's say in a video, you essentially tell somebody to go attack this person. Like, if I were to say right now, like, hey guys, everybody in here, go attack Noah Samsen. Go to his channel, leave hate comments, spread hate, dislike the video, flag it. You know, if I was sitting there telling you guys to do that, that goes against the rules. You can't do that. You can't do that on YouTube. Obviously, on stream, you know, the stream's gone on for almost 5 hours. I'm not going to fucking dive and dig into the actual rules and stuff. If it turns out that this isn't a rule and that you are allowed to say this in your community tab, then, you know what, points to you, Noah. Points to you. Because, sure. Okay, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt here that since you can't find it, then, okay, we'll wash it. Okay, we'll wash it. But, again, I'd like to use Crash Bandicoot's example where he was saying this stuff on his community tab. And essentially, that's what got his channel completely wiped off, and he was basically deplatformed from it. So, yes, in my opinion, I feel like if Illy was on her YouTube, if she was on her YouTube and she was saying this, she could probably get in trouble for it. Like, Think Before You Sleep could probably send this to YouTube and say, hey, this person is telling her audience to flag my channel. Can you do something about this? She'd probably get a warning or something. I'm assuming she probably would. Just because, again, it goes against the idea of targeted hate. But who knows? Hell, that could even be contributed to harassment, right? Harassment is a part of the rule book, right? Targeted harassment. If you're targeting harassment towards Think Before You Sleep by saying, guys, go flag his channel, that could be considered cyberbullying and targeting harassment. Which, again, something that Think Before You Sleep didn't do in his video, but if she were to do that on YouTube, there's a possible chance that that could be construed as targeted harassment, which does break a rule.
Referring to here. So let us know when you respond. In the meantime, though, what I have is this screenshot from YouTube support telling Illy that it's okay for her to submit the report, even if she's not 100% positive that it applies. That's an...
Huh? Well, yeah, she's allowed to submit the report. That's not what we're arguing. We're arguing that it's false. We're arguing that she's doing it out of ill intent. Because there's nothing in the video that... What? What does this argument mean? Okay... Will I get in any trouble if I submit a privacy report and the team doesn't think it's a problem? Noah, dude, she's allowed to submit a report. No one is saying you're not allowed to submit a report. She's allowed to report a channel if she deems it reportable. She's not going to get in fucking trouble for reporting it. The issue is that it's a false report and attempting to get other people to false report it. She sees an issue with it, but obviously the issue isn't there. She's false reporting it. But again, if she did this privately, didn't ask other people to do so, then no, we wouldn't have a problem here because she's doing it privately. And if YouTube essentially looked at it and said, okay, there's no issue with this video, sorry that we can't do anything about it, she'd probably go about her day. But it's the fact that she went to another platform to tell her audience and say, hey, guys, you guys should also report this video. That is false flagging. That is the definition of false flagging. I can't tell if this guy is just brain rotted. I don't know what it is. Like we kind of talked about already. I think it's just simply the fact that I think this guy is just, extremely biased against Think Before You Sleep. I think he's just genuinely he just doesn't like him. So he's using this as a chance to just kind of hate on him. Like I said earlier at this beginning part, right? It's like if you actually cared. And this is the thing. If you actually cared about her being doxxed, then you wouldn't be shifting the blame onto Think Before You Sleep. You just wouldn't. You wouldn't be shifting the blame onto Think Before You Sleep. Which just genuinely pisses me off. It unironically just pisses me off because these people act like they care. You know what I mean? Like these bread tubers and these fucking retards, they think that they actually give a fuck about these people, but they don't. They'd rather blame somebody else for the wrongdoings of another person. Like, you're essentially letting the guy who committed this actual crime off scot-free so you can shift the blame onto the guy who didn't even do anything, which is insane to me, given the fact that you're sitting here acting like you're giving justice. It's like, it pisses me off because I'm not trying to act like some fucking superhero here, but I gave more shits about this than you, Noah. Like, it's the sheer fact that I'm a man enough to and willing enough to just admit that, like, yeah, she doesn't deserve it. And that we should be paying attention to the guy who actually did it. Because if I'm not mistaken, doxing is illegal. This guy should be put behind bars. I think people should be putting more efforts and attention towards this guy and attempts to get him put behind bars. If he's making genuine rape threats and death threats, then we should be putting attention towards the guy who actually did it. And not Think Before You Sleep. The guy who made a fucking criticism video. It just goes to show how much these people fucking care. He doesn't care. He made an hour-long video, dog whistling, and it has 300k views. You did this for money, Noah. You made a fucking bag off of this. You made an absolute bag off of this. I'm giving you money watching this. And I regrettably am. I regrettably am. But you know what? I have to do it for the purpose of shitting on you. Because again, this is a lot of fucking money. You're doing this for money. You're not doing this because you actually care about Illymation and her doxer and her getting doxed. You don't care about spreading a positive message. You only give a fuck about your genuine bias against Think Before You Sleep and the fact that you're going to make a fucking shitload of money off of this. This is why I fucking hate these fucking breadtuber retards. If I'm not mistaken, Noah is a socialist. It just goes to show. Exactly. Noah just wants to shit on the guy who owned him the last time they interacted. That's essentially all this is. This isn't like a genuine, sincere video where he's sitting down trying to actually provide something of value. That's not what this is. This is a fucking video targeting a guy that he doesn't like. So he made an hour-long video shitting on the guy. And he knew very well that shitting on the guy would get him a lot of views. So he's like, all right, I'm going to make loads of money off of this because this isn't high effort. This is different from his original videos. If you actually know, the guy actually, in his other videos, you know, he does it in front of a camera and he actually like kind of provides some like actual like editing and whatnot. No. This time, all he does is just put a bunch of fucking pictures on the screen while he talks. I can make this video in 2 days. If I took my time and effort and whatnot, I could probably make this video in like 2 days. It's, again, this video is not coming off as something that like you actually give a fuck about Illy. It comes off as like you genuinely just don't give a fuck. You're just doing this because you don't like him. And it's so fucking idiotic. It's terrible.
Important note here, I guess, is that YouTube literally gave her the green light to do this. I probably could have mentioned that sooner, but there we go.
It doesn't matter if they gave her the fucking green light to do it. Oh my god, Noah, you're fucking stupid. Watch, once people start making videos on this video, he's going to start claiming he's being attacked by right-wingers. Oh yeah, he will. Think Before You Sleep is making a video about this. He had to tell Turkey Tom that he is. And he's like rightfully pissed. Like he's like upset that he even has to make a video about this because he doesn't want to. He wants to leave this drama in the past and just fucking move on. But now he has people claiming that he's responsible for the doxing. It's like, way to go, Noah, you fucking dumbass. Now you're making it worse. You're making the situation worse. You do realize that now your fans are going to go over to Think Before You Sleep and harass him now, escalating it even fucking farther. Jesus. Oh my God. Like, think before you sleep. Or not think before you sleep. Noah, it's over. Okay? What happened, happened. And the saddest part about this entire thing is that all these other drama YouTubers and stuff, all these other drama YouTubers and all these other YouTubers like me and all these other guys, we're all collectively on agreement that she doesn't deserve to be doxxed. We've all made videos saying, hey, guys, she doesn't deserve it. But Noah here, if let's just see, I guess we'll watch the rest of it, but Noah here will most likely leave it out of context that most commentary YouTubers made a video essentially saying, most commentary YouTubers mostly essentially said that, hey, she doesn't deserve to be doxxed. You guys shouldn't be doxing her. This is a terrible thing. He's probably going to leave that out of context, by the way. He's going to essentially leave it out of context. I know he is. Bro put TBYS as the Eye of Sauron for the thumbnail of his video. I know.
Surprise. Enjoy. So now we're down to just the final argument, which is that Illy's report was false flagging because she didn't even watch the video before reporting it. She went solely off of her friend's biased summary, and that's a false flag because she didn't even know what he said.
Make sure to not watch it before doing that, by the way.
Go and report his video that I didn't even watch up to that point.
She hasn't even watched.
She didn't even watch the video, and she even said this herself.
This last argument is purely a moral one, right? Because it has no grounds within the guidelines. There's nothing in the rules that says you can't report a video based on a rundown from a trial.
Okay, what? Chat, I'm gonna touch you. Oil up, chat. I'm gonna fucking touch all of you. Chat, I'm gonna touch all of you. I've had enough of this. I've had enough of this video. I'm gonna touch you. I can't take it anymore, man. I can't take it anymore. Is he just like completely missing the point? Like, is he just completely missing the point of it? We don't care.
Video, and she even said this herself.
This last argument is purely a moral one, right? Because it has no grounds within the guidelines. There's nothing in the rule.
We don't give a fuck if it's... We're not talking about it being within the guidelines. It's the fact that she didn't watch the video and she got her opinion from an extremely biased friend who painted TBYS as like a genuine, like extreme conservative right-winger comparable to like Jordan Peterson and all these other like dudes, Ben Shapiro and all this shit, when he isn't. And then she essentially told her audience to not watch the video, to not form their own opinion, and to flag the video. This has nothing to do with the rules of the guidelines. We're not talking about the guidelines. We're not talking about the rules. We're saying this is like you said, this is an immoral argument. Which, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with having the argument be, this is immoral, this is wrong? Yeah, it is wrong. You shouldn't do that.
Rules that says you can't report a video based on a rundown from a trusted source. They don't make you plug in an
I don't give a fuck if it doesn't go against the rules. Yeah, no one said it was, Noah. No one said that it was. No one in their video said this goes against the rules. No one said that. We're all arguing that this is extremely immoral. That's what we're doing. We're arguing that this is an extremely immoral thing to do. Oh my God. Like, dude. Hey, listen. Listen, Noah, I hope Noah sees this. I hope Noah sees this. Listen, Noah, there's no rules saying I can't go outside and call someone the N-word. No rules, buddy. No rules. Doesn't mean it isn't a shit thing to do. Exactly. That's like what I just said. Like, Noah, there's no rules that says I can't go outside and call somebody the N-word. There's no rules saying I can't walk out of my room right now, call my wife the C word, tell her she needs to go back to her fucking country. There's no rules saying I can't say that, right? There's no rules. There's no rules saying I can't go back there and call her, a disgusting monkey and tell her to go back to her country. No rules. I can do it then. That's what you're saying, right? That's what you're saying, Noah. I can do it then. It doesn't matter. I can do it. Like, are you fucking retarded? Like, is this guy retarded? You know, that's the thing. This is the same type of fucking person who's going to make those arguments, right? He's going to make those said arguments. Like I just said, there's no rules saying I can't go outside and call somebody the N-word. This is the same guy that'll get mad at somebody who does that and says, although there's no rules, you did something that's really bigoted. Like, brother, that's exactly what we're saying. Just because there isn't any rules doesn't mean that what she did isn't a fucking terrible thing. She didn't watch the video, she didn't form her own opinion, and she told everybody else in her audience to not form an opinion and just flag it. Oh, man.
Tracker and play the full thing before you click flag. The moral claim here is that you should hear out the criticism. It's the right thing to do. Until you do, you have no idea what he's saying, whether or not it's actually bullying, and who knows? Maybe he has a point. Maybe it's worth listening to. Since this is a strictly moral question, there's no real objective way to answer it, so I'll just give my opinion. No. Illy didn't ask for this criticism.
What?
His video was totally unsolicited. That doesn't mean
Chad, I get it. Chad, no. There's no way. Chat, there's no way. There is no shot that he's using the argument that she didn't ask for the criticism. Chat, I'm gonna end stream. No. There's no shot. There's no shot. Chat, this isn't real. Chat. Somebody clip this bitch. What?
Opinion? No. Illy didn't ask for this criticism. His video was totally unsolicited. That doesn't mean I think Sean shouldn't be allowed to make his video, but I also don't think that Illy should be expected to sit through it either. Especially.
Sorry for that. Oh my god. Noah, yes, she should. Noah, she should. Either here's the thing, Noah. If she's not gonna watch the video, then don't report it. Don't talk about it. Oh my god. How is there still like 45 minutes of his video? He's spouting nonsense. I gotta stand up, dude. Oh my god. Noah. Noah. My Pookie Bear, my love. My sensation, my sunshine. Noah. Oh my god. I can't believe what he's spouting. I cannot fucking believe it. He can't be serious. Noah. There's no way you're justifying this. I just... Dude. Just say she did something bad. It's not that hard. Holy fuck, he's doing everything in the book to try to justify it. It is insane. Noah. Let's listen to this again. Let's listen to this again. I just want to listen to it.
You can't report a video based on a rundown, and that's a false flag because she didn't even know what he said.
Make sure to not watch it before doing that, by the way.
Go and report his video that I didn't even watch up to that point.
She hasn't even watched.
She didn't even watch the video, and she even said this herself.
This last argument is purely a moral one, right? Because it has no grounds within the guidelines. There's nothing in the rules that says you can't report a video based on a rundown from a trusted source. They don't make you plug in an eye tracker and play the full thing before you click flag. The moral claim here is that you should hear out the criticism. It's the right thing to do. Until you do, you have no idea what he's saying, whether or not it's actually bullying, and who knows? Maybe he has a point. Maybe it's worth listening to. Since this is a strictly moral question, there's no real objective way to answer it, so I'll just give my opinion. No. Illy didn't ask for this criticism. His video was totally unsolicited. That doesn't mean I think Sean shouldn't be allowed to make his video, but I also don't think that Illy should be expected to sit through it either, especially given the immediate...
Yeah, okay, cool. I agree. Listen, Noah, I agree. She doesn't have to watch the video, but the point... Oh. Ooh. The point that we are making is that if you're not going to watch the video, Noah, if you're not going to watch the video, then don't bother putting an opinion out there. Don't bother. If you're going to flag someone's channel or report someone's channel, at least watch the video. Saying that the criticism was not warranted is like, dude, it is fucking insane to me. She doesn't need to say or ask for criticism. We're allowed to criticize a video that's in the fucking public, you dumb fuck. She didn't solicit what? It doesn't matter. He's allowed to criticize it. We're all allowed to criticize each other. Gee, Noah, it's almost like you criticizing all these other commentary channels. We didn't give you permission to do so. We didn't give you permission to do so. I guess we're in our right to flag you then. I guess we're in our right, huh? We didn't give you permission. Like, fuck, dude, shut the fuck up. Oh my god.
Immediate abundance of evidence that the video inspired a harassment campaign doesn't strike me as some giant leap in logic for her to assume that it may have been made in bad faith. Like, imagine when you're...
What did it? Yes, when it... Run it back, baby. Run it back.
Unsolicited. That doesn't mean I think Sean shouldn't be allowed to make his video, but I also don't think that Illy should be expected to sit through it either, especially given the immediate abundance of evidence that the video inspired a harassment campaign. Doesn't strike me as some giant leap in logic for her to assume that it may have been made in bad faith. Like, imagine...
Don't you think she should probably check? Maybe check and see? You know? Maybe that's something that she should do? You know, before deciding to flag somebody, maybe it's... Hear me out. Hear me out. Just hear me out a second, okay? Hear me out. Maybe she should watch the video to make sure that it's not targeted harassment. Huh? Maybe? I think that's a good idea. Maybe check the video? Like, brother, I don't know why it's so hard for you to just admit that flagging someone's channel is probably a bad idea and that she shouldn't have done it. I don't know why it's taking you this long. We're almost 30 minutes in and you have not once said that what she did is bad.
Imagine one of your friends comes to you and says, hey, some random 850,000 subscriber YouTube channel made a weird, dishonest, and unnecessarily mean video about you. And that's when you notice the hundreds of comments harassing you for things your friend mentioned being in the video. If you were to then say, yeah, I'm good on that, not worth sitting through that probably, that seems like a pretty normal thing to do. Don't mistake my argument.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It is not. Now, listen, I'd agree with your argument if she flagged it privately and didn't tell anybody else to flag it. I'd agree. I would agree with you. But she didn't. She told other people to not watch it, not form their own opinion, and just flag it. Yeah, that's a bad. That's bad. If you're going to essentially tell people to flag the channel, you should at least, at bare minimum, watch it. You should at bare minimum watch it instead of get the information from a random person.
Argument here is me saying people should just start flagging videos for no reason just because they don't like someone. That's not what I'm saying, and that's not what Illy did. My point here is simply
That is what she did. That is essentially what she did. Her friend told her that this guy is a malicious person, and then she said, I don't like this guy. Guys, flag him without watching the video. That's what she did.
that the circumstances of this situation, to me, seem clearly within the bounds of a reasonable response.
No, it's not. It's not reasonable. How are you... Dude, he's justifying it. How are you justifying this?
Practical solution to a pressing problem. And maybe that's not enough for you. Maybe you really do think that you should have watched it. I have seen it suggested by some creators that in this situation, in situations like these, creators only have two options.
Either A, make a response video to the response video towards your original video, or B, ignore it and move on.
Who cares if people are mean to you online? Just ignore it. Or respond to it, make content out of it, you know?
Sean seemed particularly enthusiastic on this point.
If you simply did nothing, Alyssa, you had about 4 more days before everyone forgot about you. If you want this to go away, then stop trying to get my video and my channel taken down, and really put a lot of her time and energy into trying to get me deplatformed, when really, she should be busy enjoying her vacation in Japan. Everyone moves on with their life after about a week or two, except Alyssa.
So setting aside the clearly intimidating language here, I'm gonna be honest, guys.
Oh my god. Chat, are we able to sit through the rest of this? I'm sorry, but I don't think there's anything this guy is going to provide here that's going to change my mind on anything he says. I don't see any, like, reports. I don't see any, like, I don't see, like, him using, like, any evidence to basically say, like, oh, his points were wrong. Like, Chad, I'm going to be dead serious. I don't think he's providing anything here. I'm genuinely getting pissed off. Like, this is genuinely just a bad take. A bad faith, bad take video. Okay, here. We got something here. We might skip to that part. Like, dude. Listen to this.
Her vacation in Japan. Everyone moves on with their life after about a week or two, except Alyssa.
So setting aside the clearly intimidating language here, I'm gonna be honest, guys. I think you all need to take a second, unplug the surge protector at your feet, and step outside of debate lord land into human land. I spoke with some other...
Yeah, sorry that we make content surrounding her doing a bad thing. Like, I don't get this logic of, like, use your own advice and just ignore it. Brother, she should have done that in the first place. She should have either made a video responding to it to make content out of it, or just said, this guy made a bad video about me. Okay. Ignored it for a few days and then walked away. Think before you sleep. Would have went on with his day, made other videos about other topics, and he would have moved on. Nothing would have ever happened. Nothing would have happened. Nothing would have transpired. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nothing would have happened. But she decided to take it out of her day while she's on vacation to tell her audience to report the channel. She escalated the problem instead of just ignoring it. And if she ignored it, it would have went away after a few days. And all we're saying, essentially, is that you could either make content out of it or ignore it. We're making content out of it. We're taking our own advice. You fucking dumbass. We're making content out of it. We're profiting off of it. Of course we are. We're going to talk about it. We're going to express our opinions on it. We're going to bring this to light. And we're also going to profit off of it. But that's our job. That's what we want to do, right? We want to profit off of this. We want to make money off of this. Well, what is the argument here?
YouTubers that Sean has made these sorts of unsolicited response videos about. And to this question of why not hear him out and respond, they all said basically the same thing, which was, why the hell would I do that? This is Nicole Raffi. Sean made a video about her called Feminism is Brainwashing Women to Like Feminine Men. Oh man, this is so fun. When I asked about that video, this was her first message. Hey, oh my god, that guy stinks. I can go on the record that I said that.
Oh brother, this guy stinks!
He's made 2 videos about me now, I think. And each time it just brings an influx of sexist and radically far-right men to start picking apart, not even the content that I make, but my looks, my voice, basically everything that does not matter. They also tend to not watch my videos and base their opinions off the title itself. So very ill-informed community, I gotta say. It's been a hot minute since I...
Again, just associating his audience with him. This is a null point. This is a pointless dog shit argument. Just because a few of his audience members don't actually watch the video doesn't mean that he didn't watch the video. I don't understand this argument of trying to essentially associate his audience with him. They're not. Their points and arguments have nothing to do with what he's doing. He watched your video, he formed an opinion, he made a video about it. You can't sit here and say, oh yeah, well, it solicited a bunch of other, freak sexist men to come to my channel that don't even watch my videos. It's like, what are you talking about? What? Who cares? It's about his opinion, not about the randoms that come to your channel to spread fucking hate. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about the random people who come to your channel from his video and spread hate. Sure, it sucks. I'm sorry that it happens, right? Sorry that that happens to you, okay? But that's not what he's doing. He's not sitting there and not watching your video. He's watching your video and forming an opinion from it and then making a video out of it. Why are you lumping him in with the randoms that choose not to do this? Nobody in this community is associating or essentially defending these dumbasses. That's the thing. I'm sitting here right now before you telling you that the people in these fan bases, especially Think Before You Sleep, who choose not to watch the videos, who choose to just blindly hate other individuals, we all agree that these people suck. We all say that in our own videos, respectively. So it is baffling to me that Noah is sitting here trying to basically equate these people with how we think. We clearly don't think like this, you fucking idiot. Oh my god.
I watched the video he made about me, but I just remember thinking that he's jumping through hoops looking for a reason to be upset with what I'm saying. What he and his community do is essentially the equivalent of a Reddit snark page, and then the creator has to face an increase in video dislikes, hate comments, threatening DMs until Sean makes a video on the next person. Another creator, Tiffany Ferguson, whose video, Mr. Beast's Philanthropy Will Not Save the World, was responded to by Sean with his piece complaining about capitalism while being a capitalist. Got her ass. Ooh. Yep. Hassan House. Bad. Tiffany also clocked Sean's criticism as being just a trap.
If I did actually get any backlash from his audience, I literally did not see it or hear it. So I guess that's a good thing. It obviously seems like if you respond and try to, react in any way, that seems to backfire for a lot of these creators, as he's talking about, because it encourages him to continue.
I think anyone...
Chad, I'm done. I can't. You do realize that responding to this stuff and going back and forth can essentially lead to good profit for both of you guys? Having a civil conversation could lead to essentially positive in all this. Again, Noah, you're basically equating this to only the people he talks about gets hate and he doesn't get a single ounce of it. You do realize that he does get hate comments in his own videos most likely, and he probably does get sent threats and everything. You're basically equating it to, no. Think Before You Sleep gets nothing. What Think Before You Sleep does is express his opinion. It's no different than these women, right? Like that girl who made a video about Mr. Beast's philanthropy, right? She's making a video forming an opinion. Or like the girl saying that oh, yo, what's up, Cloud? Or like a good example is, let's see if we can find it. What's good, Cloud? We're doing not so well because these videos fucking suck and they're making my brain rot. Life's good. Life's good. Video. I could say the same exact shit about her video. Right? Her video could be spreading a negative message. Like the message of that video, they could get the wrong idea from it. I don't know what to say here to this information.
Tiffany Ferguson, whose video, Mr. Beast's Philanthropy Will Not Save the World, was responded to.
Respond and try to, react in any way, that seems to backfire for a lot of these creators, as he's talking about, because it encourages him to continue.
I think anyone expecting...
again, yes, if someone responds to it, then he can respond to it, then you can respond to it, and it ultimately equals a positive for both of you guys. Just because you get a off amount of hate comments doesn't mean that it doesn't equal positive for your channel. Especially if you attempt to talk to him in a more polite way. Like, believe it or not, Noah, believe it or not, if he made a video about your video criticizing you and you contacted him saying, hey, would you like to have a civil debate? That ultimately might actually equal something positive. But Wowie, wow. It's almost like none of these bread tubers have ever attempted to do that because all they do is sit here and complain about him all day. And you wonder why his fucking community hates you. You wonder why. You wonder why his community comes and hates you. Oh, it's almost like you guys don't take any of this with a grain of salt and just try to contact him and try to get his point of view. Or, hear me out, when you want to have a civil debate about this, and I'm sure he'll probably have a civil debate with you about it.
Otherwise just doesn't know what it's like to be a content creator and have this happen to you, especially when the creators in question do not make response videos. And look, I'm a little piggy, okay? I like playing around in the mud with the other little muddy little piggies, but that's consensual, you know? I dove into the pit with my own videos. What Sean is doing to these people is not that at all. So
okay, so you're equating it to he needs to get their fucking permission to, you know, fucking talk about them. No, he doesn't. These are public videos on a public platform talking about, like, some pretty controversial stuff. A girl making a video saying that his philanthropy, Mr. Beast's philanthropy, isn't going to save the world. Yeah, I could criticize that. A lot of people are going to criticize that because a lot of people are going to disagree with that fucking video. She's asking for criticism. If you're going to make a video, like on that level, you're asking for criticism. When I make my videos, there are obviously going to be people who criticize me. That's why I never delete comments. I never delete anything. And I always interact with those comments because I try to get at least, especially if it's somebody who is trying to be civil, I try to get at least a nice talk with them in. Trying to see their point of view or whatnot. Like, again, this makes fucking zero sense. Breadtubers do nothing but try to paint people they don't like in bad faith. Why do people leave mean comments and not like me? Like, essentially, yes, essentially, that's what it is. Like, again, that girl is making a video saying Mr. Beast philanthropy is not saving the world. So you're making a video basically painting Mr. Beast as a bad person, right? That's my assumption. This is all an assumption. Let's just say the video is basically saying Mr. Beast is a bad person because his philanthropy is not helping anybody. Let's just say that's the message of the video. You are painting Mr. Beast in a bad faith, and now you're wondering why people are criticizing you for that? The fuck is that argument?
anyways, that's the deplatforming claim, hopefully addressed. If nothing else, these examples should hopefully make you think before you watch, think before you sleep, before you watch yourself thinking about watching Sean's video and going to bed. The last of these three fabricated narratives that I want to talk about today is the idea that Illy is woke. She's been infected by that wokeness, apparently. She's been drinking.
She is. If I'm not mistaken, she very much is. I mean, listen, I'm not saying woke is bad, okay? That's not what I'm trying to say. Woke doesn't automatically equal bad. I know that Sean likes to put that in his videos. I know that Think Before You Sleep likes to put, you know, like, oh, woke, trying to spread wokeness and whatnot. I don't think woke essentially equals negative or bad, okay? I don't think it does. But I would 100% argue that Illy is 100% woke. Like, yeah, she is. It's pretty fucking obvious that she's woke. Even her friend group is extremely woke. I don't think they're afraid to admit that they're woke. You know what I mean? Like, what is this? Is this even worth it?
Which is what I call it, because I think being woke is cool. This was the third major motivation for the people who doxed her, and another justification for harassment. Sean is an anti-woke channel, so the label is pretty self-explanatory. He is against things that are woke, therefore things that are woke are, to him and his audience, bad. He supports this complex theory by framing what he calls woke ideas in a negative light anytime he brings them up on his channel. When you cut together a compilation of all the things he does this with, it's pretty funny to watch. In the past, he's used the term to talk about...
Okay, it's an opinion. He's allowed to have that opinion. What does it matter? Why are we talking about this? Unironically. Noah, why are we talking about this? It's an opinion. Noah, you can think being woke is cool. I don't have an issue with woke people. I know plenty of people who are woke, and I don't disagree with some of their takes. I think some of their takes are pretty solid. But there's also some takes that I do disagree with. Like, a good example is Think Before You Sleep. There's a few takes he has that I agree with when it comes to woke culture. There's also a few takes that I think that woke culture does that is right? Like a good example is like attempting to basically spread message that being gay is okay, right? Yeah, it's okay to be gay. I think that's true. I think that's objectively true. I don't think there's any I don't think there's any statement that could go against that to say that that isn't true. Being gay is fine. You could be gay. Okay? That's fine. But obviously there's also some messages that I don't agree with. What is wrong with him essentially not agreeing with the woke culture? What's wrong with that? He's allowed to disagree with that. When you cut together all the times he does this translation, when you take him out of context to make him look stupid.
Things like economics,
communism. Woke means communism.
Film and media.
Woke comedians aren't funny. This is why the woke crowd continues to remain as terrible writers.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't woke essentially mean communism? It's directly correlated with communism, essentially. Wokeness is essentially correlated to communism. So, yeah.
Writers, woke television shows and woke movies aren't good.
Health and nutrition.
I'd imagine similar in New York, because New York is pretty woke.
I would argue woke television movies and shows are bad. I think a feature film attempting to push a agenda or a woke message is pretty bad. I'd say the same thing about conservatism. There's that one anti-mask movie, like that religious like anti-mask movie. That's like conservatism. I think that movie's terrible because it's essentially trying to push a message. I think that's pretty bad. I think if someone were to make a movie that essentially the message is just to push some woke agenda, I think that is a bad thing. I would argue that's probably pretty bad.
Woke. California, like, you can't buy regular lettuce. You have to buy organic lettuce.
Business tips.
Or the woke people at the company are truly in the minority, and they get their way anyway because they're willing to get violent, whereas others aren't.
Higher education.
All the universities are super woke, all the schools.
I don't think this is a viable conversation. I genuinely just don't care about this conversation about wokeness. This is an opinion. Like Noah, if your argument here is just to essentially say that, oh, he's anti-woke, that's bad, then okay, we disagree. Like, you disagree and I disagree. Okay, cool. You think being woke is fine. I think being woke can have some negativity to it. I think being woke can be a little negative.
Schools are super woke. They have systems in place that attracts woke people, like easy money and 3 months vacation.
Fashion and beauty.
If woke people are really focused on the betterment of mankind, then why do they keep making things ugly?
Like, don't get me wrong. Do I think Think Before You Sleep has a weird fucking obsession with talking about wokeness? Of course. I think he could find something else to talk about. But essentially, again, if he doesn't like woke culture and he wants to express that message in a video, he's allowed to do so. Like, what is the essential argument?
And all sorts of other stuff, too.
For the past decade or more, they've been taught that capitalism is evil. They have been taught CRT. They have been taught modern feminism. And they have been taught other woke ideologies.
But so many damn ideologies, man. I don't know how you guys keep track of all this stuff. It's really impressive, honestly. You take fish oil? You got some fish oil over there? It stands to reason, then, that anyone that has been deemed woke is de facto bad. Thus, even the seemingly simple act of using that label on someone, as Sean did with Illy in his second video's title, is a form of guilt by association. It's psychological priming for the audience to come in.
What? Okay. That's just a really bad argument. Illy is bad because she attempted to false flag him. He's not making a guilt by association. She is the one that is attempting to get people to flag his channel. That is guilty. That, like, how would I even express that? That's guilty because you did it, not by association. And if you're trying to use the idea that, like, oh, well, since he says woke is bad, that means his message every time is that anybody who is labeled woke is ultimately a bad person. Okay. Again, that's an opinion. Opinions aren't facts, Noah. He's allowed to carry that opinion. If he doesn't think that, if he thinks that being woke is a net negative, if he thinks that being woke is an ultimate negative thing, then okay. Deal with it. I don't care. Like, again, Noah, I don't 100% agree with that take, right? I don't agree. I think being woke is fine. I don't think everyone who's woke is some malicious, evil person. I don't agree with Think Before You Sleep, but it's a fucking opinion. He's allowed to carry that opinion. And again, you have to be an absolute lunatic idiot to equate Illymation to being a bad person because she's woke. Like, dude, I can't express enough that the idiots of his chat and the idiots of his community should not represent him in his message. They don't. They shouldn't.
Into the content with a less charitable attitude. As one of his viewers astutely noted in the comment section of his third video, among the many people begging Sean to stop milking the situation for content, this person wrote, "Not saying I disagree or anything, but this is getting kind of repetitive. If I see a woke, fat, or woman in the title again, it feels like that dog and Bell food experiment. They're catching on to your tricks, man. You better tighten things up, so get a different Bell or something, because they're gonna get tired of your slop." With Illy, though, it isn't just the video title that he does this with. He also does it throughout the content itself. So in
again, I don't know if this is really worth talking about because this essentially just doesn't make me change. I don't know what this is meant to say. Like, you're just saying that he's anti-woke, and so some people don't like that he's anti-woke or that he does a lot of videos about anti-woke stuff. Like, okay. Like, listen, Noah, I agree. I'm not a big fan of people who just essentially, like, overdo the whole, like, anti-woke stuff. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a big fan of it. Do I think Before You Sleep makes good videos? Yeah. I think from occasion he does. Do I think he also has bad takes? Of course. Of course I do. Like, again, that's his style of content. That's what he makes. Like, what am I supposed to take away from this? I'm gonna skip ahead. I'm gonna skip ahead because I just don't think this is, like, essentially important.
24 states. There's over 50 more proposed bills to further restrict or outright ban trans women and girls' participation. Some of these bills go down to ages as
And we think it's important that they're able to compete on a level playing field.
The idea that we have biological boys playing in girl sports is the biggest women's issue of our time, and we should be fighting that every day.
Just for the record, these bills end up targeting an estimated less than 1% of youth athletes. Also, as of midway through last year, there were a total of 30 trans athletes competing in college sports. So there's more actual bills being proposed than athletes in college, at least. It's definitely a very...
Is he trying to make an argument for the whole, you know, biological boys playing in female sports? Okay, I don't... Yeah, I don't.
Real huge,
care.
widespread problem.
That's not the problem at hand. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the elimination stuff. So I'd rather focus on the real
wasn't just
problem.
recently adopted as a wedge issue for Republicans. Anyway, so this argument is directly linked to any discussion about trans women in women's sports because, for one, it's literally the same argument, and mainly, you know, in order to make it to women's sports, you have to first go through young women's and girls' sports. And this point is actually brought up by Sean when he mentions youth athletes in an argument he makes 20 seconds later.
The issue with sports is because there are biological.
Are we going to talk about elimination?
Stop acting like it is. That's like saying, according to my friend Rachel, dieting is bad.
He goes on to relate this citation to arguments made in books like Robin DiAngelo's White Fragility, arguments which he claims are unscientific.
I know this metaphor sounds stupid, but if you actually read some of the references that woke people cite, like Robin DiAngelo's White Fragility, they are full of, according to a friend of mine, style arguments. That's not science.
Chad, isn't this book, like, bad? Isn't this book, like, essentially just, like, really bad? I've only heard negative things about this book. White Fragility. I've only heard, like, bad things about this book. I don't know.
That's just someone's opinion.
So, like, she was defining a term. She cited the magazine for the definition of a term. She wasn't using a statistic or even making an argument. You don't need a scientific study every time you want to do that. Dictionaries would be billions of pages. We would run out of trees. The other strange critique here is that quoting a magazine isn't research. Why is he saying that? If I had to guess, I think it's because he seems genuinely unaware that there's such things as magazines outside of just grocery store tabloids. Every time he
Hold on. If his argument is essentially, like, what? If elimination is using things like random magazines and books that aren't proof, then yeah, that's being used as research. Anything you provide to the table, right, is essentially equated to research. Anything you provide, even if it's just a simple argument, like if you're talking, let's just say we're talking about losing weight and stuff like that, and you quote something in a article, if you quote, not an article, sorry, in a magazine, right, that is being used as research. What are we trying to argue here? That is being used as research. If you're trying to use words out of, like, a magazine, that is essentially research that you're attempting to use in your argument. So I mean, what?
References magazines in these videos, he shows tabloid style examples and talks about them like they're just those damn ladies with this damn lady gossip and all that crap.
This video is full of tabloid style research and bad information. Surely a magazine won't misrepresent information or lie to me to get viewership. According to my friend Rachel, dieting is bad.
I just love that though. Magazines are gossip.
Man, I can't read this bullshit. All these zoologists spreading rumors and lies around school about my favorite dogs. It's just the Lion King all over again, man. Fuck this.
He uses this same girl.
I mean, yeah, I would say a magazine is bad. Is a bad source of research.
Sources argument soon after when the article's author cites a health services journal to define a term.
Then in Aubrey's article, she cites what looks like yet another opinion piece as proof of her arguments. Do any of these people use actual science to form their beliefs?
If you notice, once again, this source is being used to define a word. She's not citing it as a statistic. It's a word, man, not an argument. Nope.
Yeah, man. Hey, man.
That's not an argument.
I know. It's just definitions.
There's no science here.
Yeah, there's no studies in me, but they're just not supposed
Do
to.
these people even consider that studies should form their beliefs?
Hey, man. I'm not going to argue with you.
Is this about another YouTuber? Because this doesn't seem like
it's. No, things aren't good. I'm getting really tired of not having my own identity. Every 3 minutes, I'm shifting to a new place and a new time.
Because again, I want to stick to the
knowing who you are.
Illumination
Hey man,
stuff.
I get
I
it.
don't want
Look
to
at me,
talk
right? Look
about.
me up. My insides are full of all sorts of.
I don't even know how research criticism works, but I know it's not that. And also, even if he just criticized her incomplete citation, that'd still be a nitpicky kind of critique because finding actual good data with the information she provided was extremely not hard. When you search teenage dieting National Library of Medicine, which is what was in her video, the shitty study that Sean found was the first result, but the next one, like the very next one, is a far more substantive paper with a bunch of working citations and evidence that Illy's statistics were accurate. And if Sean doesn't like this one either because it's too old, well, here's a newer one with the same numbers and some of them actually showing increases in these dieting rates. So given that Illy's statistics were fine, and given that both of the definitions her earlier sources provided were uncontroversial, why is he doing this? Why is he being so pedantic? And well, because Illy's supposed to be stupid. He has to build his case that she's dumb. You're not supposed to trust her information, and since her information is, fine, he's got to make her look dumb somehow. So this is how he chose to do it. Despite Sean's lazy research.
Chat, why did it take 42 minutes for him to finally speak like facts and actually like provide something that I think is actually pretty solid? Because I would argue that's fair, right? Because if we're going to talk about sources and research and everything putting into a video, we're trying to put into the video good research and values and stuff. If her citation was solid, relevant and everything, then great. But my only issue and gripe with this is that you essentially just said that the research that he did was bad. Do you have proof and evidence to back why you think his research was bad? Or are you just going to say his proof and research is bad? I think the best way to frame this is that they both provide decent, sizable research. I do agree that I don't think Illumation did any bad by doing research at the beginning. I think she genuinely cited her sources and did a good job, right? But I think it's pretty retarded to essentially say that his research is bad because his was his was just different. Like, what does that mean? Do you have anything to back why you feel this is different or bad? Like, look.
The shitty study that Sean found was the first result, but the next one.
Okay, shitty study. Do you have, like, anything to back why you think this is a shitty study? Or are you just saying it's a shitty study to say it's a shitty study? Like, that's my issue with this, is, like, are you just saying that it's a shitty study to say it's a shitty study? Or do you have something to show for me?
Like the very next one is a far more substantive paper with a bunch of working citations and evidence that Illy's statistics were accurate.
Okay, can you like show me the other citation? Can you? Could you possibly?
And if Sean doesn't like this one either because it's too old, well, here's a newer one with the same numbers and some of them actually showing increases in these dieting rates. So given that Illy's statistics were fine, and given that both of the definitions her earlier sources provided were uncontroversial.
And don't get me wrong, I do agree with this essential part of the video that she shows, the dieting part about kids dieting. I like here, like on her phone.
So given that Illy's statistics were fine, and given that
about one half of teenage girls, 1 in every 2, and 1/4, 1 in every 4 of teenage boys have tried dieting to change the shape of their body. Like, I do think that this is essentially like not a good thing. I don't think kids should be dieting. I don't think teenage dieting should be like a thing, right? Or well, the best way to explain it is that I think kids should be able to take care of their health, right? But I don't think kids should be essentially like, I don't think kids should be essentially like looking at their body and being like, God damn, I need to get skinny. Or I need to change my weight. I need to get smaller. I know people who like essentially like starved themselves in high school. It's like, it sucks like seeing people that did that. I mean, I'll even say this, in high school, I was one of those kids that just barely ever ate. That wasn't because of dieting. I wasn't trying to diet. I just like never had an appetite and I just never really ate. So I was just really skinny. But again, like there are kids who will, like don't get me wrong. I agree with this entire, fact and statement, but I think the issue that I have with her video in general is not the dieting aspects, but more the fact that you're essentially telling teenagers and kids and whatnot, because your audience is filled with them, that they should be allowed to eat whatever they want. But again, you have to understand that that essentially is telling kids that, hey, if you're fat, it's okay that you're fat, when that's a huge problem within America. We have a huge obesity problem in America. So we have to figure out how to attack this without getting kids to think too deeply about their weight and whether or not it's good or not that they look the way they do. Because the whole problem with teenage dieting is that like kids will make fun of them or something because they're too fat. So now they feel like they have to put themselves on this extreme diet and change their look when they don't need to, essentially. But again, there are times where it's like a kid is genuinely overweight and needs to lose weight. Well, they do need to go on a diet or seek some sort of help to get them to lose weight. There's got to be something, right? There's got to be a middle ground. And I essentially think that like at the end of the day, like we have to find a middle ground and try to figure out how are we going to prevent stupid shit like teenage dieting, where like teenage kids who are clearly like fine in weight are essentially telling themselves that they're ugly or getting depressed over like, you know, minute things. Like, we got to find a fucking middle ground. Like I said, I don't disagree with this. I don't disagree with the research she does on this or anything. But like, again, it doesn't take away from the fact that if we were to, let's say, like, if we were to teach kids to stop teenage dieting and whatnot, well, what happens when a bunch of kids say, fuck it, I don't care about teenage dieting, and then you have a bunch of fat kids? You have a bunch of kids who are just essentially eating whatever they want, getting fat, and then not caring about how they look. You know what I mean? Like, then what happens then? What happens when a bunch of kids are essentially obese, and what do we do then, right? Like, we're teaching kids to essentially love their bodies, love themselves, but what happens when that kid is clearly in a situation where they need to lose weight? What do you do then? I just think we need to find a genuine middle ground, but I mean, at this point, I'm not like disagreeing with like this take, so I don't really know
Both
what
of the
to say.
definitions her earlier sources provided were uncontroversial. Why is he doing this? Why is he being so pedantic? And, well, because Illy's supposed to be stupid. He has to build his case that she's dumb.
Maybe it's because he doesn't agree with the research she did, and he found research of his own and then said, I agree with this set of research myself. I don't think he's essentially trying to paint her as like an idiot, but I mean, again, this is an opinion, right? I don't think he's trying to portray her as an idiot. You think so. To each their own. I don't really know.
You're not supposed to trust her information, and since her information is, you know, fine, he's got to make her look.
Also, her information in the later parts of the video is really bad. She cites literally a 300-pound woman as a form of research. That's really bad. Like, that's essentially really bad. So I don't know what to say about that.
Somehow. So this is how he chose to do it, despite Sean's lazy research and bad faith nitpicking.
Do you have, again, dude, does he have like proof to show that he did bad research, or is he just going to say your sites are bad? Because that's not an argument. That's not a good argument. Your argument can't be, well, I think your research is bad. Like, okay, you think his research is bad. So fucking what? I don't care. I don't care if you think his research is bad. Like, do you have an actual citation, proof to show that this research is wrong? Other than just saying, no, her research is right, his research is bad.
Because of it, I guess, he led viewers to the conclusion that she doesn't know what she's talking about, and then carried that conclusion over into his follow-up videos.
If you didn't watch it, how do you know what's in it? Well, a friend of hers told her it was bad. Wait, isn't this the exact kind of research that I criticized her for in the video? Oh god, please someone tell this girl that quoting a magazine article is not research. Blah, 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 cherry picked, blah, blah, non-academic sources, which is really funny because Alyssa's main sources were a magazine and a fat acceptance advocate. Hell, they didn't even put a person's name on this 20-year-old article. Maybe this is the correct source. Maybe this is the correct source.
And so,
what's wrong with that? I agree. Her using magazines and a fat acceptance model who's 300 pounds is a shit source of evidence. Extremely shit. And then using a citation without a name behind it is pretty bad. There's no name behind the citation. Why would you use that? I don't disagree with that at all.
So, because critical thinking is illegal on commentary at YouTube, apparently, nobody thought to challenge these claims, and thus, one element of Sean's narrative reigned supreme. Illy is a dumb, dummy, woke girl who's doing research for girl dummies, and also she's dumb and woke.
If you're taking advice from your fat friend, and you name them as a valid source, it's GG.
Some of the information she was using in her video as sources were ultimately just opinion pieces not backed by science at all.
Examples of like this occur a lot in the video where Illymation makes like some kind of infographic that doesn't make a lot of sense scientifically and starts kind of citing towards sources that also don't make a lot of sense.
How exactly are you supposed to deconstruct and debunk an argument if you don't understand the source material?
So there we go. That's one board nailed down onto this frame of wokeness. Woke trait number 2 is racism. Wokeness enjoyers are racist. They categorize people.
I don't know what to say about that last part. Like, I essentially agree with them. She did very piss poor work. And I don't know what Noah's essentially trying to disprove here. Like, are you just essentially trying to say that, what, you guys are just saying this because she's woke? Like, is that your argument? I don't really understand that. No, like, everybody's essentially saying that your citation and your evidence doesn't really make sense. And I agree. Her video doesn't make sense. No one's sitting here essentially saying, hey, look at this dumb fucking idiot. Like, no one's sitting here going like, oh, look at the dumb idiot. Look at the fucking idiot. Look at the retard. Like, no one's saying that. We're essentially saying, hey, Illy, you didn't do good enough research on this and you're essentially spreading a bad message. That's all people are saying. If you disagree with that, Noah, then cool, you disagree with it. I don't essentially care. I really don't give a fuck. If you disagree with that take and you think that what her message was good, then go ahead, take that as you will. I'm not going to be mad at you for it. But I disagree with the message that she presents in her video, right? I disagree with the message. I think the message she spreads is a net negative. And there is evidence, science, and reasoning that Think Before You Sleep shows that backs that claim. So, no, what?
People by race. I think this is an incredibly racist narrative that is predominantly perpetrated by woke people because they are the only ones who are categorizing people by race and gender.
They won't let him say it, or whatever. They won't let him say what he wants to say.
That's why I don't like it when woke groups say horrible things about straight white men and then say you aren't allowed to say anything about their group.
Seriously, guys, this is messed up. Someone should do something.
I mean, that's just facts. Like, what? What is he saying wrong here? I would say what he's essentially saying is a genuine fact. I do agree that a lot of these like extreme woke people essentially silence other people due to the fact of their race. A lot of woke people essentially tell white people that they are not allowed to have an opinion on a certain subject due to the fact of their skin color. That is essentially that's just racist. That's racism. Like, that is by definition racism. You are being a racist. What is the argument here? He's not saying that all wokeism is racist. He's essentially just equating it to... Dude, I don't care. I want to talk about Elevation. Like, oh my god. Can we move on?
With Cox, you can pay just $30 a month for fiber-powered internet.
Chat, is the rest of this, like, just essentially talking about other points that don't matter? Because I don't want to keep talking about this if it has nothing to do with Elevation or if it doesn't add anything to the Elevation topic.
Of, among other things, a lack of any sort of systemic framework for understanding racism. So, okay, Noah, what does any of this have to do with Illy? Well, there's 2 points in Sean's video where race is brought up, and both of them are linked with Illy, and both of them, I think, fall under this woke racism category. It's Sean's thing, woke racism. That's not me using it. That's what he would call it, I assume. As we looked at, Sean compares Illy's arguments with those made by Robin DiAngelo in her book, White Fragility, which is an anti-racist type book. As he stated before, this book falls under the sort of anti-white racism he often rails against on his channel.
Like, I'm reading White Fragility right now, and it's extremely racist.
By associating Illy with DiAngelo and her book as yet another woke person making woke arguments, he is drawing on that previously set up framework to imply...
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is such a terrible argument. Again, Noah, unless he's directly saying that she is spreading the same message as White Fragility, he is not equating her to the same exact thing. He's using it as an example. It's not the same thing. Like, what are you doing? What? Yeah, he uses a lot of buzzwords and mental gymnastics. This is essentially just using like you said, it's just a bunch of buzzwords and mental gymnastics to try to paint Think Before You Sleep, like as if he's like essentially saying, no, like Elevation is a racist. Not once did he say she was a fucking racist. He used White Fragility as an example. Like, what?
That Illy is engaging in, or at the very least endorsing, woke racism. The second instance where race is brought up is just...
When did he say... Oh my god.
One comment that Sean makes about one of Illy's citations. Sean references a passage from this article and summarizes its meaning for the audience.
Or maybe give some advice on how to eat healthy? Nope, she just says you're a racist if you think being thin is good. Oh no, not again.
Now, Sean didn't explain what he said there, that the author is calling people racist. He just treated it as self-evident, echo chamber moment. But is it? The line he highlights states that there's plenty of racism and anti-blackness baked into this colonial idea that thinness and food restriction equal goodness. The author goes on to elaborate on this point.
What? No, there isn't. There's also plenty of racism and anti-blackness baked into this colonial idea that thinness and food restriction equal goodness. Where? Where? This is just objectively untrue. There's no fucking such thing as racism and anti-blackness in fucking thin and people promoting being thin. What? Noah, what are you trying to...
Point by citing a book on the racist origins of fatphobia. Based on what he highlighted, I think Sean read the line, there is racism baked into the idea, and took that to mean that the author is saying anyone that thinks this idea is a racist, which is, once again, a product of his only understanding of racism being what people do to each other.
Noah, I would argue if somebody essentially said this, I would argue if I had... Okay, Noah, if I had a black person come up to me and say, there's racism and anti-blackness in the idea of thinness and food restriction, I would say they're probably a racist. I would argue that they probably hate white people. And they essentially look at white people as like lesser. I would essentially probably think that that's probably pretty racist. Why would you say this? This is just essentially untrue. This is literally untrue. None of this is true. What the fuck are you on about? There's no such thing as fucking racism and anti-blackness and fucking the idea of being thin and eating healthy. What? Where? Do you have fucking citations, proof? Do you have anything to show that this is a fucking real thing?
Idea, and took that to mean that the author is saying anyone that thinks this idea is a racist, which is, once again, a product of his only understanding of racism being what people do to each other. You're either a racist person or a not racist person, and if you're not racist, just don't even suggest that there's ideas that have any racism baked into them. No. Holding an idea that has racist roots.
No, I think the idea is that this is a really stupid thing to say there's racism in. What?
Is not the same thing as...
You're essentially basically blaming the idea of wanting to eat healthy and being thin on white people and saying we're evil for wanting to push it. The fuck? What? Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. That's pretty racist.
Being a racist in the individual sense. Racism's link to fat phobia is historical and systemic, and as the author...
No, it's not! No, it's not.
Author notes, the idea behind...
Oh my god, dude. I've heard this take before. It is not stemmed. Fat phobia is not stemmed in racism, dude. I can't.
And it is very common. And because of that, he doesn't want to hear about it. He doesn't want his audience to hear about it. So he does their thinking for them and sums the passage up in his own biased way.
She just says you're a racist if you think being thin is good. Oh no, not again.
To some of you, I imagine that this point about racism might seem like a bit of a reach. Like, these two examples are a very small part of his video. And the doxers didn't say they doxed her because she's like Robin DiAngelo, or because she cited an author that cited another author that
it is a reach
racism in a way that wasn't pro-racism. But that's kind of the problem, right? Illy doesn't have to have any direct connection to these ideas to be what Sean considers a purveyor of woke ideology. Because
Chad, I'm done. I'm done. I'm unironically done. I can't. Chad, it's late. It's 10:30. I've been on this bitch for about almost 6 hours. I'm done. I can't do this anymore. This is such a god-awful argument. He's straying away from the original take from the video. I wanted to talk about the main point. He already talked about it. I don't think there's anything else left of this video. I'll watch the rest of it, and if there's anything like worth of value that's in it, then I can talk about it tomorrow. But yeah, no, this video is dog shit. Yeah, I can't do it anymore. It's such a bad fucking argument. It's so dog shit. It's so dog shit. My God. No, good thing you stopped about 30 minutes ago, brother. All he does at the midpoint of this video is essentially stray away from the original argument and essentially just sits there and says, look at this anti-woke like asshole who says everything is racist if you're a woke person, which is just essentially not true, right? It's not true. He nitpicks very small things and goes a little too far. Here, we'll even...
might seem like a bit of a reach. Like, these two examples are a very small part of his video. And the doxers didn't say they doxed her because she's like Robin DiAngelo, or because she cited an author that cited another author that wrote about racism in a way that wasn't pro-racism. But that's kind of the problem, right? Illy doesn't have to have any direct connection to these ideas to be what Sean considers a purveyor of woke ideology. Because woke ideology is an umbrella term that he uses to call things dumb and bad and racist and dangerous and so on. The mere fact that she's
That is such a dog shit thing to say. That is such a horrible thing to say. Again, he's essentially saying that, like, since think before you sleep, right? He's essentially saying that think before you sleep, since he promotes wokeness as like a bad thing in his videos and sometimes a racist thing, that means that anytime he calls anybody woke, that means he's essentially calling them racist. He's calling them racist, like bad, racist, all of these negative things. He's essentially saying that they're all of them combined, even if he's not even saying that directly about her. Yeah, that's, dude, I can't even begin to point out how fucking stupid that is. Again, if you're gonna make that argument, he has to directly say that she's racist. Did he? No. Bad take. Sorry, buddy. Fuck. Music might have sounded a little silly for a minute. All right, chat. We're done. We're done. We're putting it down. Is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? Smacking your end stream page? Oh, the stream ending thing? He's like hitting it?